Hi, my name is Lyric, and today we're going to be starting a new series. I don't think. Okay, so we're going to be reacting to the entirety of Chris Chan: A Comprehensive History. If you don't know who Chris Chan is, you're in for a wild ride. He is the most documented man in history. This series is so far 66 parts long, and each episode is 40 minutes, and it's just describing this guy's entire life of his entire life is the most documented part. You can literally say anything about his entire life, and we probably know the answer. Um, I know parts of the story. I'm educated on the general big things that everyone knows, like Sonic Chew. I know how the story ends. I know that he's autistic. I'm actually autistic as well. Obviously not nearly on the level as him, but I have some connection there. I know about a little bit about Liquid Chris, the whole boyfriend free girl love quest thing, but that's really about it. I know the general strokes. I know that he becomes like translator. She becomes like I don't know. I don't know what to call him. I don't know what to call him. But right now, but I don't know the details. Okay, I just know the broad strokes, things that you'll probably know if you just take one look at the wiki, right? So we're gonna look into a very detailed look, 66 parts, each part 40 minutes long, and we're gonna try to get some insight here, see if we see any foreshadowing, and just describe how stuff like this happens, and how they ended up getting it to this point. So if you do like this video, obviously make sure to watch the original, but also make sure to subscribe and if you really like this video, I want you to pretend that you are Chris Chan and the like button is a boyfriend-free gal. Alright, let's begin, man. Chris Chan: A Comprehensive History, Part 1. Gotta have the disclaimer in there. Alright, let's go.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, and dudes of all teenagers, as well as the gals. My name is Christian Chandler. I am here, and y'all are there.
We are. This is true.
Chris Chan. Arguably the most documented person in history.
For real. It's true.
His antics have been witnessed by millions, with many always keeping a close eye on him, waiting to see what he does next.
Because all you do is make me feel sad and depressed.
He should love his mother. She misses him.
This is gonna be a long series, guys. We're ready for a ride.
Live on the internet. What do you want? Hi, Mom. Hello.
That's
I love the women
not a good sign of thing to come.
outside.
Do not hate. Hate is not so good.
Is he on the news?
Do not.
News tonight. Pulls from University of Virginia. I've never seen this girl before on the news before. What the hell?
Hate.
Christine Chandler attended event.
Hate is not so good.
Hate is not so good. It's true. Oh God. What are we in for?
I want everything about my house off the internet!
Oh
Don't call anybody. What?
no. This is like a
I'm not
trailer, I
ashamed.
think.
What are you gonna do about it? Yeah,
A
whatever.
trailer of things to come. Oh no.
What made him this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated?
Little Chris.
This is the story of Chris Chan.
Chris Chan: A Comprehensive History. Let's go. The beginning of a journey here. Let's go, man. Part 1.
Christopher Weston Chandler was born on February 24th, 1982, in Charlottesville, Virginia, to parents Bob, aged 54, and Barbara, 40.
That had to have something to do with his mental condition, right? Because, like, having parents that are, like, that old having kids, like, that typically doesn't end well. It's typically not good for development.
Bob had worked in the engineering field for Western Electric and later General Electric. The family held Bob's life accomplishments very proudly, as he had at least 7 patents to his name, including mechanisms used
Wow.
in the production of Kleenex and molding of plastic water containers. Bob was very world-conscious and was an avid collector of stamps since a very young age. Later in life, he developed a love for music, especially foreign music. He eventually amassed a collection of over 10,000 vinyl records. He had a son and daughter from a
Wow,
previous
that's
marriage.
a lot.
The
How do you listen to that
relationships with
much?
whom were strained, to say the least. Barbara was a secretary with Virginia Power. She had a habit of hoarding her belongings and was an emotionally abusive person, which convinced her then 17-year-old son, Cole Smithy, to seek independence and live life on his own. So when Chris came along, Bob and Barb got a chance to start anew. The new family started their new life in their humble Ruckersville home. Chris later claimed
If you Google Ruckersville, Virginia, Chris Chan is literally the first image that pops up.
that at around 2 months of age, he uttered his first word, monkey. It didn't take long for the
Monkey.
parents to see that Chris wasn't quite like most other babies.
Well, yeah, his
The
first word was
signs
monkey.
of his autism could be witnessed in 1983. Despite his condition being congenital, he had stated that his autism was brought about by one particularly traumatic event when he was 18 months old. A babysitter named Roach, or Roach, would look after baby Christopher whenever his parents would go out in the evenings. One of these nights, Chris inadvertently infuriated her, and she locked him in a room filled with toys, in the dark, alone. This would prove so traumatic that he refused to speak for the next 6 years.
Damn!
Even though he sees this event as the source of all his troubles, he does not blame his parents for keeping Roach as his babysitter, for they did not know better. Despite living out his childhood as a mute, Chris was anything but quiet. He confessed later on in life that he screeched often and was very troublesome to his parents. In 1985, the Hammer household
I don't doubt
moved
that
into
at
the
all.
neighborhood. The Hammers and the Chandlers struck up a cordial relationship, which led to Chris forming a bond with the Hammer's daughter, Sarah. Looking back, Chris considered her to be his closest childhood friend, and that she greatly helped him with his autism. However, from what is known of their relationship, it is also likely that she took advantage of Chris's innocence and trust, and may be seen more as a bully than a friend.
Oh no.
For example, she once told him that Casper the Friendly Ghost was hiding under her house. Naturally,
I think that's like foreshadowing of everything that is to come here with what happens when he gets on the internet and stuff.
Chris crawled into the Hammer's crawl space to find him, only to find spiderwebs, bugs, and dirt instead. Sarah locked him in. After about half an hour, her dad came to his rescue. On another occasion, she told Chris that if he were to eat the upper thing of a honeysuckle, it would taste like honey. This is a reference to the berries of a honeysuckle, which can be slightly harmful if ingested in large doses. Fortunately, their parents told them of the dangers of doing so before Christopher could fulfill Sarah's wish. At the age of 5, Chris began studying at Greene County Primary School together with Sarah. It is not known how he was treated here or how he got along with the other kids. In addition to taking regular classes at the primary school, he received language training at James Madison University. In 1987, in a lengthy letter addressed to Chris, dated December 26th, Bob offered his outlook on life and presented some life advice for his son. There are many sides to a mountain and many ways to climb it. If you get stopped, back off, regroup, and try another way. If you are still not successful, maybe it is not meant to be. If it is meant to be, having it on the back burner simmering for a while is not bad. It will pop up again, and the way to attain it will be there. Everything in its time. Your mother and I have done our best for you, and in return, we expect at least that from you, for yourself.
This letter, I think, really shows that he cared a lot about Chris compared to, like, mother, he said, was abusive. Bob seems like, so far, from what we've seen so far, I don't know, maybe something bad happens in the future, but for right now, he seems like a very good parent.
And your
Compared to the other, and a very good person with everything he's done and everything, compared to the mother.
children. He also expressed wishes for his son to inherit and hold dearly his vast collection of music, movies, stamps, and art prints. He reminisced about the straight razor which he inherited from his grandfather, which he carelessly broke while using it as a screwdriver. Bob still held on to that broken razor his entire life because his grandfather wanted him to have it. Bob hoped that Chris would share his father's sentiment. I hope that you will not carelessly misuse, waste, or destroy the value of the many things I have collected for you. First, learn all about them, how to use them and enjoy them, their value, and how you can thoughtlessly waste their value. Then enjoy them as I have. For example, my very good stamp collection, or all the recorded popular music on cassette tape, VCR tapes, and records. My books on popular music, movies, entertainers, musical theater, ship models, my daylilies, gazebo, and dreams. This letter offers an insight into Bob's character, as he feared that all he had accomplished over the course of his life may be lost. In 1989, during a weekly trip to the toy store with his mother, Chris picked up a GoBot up on display and slowly started to read out the text on the package, ending his 6 years of silence.
Hey.
Later that same year, Bob and Chris converted the shed in their backyard into a workshop, christening it the Dreaming Studio. Bob had hoped that he and his son would build things together there. He even commemorated
This is really
the
wholesome so
space
far.
with a plaque, Dreaming Studio of Mr. C and Little C, where dreams do come true. However, when asked about it, Chris could not recall what, if anything, had been built there. It was instead mostly used by Barbara for storage. For Christmas of that year, he got a Nintendo Game Boy.
Hey.
This was also the year that the family got Patty Chandler, a Beagle Spitz mix,
Patty.
which they picked up as a
Do y'all give your pets last names? Do you give your pets your last name? I've never heard anyone do that before.
pup from their aunt
I kind of
Karina.
respect it though.
Chris grew very attached to the dog, displaying a fondness and arguably a love rarely shown for anything or anyone else in his life. In 1990, Bob co-hosted a jazz marathon on WTJU radio. During the program, he displayed his keen knowledge on 20s and 30s jazz music.
Okay, now we go on to performance number 2, which is Tight Like That. This is November the 9th, 1928, with Chicago personnel, the Tampa Red's Hokum Jug Band. There's a great group of Chicago musicians featuring kazoo, guitar, and jug by Hudson Whitaker. Tampa Red's guitar, Thomas A. Dorsey is on the piano and the washboard. Frankie Halfpipe Jackson vocals interact to make this a great session. Listen for some very good kazoo and jugs, and notice how Halfpipe Jackson laughs like scat singing. Very unusual.
1990 also marked the last year of Chris's tenure
Here's him with the Sonic plush. Some foreshadowing of things to come.
at Greene County Primary School. For his 4th grade studies, he transferred to Nathaniel Greene Elementary School. It was here where he allegedly had very distressing experiences. He asserts that the staff at the school didn't know how to handle autistic children and treated him cruelly. Chris contends that 5 members of staff abused him by pinning him down to the ground, holding his wrists and ankles, and audio taping his cries.
Whoa.
Furthermore, he claimed that the principal forced him to sit on his lap and said offensive things to him.
That's not
But
good.
little Christopher resisted, and the advances never went further than that. The principal is also claimed to be gay, which Chris feels justifies his homophobia. I was abused by one. A homosexual principal at my elementary school slapped me on his lap, said some offensive things to me, and I felt uncomfortable. Even though Chris's accounts of the events could not be verified, it is also not unlikely that an event like this could have taken place. Though Chris never specified the reasoning behind their attacks, nor did he state whether him being restrained and being assaulted by the principal were separate or related events, it is possible that he may have been restrained and verbally abused as a form of disciplinary action, and even placed in a scream room, which was a fairly common school installation for dealing with autistic children up until the mid-1990s. Whatever events transpired, it forced Chris's parents to take him away from Nathaniel Greene Elementary School. To further things, they took the case to Greene County Court. After the school board threatened to take Chris out of mainstream education and instate him into a special needs school, the Chandlers dropped the case. For the remainder of the school year, he was homeschooled. It was around this tumultuous time that young Christopher had an uplifting experience that would change his
Here
life.
we go, the Sonic again.
During a shopping trip in Richmond, possibly in December 1992, but in other accounts he stated that it was 1989, he came across the Leonard Bernstein Symphony Orchestra, a show comprised of animatronic characters that is held around Christmas time at the Regency Square shopping mall. The conductor, Leonard Bernstein, is made to be fully interactive with his audience with the help of a human controller behind the scenes. On this blessed day, the turnout for the show was weak, so Chris got extra attention from the bear. When Leonard asked him his name, the person controlling the animatronic misheard it and answered back, calling him Christian. The boy took this as a profound sign and felt that he should be called Christian.
His name, okay, so I think that he changes his name here from Christopher to Christian because it calls him that. I think I've heard that before. It's kind of foreshadowing. Doesn't he, like, I've seen, like, his letters from prison. Doesn't he claim now that he's, like, Jesus Christ or something? Or, like, something crazy like that. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But so his name being changed to Christian, kind of a bit of foreshadowing there.
In order for Chris to continue with formal education, Bob and Chris moved to Chesterfield County, while Barbara remained in the family house in Ruckersville with Patty, so she could keep working. Christian enrolled in Providence Middle School in Richmond. He looked back fondly over his time here, giving special credit to his teacher Virginia Sanford. She was the most influential teacher in my life. During my years at Providence Middle School, she taught me better social skills, how to better cope with other people, bullies, and life.
Nice.
With a positive and fun tomboyish attitude,
A good
she
ending.
was a
It's a
teacher
good ending.
any child would be most proud to look up to and be taught by. He also forged a friendship with Natasha Turner, a girl a few years older than him. He lost romantic interest in her when he saw her smoking. They would often hang out together at the bus stop. He would sometimes give her money on behalf of his father for her friendship and attention. Chris would later realize that Natasha was, in a sense, a friend with benefits. She would stay with him and be friendly in exchange for a monetary reward from Bob. Bob knew that his son had little hope in forming true friendships otherwise.
The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, the cool new TV show, is on the air.
In the fall of '93, Sega, the video
I can see where they're coming from there, because, like, if your son is, like, autistic and has, like, very bad social skills, I can see how you would want to do that to, like, you know, get him more involved and stuff. But at the same time, I can see that being traumatic for a kid, for you, to have this friend and then later learn that, they were just your friend because they were being paid to, you know?
game developer held a watch and win sweepstakes contest in conjunction with their Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon. The lucky winner would get a $1,000 shopping spree at KB Toys, and that winner was Chris.
Christian is one of only about 100 winners nationally to receive $1,000 worth of Sega games and equipment. For his parents, it's just another example of how well this past fall, an example of how well he's doing. Christian is a high-functioning autistic child. This past fall, on his own initiative, he entered a contest based on a favorite cartoon character.
What I had to do was exactly watch Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon.
How is his voice deeper when he was a child than it is when he's an adult? That doesn't make any sense to me.
And I'd listen to what Sonic says at the end of it and write it down for a whole week, and then I had to mail it in, and it has to be drawn out of a hat, and I just won.
And Christian's father says it only takes a few hours for him to master an electronic game and then move on to another. I can't master any of them. That's it for now. And
This is the first of many competitions that he entered during his life and has cemented itself as a likely key reinforcer to his future sense of entitlement. On December 29th, 1993, the Richmond Times-Dispatch published an article about Christian's magical encounter with Leonard Bernstein entitled, "It Took a Talking Bear to Give the
Whoa.
Name a Young Boy Loves."
A newspaper
The
talking
boy's
about...
father recounts the events of the day. Since this was early in the Christmas season, on a Thursday afternoon, the crowd was light. The conversation between Leonard and Christopher lasted about an hour. Christopher was spellbound. Something unusual
Spellbound.
happened during that conversation. When Leonard Bernstein, in a decidedly British accent,
Decidedly
asked
British
Christopher
accent.
his name, the bear must have misunderstood what the boy replied. Leonard started calling our son Christian. What better name for the Christmas season? And the name stuck like glue. From that time on, for the past year, his name has been Christian.
I think him just having his name changed just because he wanted to have his name changed because of a bear also probably helped with the entitlement there. Also, of course, getting all that money and buying all that stuff from a contest probably helped with the entitlement.
Weston Chandler. Christian is very emphatic about that. Bob also offered up some insight into the family's situation. Christopher is a high-functioning autistic child. While intellectually, his age level is 12 or 13, socially, he is around age 7 or 8. He has some behavior problems with his peers and relates better with children a few years younger than him. The Greene County school system was not equipped to teach an autistic child, Mr. Chandler said. The Chesterfield County school system has accepted him with open arms. The article also mentions that Bob had originally wanted to name his son Christian, but had chickened out. It is unclear what scared him off from naming his child Christian. In any case, the following year, the boy had his name legally changed to Christian Weston Chandler.
Christian Weston Chandler, man.
In the spring of '96, Barbara
CWC.
retired from her secretarial position at Virginia Power and moved in with Bob and...
Talking about CWC, you know the wiki, the CWC wiki? I've only looked at that a few times just to get a general overlook of what he's done. It's been down for like a week. It's because the servers are so bad because it's like controlled by one guy. It's like one guy has like it's not like a company. It's just a guy who owns the website. So that's why the servers are so bad because whenever he releases an episode of this series, so many people go to the wiki and it crashes because it crashes the servers because it's just one guy controlling it.
and Chris, reuniting the boy with Patty the dog.
Let's
In
go.
late spring, Chris graduated from Providence Middle School. As a parting gift, Mrs. Sanford wrote a personal, touching, and prophetic letter to Chris. Well, it's been 3 years now at Providence, and it's all over. Where has the time gone to? The most important parting words I can leave you with,
I'm glad he's reading it. I can't read cursive for shit, bro.
well, are to always remember this. You show people where your weak points are located. Then they will know how to push your button. If you never show them, they will never know.
She seems
hope-
like one of like the only people, cause she seems like she's like the only person so far in the story that's really having a big positive influence on him so far. Maybe his dad as well, but yeah, she's really putting a real positive influence, which he's not gonna see much of later in the
Hope you
future.
will have an enjoyable summer and come back to visit. Do your very best at Manchester, put your best foot forward, and treat others as you wish to be treated. Love, Mrs. Sanford. The Manchester in question happened to be Manchester High School, where, according to Christian, he spent the happiest years of his life.
Hey,
Over the course of 4 semesters, he studied Spanish, of which he has a very loose grasp. For class assignments, he adopted a Spanish name, Ricardo,
Hey.
a common practice for students in
Ricardo
order to better
W.
get
Chandler.
into character and the culture of the language. However, Christian got too into character and often used Ricardo in class assignments outside of Spanish and even considers it as part of his real name.
hey,
When riding on the school bus, he used to sit right in front of the bus door so he could always get off the fastest.
good strategy.
However, during his freshman year, he got into an altercation with another boy who wanted to be off the bus first.
Well, if you don't
He
let me off
punched
the bus,
Christian in the face, knocking his glasses off.
oh my god.
In order to resolve the issue, Chris was forced to take the special ed bus to school from then on, which deeply affected him.
I know they're not punishing my guy. I can't. Wait, stop, Papa. Okay, I cannot call him my guy. I can definitely not call Chris Chan my guy. At this point in the story, though, he's not done anything bad. He is my guy at this point in the story. He's a perfectly good person at this point in the story. My guy just wanted to get off the bus first, bro. If you don't just let me get off the bus, bro, bro, what is the difference time between us two getting off the bus? What, 5 seconds? You can't let me go in front of you for 5 seconds, bro? What's wrong with you, bro? You gonna punch me in the face and then send me to the special ed bus? What are you on about, my guy? What's wrong with you, man?
He always felt very uncomfortable associating with others whom he called slow in the minds.
Oh,
I ended up with this really worse off mentally challenged person who could hardly ever speak other than That boy bopped me on the back of the head for his own laughs. The special ed teacher who rode on the bus talked with his brother about it, and he kept him from bopping me. But having to put up with his nonsensical slur talk was still just as cringy and horrifying. Ugh. Among his other activities,
Alright, then.
he served as a water boy and allegedly a manager for the school basketball team, the Manchester
See, this is related to NBA. This does involve a large part of my channel, alright?
Lancers, along with Joseph Herring, one of Christian's only male friends. Chris had always gravitated towards girls, and at Manchester, this was no exception. He had a sizable group of female friends, which he dubbed gal pals. Among the first that he
Gal
met
pals.
was Molly Quarles, a cheerleader at the time whom he met as a freshman. He fondly remembered them being paired up during a matchup event for Valentine's Day. Laura Beth Dorazio was another cheerleader Chris met and fell for, but after he confessed that he had a crush on her, she told him that she would like them to remain just as friends. Tiffany Gowan was said to be a real good girl to Chris, and he has described her as a bit of a tomboy and a peppermint patty to his Charlie Brown. Kelly Andes was his biggest crush, and says they were high school
pretty.
sweethearts, even though they were never in an actual relationship together. Sarah Bevel was in the same chemistry class along with Kelly and Chris. Sarah had a boyfriend at the time, and Chris watched them interact, hoping to experience that kind of relationship one day. It was fun to just watch them flirt with each other. I could have learned from that, but my autism and normal social phobias held me back then. Miranda Mitchell was the big brain in his circle of friends and shared computer graphics class with Christian. His group of gal pals were possibly not genuinely interested in a friendship with Chris, but rather stayed with him out of pity or as protection. A later comment made by Chris suggests that the group had made an arrangement with Bob and or the principal of the high school.
Ah, that does make sense.
Concerning schoolwork, there is a wealth of information that has been attained, which helps to refute his previous claims that he held an honor roll streak all throughout high school. For one of his assignments, he had to conduct an interview with his parents, offering some more information.
How do they find this? This is... How do they find this, bro? How do you find just school papers from some guy's school? Like, how do you find this? How is this just something you do? Okay.
About their life experiences. For the question, why did you choose to have children? They answered, it's nice to have kids. For what adjustments did you have to make after your first child arrived? They answered, laughter from 4 kids and 3 situations, referring to their troubled past marriages and estranged children. Interestingly, when asked about what has been the hardest part about parenting, the answer was, dealing with the school system.
Damn.
In another assignment concerning families, Chris inserted mathematical equations into his definitions, making them hard to read and understand. For example, he defined a nuclear family as a mother, father, and X is more than or equal to 1 child sharing the same household. He also described adoption as a right to raise a child who is biologically their own. Christian took part in a parenting exercise
that really makes
in which
sense.
he wore an empathy belly to simulate the feeling of being a pregnant woman.
Alright.
He wrote a report describing his
Having a belly like a pregnant woman was a really awkward... This was on April 12th, 99. The Spurs were about to win the championship. Having a belly like a pregnant woman was a really awkward experience. While I wore the belly, I was walking like as if my legs were out of balance. Also, when I tried to get my pencil bag out of my backpack, the belly held me back by putting pressure on my left leg. Luckily, my arms were long, but if they were any shorter, I would have had a real problem to reach the pencil bag. And when I laid on the floor and tried to get up, the gravity made my belly put pressure on me, and it made me fall on my right side. Finally, while I was sitting in a chair, the belly made it uncomfortable for me to cross my legs, and while my legs were separated, it put pressure on my private part, which gave me a strange, weird feeling. So it was quite an experience while I had a belly like a pregnant woman. Good insight, Chris. Good insight.
experience. Having a belly like a pregnant woman was really an awkward experience.
I just read it. Okay. Well, we'll skip past you reading it. I just read it, my guy. I just read it. Wait, hold on, go back.
He wrote an essay about Japan's involvement in World War II.
Okay, let me go back. He hasn't said anything.
He wrote an essay
Okay,
about
yeah.
Japan's involvement in World War II. It should be noted that he addressed himself
Ricardo.
as Ricardo W. Chandler, with Christian placed in parentheses,
Ingalls, you
and
related to
wrote
Joe?
English in Spanish.
May 5th,
The teacher
99.
justly corrected this. According to Chris, the war was a very tragic event, with guns, insults, and yuck. He continues. The Japanese and Americans had deemed glowering at each other like boxers from opposite corners of a 5,000-mile ring, waiting for the bout to begin. So, the US and Japan really wanted to get it on. He also quoted that
Don't even
President Woodrow Wilson tried to get
May have
Japan
worded that
to
well.
withdraw from Shandong.
Phrasing?
Christian's essay.
What?
President Woodrow Wilson tried to get Japan to withdraw from Shandong. Christian's essay ended up being a mishmash of events of both world wars. In addition, he referenced
got
several
confused.
books, however all of his findings could be found within the first 8 pages. The teacher commented,
That's funny.
Restate thesis. There is a page titled Warm Fuzzies for Christian W. Chandler, which most likely was a class activity in which the students wrote nice things to each other in order to promote acceptance. The messages left for Chris read very bland.
Like your
such
clothes?
as,
I mean, he has that
"I
striped
like your
shirt."
clothes. Is a very funny and nice person. Okay. Funny. You are a nice person. Nice watch. You tell great jokes. And you tell fun jokes. But perhaps the most baffling piece of writing that there is on record is his 13 lucky writing tips, an assignment for English class, in which he switches 4 tips in to what most closely resembles Spanish. In any case,
What most
it is
closely
little more
resembles.
than unintelligible garble. Use standard written English.
Makes sense.
Do not use contractions in form.
This man just put first step, use standard written English, and then midway through switch to Spanish.
While writing. You must have a thesis statement in each essay. The thesis statement es el finale estancia de introductori paragrafe. Tu escribes de literature. El thesis incluye el llama de author y llama de work. Los paragraphs soporte y relate que el thesis. Los paragraphs tienes el
I don't know Spanish, but I'm imagining what he's saying right now. Almost makes no sense.
topic estancias hablan el unifying concepto de el paragraph. Los details support y relate a el topic estancia de paragraph. Necesitas los adecuate soporte details. Escribe el literature el presente tense. Necesitas tres muchacho mirar de puente. Necesitas creas muy bien tu escribes creas sense y es muy logical. Cheques tu escribir muy carefully. From the school report, it can be seen.
What is his grades here? You got 250s on the note cards, bruh. You got an 84. You got a 20 on vocabulary, Chris. Let me see. We got 23 on Pride and Prejudice. All right.
That he failed all but 2 of his 14 assignments, earning a D+ for the year.
Hey, that's passing, man. That's
At
passing.
age 16, Chris wrote a poem entitled Song of Christian for his class, loosely based on Walt Whitman's Song of Myself. He decided to record his creation for posterity in video form. The video itself is poorly lit, but there isn't much to see anyway.
I hear America singing as I sing of myself, and you experience as I experience. The problems of yourself are my problems. These are the young singing cries of happiness. The children's song is song of laughter. At age 6 weeks,
Here's
I
some bars,
sang
man.
this song of laughter. Then at 1.5 years of age, the Lord clicked the mute button on me. My song that I sing, although I talk well, my pure relationship is love.
This
and
isn't
my
a bad poem, you
loneliness
know.
is off the scale. Anyway, that's my poem.
Beyond just reciting the poem, he pretends to be the enthusiastic host of the Christian Chandler Show.
Not a bad poem.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Christian Chandler Show. Where there are lots of laughs and all that neat old stuff.
You know what that reminds me of? It kind of reminds me of the Truman Show. So this is like the first video he did of him recording himself, right? And he starts it off by going, "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Christian Chandler Show." Which kind of reminds me of the Truman Show, which is really weird because if you think about it, when I'm thinking about it, his life really is the closest thing to a real Truman Show that exists. Of like us just knowing everything about his life and all the events that have taken place, and we're kind of watching it like a movie when it is just some guy's life. And for him to start it off with him going, "Welcome everyone to the Christian Chandler Show," that's kind of weird. That's honestly really creepy. Thinking about it, that honestly gives me chills. Thinking about what would happen later, how his life would really become the Truman Show, and him starting off with "Welcome to the Christian Chandler Show."
Here he is, the host with the most, Christian Chandler.
We got you, Chris. We got you.
Good evening, friends, and welcome to the Christian Chandler Show. I am your host, Christian Chandler.
He then rambles on about his fascination with the Sonic the Hedgehog universe and talks about Bionic the Hedgehog, his first Sonic-related creation, which he came up with during basketball practice.
And then I have Sonic
Nice.
friend that helps. Of course, Tails that flies, Knuckles he punches and climbs,
You
and
do?
Bionic. Well, you heard rumors about Bionic.
Have
He's
I?
that Sonic's brother I met myself, who's that very good basketball player and mechanic.
Why is he a mechanic?
I can tell you the background story on him.
He proceeds to rant about receiving an F in English class.
I see about that. That's about time I sign off. But before I go, there's just one thing to say to the teacher. An F in English class? You have got to be kidding me.
An
I
F?
mean, an F. I do not even know when was the last time I got an F. I mean, who knows? It could have been back in old Green County. That stupid place. That Green County primary. Actually, it was a nice school, but then it came to Faneuil Green Elementary. That's why I got the F. Anyway, then many years rolled by. Then you came along and gave me an F. I mean, I started off with an A, and you just lowered it. I'm getting sick and tired of this lower thing. What do you have against the handicapped children anyway? I mean, I know my handicap is autism, and I'm not afraid to admit it. And you, Mrs. Bird, I think that F is very disrespectful. I mean, I am very emotional about it.
Very emotional, I can tell, sir. How dare you?
It's time I sign off. Well, this has been the Christian Chandler Show.
Around the same time, he made a series of stop-motion videos of races set in his Lego-made town called Quickville, based on his own initials. They were made with a Game Boy camera, which produced grainy, low-resolution grayscale photos, or alternatively, low-quality stop-motion video. The awkward frame rate makes it difficult to discern what is actually going on, but it is important to note that all the racers are named either after pop.
He seems like he was born too early, right? Like, because he's doing like vlogs, kinda. He was doing like vlogs, like making like a Lego stop motion videos with the technology he had at the time, like the 90s, when no one else was really doing that. Like, no one was recording themselves making vlogs, no one was, making a homemade stop motion Lego videos, which that's a pretty common thing to do now, He really seems like he was like ahead of his time. Like, he seems like he was born a generation too early.
Pop culture characters that Christian idolized or people he knew in real life. This is the earliest account of Chris using people to play out his fantasies.
The biggest trend.
Wait, what did he say?
Christian idolized or people he knew in real life. This is the earliest account of Chris using people to play out his fantasies.
Alright.
Biggest trend in kids' toy history. It's multi-billion dollar.
Pokemon!
Throughout the late 1990s, the Pokemon franchise was spreading across North America, with Chris keeping a keen eye on it. He began playing the trading card game and included illustrations of Pokemon characters in his Spanish homework. He also wrote a lengthy essay detailing
How the Pokemon came into our
their
Pokeballs,
with which his teacher was very pleased. The year 1999 marked the birth of his wall of originals. This was a designated portion of the wall which displayed Pokemon trading cards that Chris made himself.
Nice.
It featured original Pokemon, such as a female Pikachu.
Chikachu. Tail ring. Flip a coin. If heads, prevents all effects of attack, including damage done to Chikachu. Boyfriends. Does 10 damage plus 10 more for each Pikachu in play. known as female Pikachu. Alright.
Called Chikachu, and Autistic, a plant which is autistic.
That's genius. An autistic plant? That's a genius idea. Flip a coin if heads, the defending Pokemon is paralyzed. Great. Let me click camera real quick. That should fix it. Alright, Vine Whip, cool.
Chris himself also appeared.
Dark Christian. When you play Dark Christian in your hand, ask your opponent if she loves Harry Potter more than Pokemon. If she says or hints towards yes, his or her active Pokemon becomes knocked out. Pokemon Revive. If you have space on your bench, put a basic Pokemon from your discard pile into the bench. This attack's effects will not work if the bench is full, but either way the attack is still damaged. Christian says, kill Harry Potter, revive Pokemon. Alright then.
Several times.
He's 5'9".
His fascination grew to a point that he would dress up as the Pokemon character Ash Ketchum out in public. Around mid-1999, Christian launched his first website, a simple Pokemon-themed effort humbly called Quick's Pokesite, cementing the moniker Quick. It was soon replaced by Quick's Pokesite 2 with a new logo designed by Miranda.
The sequel.
He updated it with personal and Pokemon-related news semi-regularly for the next year and a half. This year also marked Christian's first visit to The Game Place, a game and hobby store which allowed returning customers to play video games, board games, or trading card games. It quickly became his weekly haunt.
Nice.
The Pokemon craze was captured on film for Richmond's NBC affiliate's WWBT News. The report featured excited young kids playing the game and trying to explain the phenomenon.
How do you play the game?
I can't explain it, it's too long.
Their bewildered parents standing witness.
I'm watching and I still have no clue.
And a 17-year-old Chris in action.
I put out my Dragonair, even though it has 60 damage on it. Oh boy. And now it has 3 energy on it. Slam attack.
So if you had the time to tell...
To commemorate Valentine's Day of the year 2000, Christian wrote a Valentine's Day hymn, a free verse effort in which he reveals that he holds very traditional views on courtship and the predetermined rules of etiquette for men and women. On a date, the man could not pay the bill, so his date slammed her door in his face. The man's coat over a puddle. The maiden walks. Then the man trips and pays the laundry bill. Under the moonlight, the couples of the world kiss, but unfortunately for a few, they are interrupted by their parents. He uploaded it onto his website.
Or him, or whatever.
10 days later, Chris celebrated his 18th birthday, a date which he held in the highest regard. Among the guests in attendance...
Isn't it crazy that we're in the first part of the documentary and he's already older than me? Like, his first 18 years of his life are the ones that's least documented, and yet we know so much that you would never know about any person. Which is insane. Cause think about it, the next 65 parts are all as him as an adult. Like, his childhood and teenage years were all covered in just one part. That's nuts.
...were a handful of Christian's gal pals, and his half-brother Cole. Nearly 3 years after the fact, he reminisced about the event. I will never forget my 18th birthday party. It was the best of the rest. The weekend before my real birthday, my mother and I prepared for the party I was going to host that day. We hung balloons and streamers, and we laid refreshments on the table. At the door was 4 of my high school amigas, and one of them brought a friend.
Amigas.
We ate pepperoni pizza and drank Pepsi.
Hey.
It was great.
It's a good night.
As mother lit the candles, I was filling up with ecstasy. After I blew the candles, I was presented with
talking about the drug
a
for a
big
second.
Jawbreaker from Kelly, an R.L. Stein novel from Sarah, a plain
Hey,
with
R.L. Stein, the
stickers
OG.
from Miranda, and a rabbit doll with jelly beans from Tiffany.
Hey, some good birthday
We
presents,
watched
man.
Good Burger and had fun. After they left, it was done. What did I wish for? I'm not telling.
Hey.
Even though he seemed pleased that his gal pals came to celebrate, he was never pictured together with them.
Probably a boyfriend for
preferring
you,
to
gal.
sit alone.
That's probably what he wished for.
He's also photographed wearing a pair of jeans with a suspicious stain on his crotch.
Hey, don't point
Some
that out,
have
man.
speculated that it is dried semen, but it is unlikely.
Hey, don't.
About a month later,
Don't do
Chris
him like
was
that, man.
tasked with designing a CD jewel case for his graphic design class. On the fateful day on March 17th, 2000, I wanted to feature on my favorite hit CD cover lifelong hero Sonic the Hedgehog and cute newer character Pikachu, but copyrighted characters were prohibited from the project. So, in my mind, I pondered and pondered when it hit me visually. Sonic and Pikachu combined. In a way to escape copyright, he
Here it
combined
comes,
Sonic
man.
the Hedgehog and Pikachu to create Sonichu, the electric hedgehog Pokemon, which Christian...
The beginning of the end comes here. Oh no. Is it bad that I look at the teacher not allowing copyrighted characters in the project? Like, it has the same energy as Hitler not being accepted in the art school. Like, it gives off the same energy, which is not good at all.
considers to be one of his greatest life accomplishments. The CD tracklist itself consists of Pokemon, Sonic, and Mario-related music, with intermittent appearances of old-time jazz from artists such as Frank Sinatra and Bing Crosby,
That is
undoubtedly an influence from his father.
Yeah.
Another month later, Chris had to document a week of his life for a school project. The result was A Week with Christian W. Chandler, a self-documentary, which detailed the events of his life from April 29th to May 5th, 2000. The front cover features a blurry photo of Chris and Patty, with a discolored, ghostly Sonic below. He writes it in the third person, as if followed by a documentary crew. On April 29th, he visits Books A Million to participate in the Pokemon Trading Card Game League. Afterwards, he enters a costume contest, and since he wore his regular Ash Ketchum outfit, he wins and receives a cool t-shirt as a reward. The following day, he talks about packing and moving things from their home in Richmond to their old house in Ruckersville. The next day, he goes to high school. He uses a tripod to help take pictures of himself. During class, Mr. Goss discussed the difference between Shakespeare's world and the real world of today. Christian rested his eyes after Mr. Goss's discussion and before the bell rang. Next, he had trigonometry. I'd hate to be Christian when his nerves kicked into action after waking up from a noddy snooze cruise, but I was.
Snooze cruise.
Next was computer graphics. It was great for him today, because he got to print his own CD cover. Next was Spanish 2. He took a quiz today, but I think he feels confident in his work.
Nice.
And finally, after a hard, odd day, he rides home on a bus, but unfortunately, it had a few slow in the minds on it.
Great.
The following day, he repeats the routine of snoozing through class, and that on even days, he eats lunch with Tiffany and Sarah. For the following day, he describes his daily activities at home, which mostly consist of playing video games and managing his website.
Nice.
The next day, he talks about working in computer graphics class and making a Mother of the Year award for Barbara, which he plans to give to her.
Oh
on
wait, that
Mother's
aged
Day.
badly.
For the final day's
Oh,
report,
that aged badly.
Chris states that it was a difficult Friday. One of his duties included taking part in a senior group photo. After the long wait for the pictures to be taken, being crowded like a sardine surrounded by immature teenage boys, and having the hot, hot sun shining down on him and everyone else, he went back to the shady entrance. After the photo shoot, Chris was picked up by his dad. And that concludes our week-long documentary of A Week with Christian W. Chandler, the autistic boy that has made it this far.
The story's really wholesome so far, actually. It's mostly really wholesome so far,
Chris
you know.
wouldn't pass up an opportunity to go to the senior prom, so he did, bringing his mother along as a date. Even though...
Like, do I even need to explain the foreshadowing there? Do I even need to explain it? I'm in the video, aren't I? But do I need to explain the foreshadowing? He brought his mom to prom as a date. Yikes.
Though Christian had labeled the set of photos as the senior prom, it is possible that it was some other social gathering, due to the fact that the event is held during the daytime. Looking back on the prom, he claimed that he was naive about dating, unlike the other students. Out of pity, or out of genuine compassion, Tiffany asked Christian to dance.
Hey.
I hesitated at first, but she grabbed my hand and pulled me onto the dance floor. We danced for what felt like hours. It was the most pleasant experience of that night.
See, this is a really
and I
wholesome
thank
story
her
so
for
far.
dancing with me then. He felt that her willingness to dance with him meant that she was attracted to him, and stated that if they were to meet again, they would start a relationship. Graduation. The end of high school. The end of his interactions with his gal pals. Most importantly, it was the day Christian had to be recognized for his achievements. But unfortunately, this wasn't the case. I only got recognized for my grades with a star pin, yet they had more fancier awards for more important qualities. I should have been highly recognized for my artistic talents I showed in my many art classes for the award ceremonies before graduation day. I felt crestfallen greatly from not getting recognized for any of my talents. I excelled in math too, for the love of God. I was so jealous. I was a high-functioning autistic boy who came way beyond out of his social shell, only to get zilch, nada, zip, a big
Zilch,
fat zero.
nada, zip.
I felt so devastated and out of sync. As a result of his heartbreak, he only went up on stage to receive his diploma without looking at anyone's face nor shaking anyone's hand. After the ceremony was over, he found himself an unoccupied table, sat by it, and cried. Eventually, his mother and later Tiffany came to console him. His father would look back on this event with shame and anger for years to come. Christian's time at high school is still thought of fondly by him, recalling his sweet memories of creating artistic projects for class and frequently hanging out with his gal pals, all of which were abruptly ended with that gloomy, rainy graduation. But with the end of high school came the promise of a new world in college, a chance for new friends, new experiences, and the first steps to a brighter future.
At the end of part 1. End of part 1. Alright, so it's crazy. We just went through his entire childhood and teenage years in part 1. The next 65 parts are just his adult life. That's actually insane. He's already lived more life than me in part 1. That just shows how documented his adult life is. That even with how documented his childhood and teenage life was, which is still really documented, it only took up 1 part. So that just explains how much we're going to go through in the next 65. If you want to keep this series, make sure to like and subscribe. And, yeah, goodbye. 3, 2, 1, go. Hi, my name is Lyric, and today we're continuing with this series with Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History, Part 2. If you haven't seen my reaction to Part 1, make sure to go check that out. What did we do in Part 1? So we went through his entire childhood, and through his entire school years. We went through his entire life, pre-adulthood life, in Part 1, which is really scary considering this is over 65 parts now. So all the other parts are going to be about just his adult life, which is kind of scary. So let's begin Part 2. We're going to be starting off with his early adult life. We're going to do the entire series, don't worry guys. We're going to do the entire series, and I'm going to combine them all into one and have the first ever 50-hour reaction video. I'm destined to do it. I don't care, man. I don't care. I'm going to do it. I'm determined. Alright, let's begin. Original video in the comment section, in the description below, obviously. Like and subscribe and all that.
What made him this way?
If you want more of this.
What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan.
Here we go, man. Here we go. Part 2.
In the year 2000, the Chandlers came back to their family home in Ruckersville, and in August, at the behest of his parents, Christian began attending Piedmont, Virginia Community College, where the highest level degree students could attain was an associate degree.
Alright.
Perhaps spellbound by illusions of grandeur, Chris chose to study marketing, but Bob quickly transferred him to a computer-aided drafting and design degree, in the hopes that it would be a better fit for his challenged son and his future. According to the PVCC handbook of the time, this was a 2-year degree, worth 15 credits.
Alright.
In addition, he took English classes and even a tennis class.
Hey.
Apart from study, he continued to develop his Pokemon website and added more cards to his wall of originals,
Let's go.
creating cards representing, among others,
You got Sonichu. Flip a coin. If heads, the attack does 10 to 20 damage. If tails, it does 10 damage. Spin dash. After doing damage, if your opponent has any benched Pokemon, choose one of them and switch it with his/her active Pokemon. After being, I can't read that, bro. I can't read that. I can't read that bottom part.
In October, he launched Quick's Sonichu site, a website devoted to his original character.
Nice.
Over the course of the year, the Sonichu family
Sonny
grew.
and Rosie.
He created Soni, Sonichu's pre-evolutionary form, and dedicated a trading card to him. He also gave Sonichu a female companion, Rosechu, based on Amy Rose from the Sonic franchise. After high school, contact with his gal pals was lost, apart from Kelly.
That's sad.
He claimed to have called her every weekend for about a year. For Christmas of that year, Christian made her a CD entitled Songs for Kelly as his gift.
That's kind of
He
cute.
incorporated a mini Sonichu into the artwork. Winter of 2000 is also significant, for that was when Chris created his Sonichu medallion, made of Crayola model magic and acrylic paints.
The classic, man, the classic.
Late 2000, I bought some Crayola model magic clay, and I molded and crafted the first original Sonichu medallion that I wore around my neck, with a makeshift chain, which I later replaced with a better necklace I bought from Pacific Sunwear at my mall. He would rarely be seen without it.
Nice.
The following year, he continued to develop.
If there wasn't such a bad connotation, I kind of want to have. I kind of would have wanted to have one of those.
The lore around Sonichu, which included creating an offspring for Rosechu called Rosie, and designing an Archie Comics cover for Sonic the Hedgehog vs. Sonichu. For his mother's 60th birthday, he made her a cake with Sonichu on it.
Hey.
In July, he filmed the City of Quickville tour using the stop-motion feature on his Game Boy camera.
Let's
The
go.
town in question was his yet unfinished Quickville made of Lego. He still hadn't settled on a naming system yet, so he spells it in two different ways. First with an I, then with an I and a K.
Nice.
The tour is led by a Lego incarnation of Christian, and he shows two landmarks of the town: the water tower and go-kart pass, before the video abruptly ends, possibly due to the Game Boy camera only having the capacity to hold 30 frames at a time.
Nice.
In August, Christian got a job at Wendy's. He was mostly in charge of cleaning trays, tables, and carpet tile flooring, keeping the place neat and serving the customers with kind, understanding help.
Makes sense.
He alleges that he never quite saw eye to eye with his supervisor, who disagreed with Chris's way of operating. According to one supposed event, he got his uniform dirty, and despite it being likely that he could have swapped with a clean spare at the establishment, he proceeded to continue to work with his sullied attire, and even attempted to wash it in the bathroom sink. According to Christian, a female co-worker gave him a hard time, pelting him with criticisms and insults, perhaps mistaking her constructive criticisms for attacks against his person. He also admitted he took breaks frequently, neglecting other duties. Chris was fired from Wendy's in September or October 2001 for a number of possible reasons. One of the most popular motives for his dismissal was that he performed a Donald Duck impression to a child at the restaurant, bringing him to tears.
There has to be a video of him doing that Donald Duck impression, bro. I need to hear it, bro. It brought this man to tears. Brought the kid to tears. That's funny.
In other accounts, he said that he was fired after he drew an unflattering caricature of an older female co-worker. His
that's not good.
termination was likely a culmination of these events.
That's not good.
It was also around this time that Chris ended his weekly calls to Kelly. He gave conflicting reasons for this. He first stated that he suffered from noviophobia, a term he coined, which he defines as a fear of speaking to a woman who may already be in a relationship, which convinced him that his calls were in vain. Initially, Chris stated that he was told by his mother that Kelly most likely already had a boyfriend, so he might as well quit his attempts. But later, he changed his story, saying that he came to that realization all by himself. In other retellings, he said that he simply forgot to call her one weekend, and after he broke the routine, he didn't want to continue.
That's sad.
On February 24th, 2003, Christian spent a tearful 21st birthday. For some reason, he was kicked out of English class by his male and possibly gay professor. Like many historical accounts of his life, he keeps changing the story. First, he said that the class was reading the book Wednesday's Child, which featured an autistic girl. He recounted that he told the professor that he was autistic as well, which resulted in a misunderstanding and Chris being forced to leave the class. Alternatively, he admitted to causing a disruption in class, writing in a report exclamations you'd likely hear from a black person in church, which prompted his dismissal from the classroom. This ejection further increased his hate for men and gay men in general, and further convinced him of launching a pursuit to find true love.
Oh no, the love quest is
In
about
order
to
to
start.
meet whom he called a boyfriend-free girl.
Oh no. Oh no, it has began. It has began. No. Oh no, the love quest, the boyfriend-free girl. This is. I don't like the ending of this story. Oh no, this goes down a dark path. Here we go.
His love quest. However, finding that one special person in his life wasn't going to be easy. Christian didn't feel like he had the confidence to approach women on his own volition, due to the infinitely high boyfriend factor. This term refers to the very high probability that any girl to whom he spoke already had a boyfriend, making it close to impossible to find his coveted boyfriend-free girl. By extension, every man who already had a girlfriend was thought of by Chris with seething loathing. With the infinitely high boyfriend factor...
Hold up. The hugging was one thing, but when I heard the smack of your kiss on his cheek, it started a chain reaction in my head from OMG to simultaneous infuriation and jealousy. I assure you that I would not do anything extreme to Christopher. Originally, I was not fond of him, but it was obvious he was a homo. Yes, I am a homophobe. I fear them all. I fear the tormenting temptations of falling off my straight path. But then I mentally, sometimes from a DVD, if you'll pardon the expression, shove some pussy in my face. I'll tell you what, if I ever stoop down to changing my path, I might as well get a gender change operation. We got some foreshadowing there. Definitely got some foreshadowing there. I've seen the episode of South Park where Mr. Garrison had that operation. They showed the gruesome details. Ugh. I was programmed to be more favorable towards women over those of my own gender. With the infinitely high boyfriend factor, I am not fond of about the 99.999999999999996% of the total male population, with margin of error of the 4 billionth percent for about 100 men, of whom are okay acquaintances. Those dupes get all the luck having a sweetheart to care for and to be cared from, getting all the hugs, kisses, and emotional support and security of a solid future without loneliness and with love and children. And besides that, my autism is not much help on the programming of my mind. Sighs, oh my life. I have been trying to move on, but I still have caring feelings for you, Megan. Character we haven't been introduced to yet. I think we're going to be introduced to her soon. Since I have not found another boyfriend-free woman to transfer the care to, I sit at UVA's Aldman Library for 3 hours on Tuesdays and Thursdays with printed advertisements taped on the bar furniture across from me. I am waiting, hoping, and praying to be found/picked up by a boyfriend-free 18 to 25-year-old, caring, smoke-free, non-alcoholic white woman who will voluntarily be my gal pal to girlfriend to sweetheart. Can you understand the loneliness I feel from days and days of not even being approached by a caring someone while I wait and wait and wait to be found by a caring someone? Not only is it very lonesome, but it is tiresome, troubling, and frustrating. Sigh. It has been that way. It has been that way since the beginning of my sweetheart search in August 2003. Granted, the relieving heart poundings I felt for you for over a year until the email I received during the Parepa contest last August, but rest assured, aside from the past issues and angst against the males of the boyfriend factor, I, Christopher Weston Chandler, have not and will never have any intention of killing or murdering or physically induce any pain towards any person, including your Christopher. Christian Christopher. Okay. I like the way it has to preface, he's not gonna murder anybody. Also prefacing that he needs a smoke-free, non-alcoholic white woman. Alright.
I'm not fond of about 99.99999999996% of the total male population, with a margin of error of the 4/1000% for about 100 men, of whom are okay acquaintances.
I am sorry about your Friday night, Meccan.
Those doofs get all the luck, having a sweetheart to care for and to be cared from, getting all the hugs, kisses, and emotional support, and the security of a solid future without loneliness and with love and children. And besides that, my autism is not much help on the programming of my mind. Sigh. Oh, my life. To combat his reluctance to approach prospective females, he devised a way in which women would approach him instead. The attraction sign. Christian created
That's not
what
what
he
you wanted,
called
bro.
an attraction sign, which was much like a personals ad, but in public.
So you're saying Chris Chan invented Tinder profiles? Is basically what you're telling me right now. Just saying.
21 and single white male. Shy, smart, young at heart, computer skilled, humorous, a great thinker and go-getter, natural salesperson.
That's why he's going in. That explains why he's going into. He was going into marketing. He thinks he's a natural salesperson. I mean, he's selling a pretty good story right now. He's selling a good Netflix documentary. I guarantee you that Netflix is gonna make a documentary, getting like 90% of the research from this, and win like an Academy Award.
Parts of life. Diplomatic, friendly, loves his family, peaceful.
Foreshadowing. You love your family a bit too much, my guy.
Very creative. He's lonely. Seeking a cute 18 to 21 single female companion. 18 to 21 years of age. Does not already have a boyfriend. Single.
Why is he writing it like a code?
Average to slender weight, body type. White.
White.
Lives in Charlottesville or Ruckersville area. Does not smoke or drink alcohol. Happy, positive personality. Average high income. Drives a vehicle.
Average to high income, drives a vehicle. You looking for a sugar mommy, my guy? Cause you don't got a job, bro. You got fired from Wendy's from doing a Donald Duck impression.
If any man read this huge sign, mind your own business. And to all men with girlfriends, except marrieds and blacks, go jump off a cliff.
Wait, so are you racist or not? I'm so confused. Chris, you're giving me mixed signals here. Are you racist or not? You only want a white girlfriend. but you're okay with... But you're not. You don't have a problem with guys, with black guys who have a girlfriend. So you just don't like black women, I guess. Maybe.
Have a nice day. He would hang the sign up at the PVCC lobby and would stand or sit beside it in the hopes of attracting potential mates. Based on the attraction sign and later comments, it is clear that instead of finding the love of his life,
the inventor
his
sent
quest
profiles,
for a sweetheart was more of a quest to lose his virginity and to find a woman to mother him and financially support.
Oh, that phrasing aged horribly. His main goal was to lose his virginity, followed by the sentence he wanted a woman to mother him. Not good foreshadowing there.
Just a couple of months into his love quest, Christian was met with an obstacle. Mary Lee Walsh, the Dean of Student Affairs, tore down his attraction sign and allegedly even tore it up in front of him.
No!
According to Chris, she yelled at him in a violent manner and said that his way of doing things would not get him a girlfriend. It is likely that Walsh may have, in fact, taken down his sign and told him that it was inappropriate, as his methods were akin to soliciting sex on campus. In any case,
it was a Tinder
he
profile.
was deeply disheartened by this event. It literally shattered my heart to almost nothing and murdered my soul. In response to this attack, Christian made another sign, which was quickly removed in a similar fashion. This was to be the beginning of Christian's make-believe conflict with Mary Lee Walsh that will haunt him for most of his adult life.
Ruh-roh.
As an act of catharsis, Christian wrote a poem called Saddest Heart in the
Is he gonna read it?
World. In
I'll
which
read
he
it.
refers to Walsh in the
Sonnet
most
Juice
unkind
Poetry
of light.
Corner.
Lonesome and sad, The mastermind is very bad. In efforts of getting a boyfriend-free gal, that female dog took my only idea for a fall. Heartbroken, sad, and very lonely, I may never remove my virginity. On April 10th.
Let's read the full poem, bro. We gotta read the full poem. Lonesome and sad, lonesome and sad. The mastermind is very bad. In efforts of getting a boyfriend-free gal, that female dog took my only idea for a fall. Heartbroken, sad, and very lonely, I may never remove my virginity. And with Backstreet Boys tune, I sing my lonesome croon. Tell me why I'm stuck as a virgin with rage. Tell me why I so need a cute girl my age. I better not get copyrighted for this. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say I have a boyfriend. And so, deep in dreary thought, a girl was what I sought. A stitch in time will never remove my crying rhyme. I may be destined for loneliness forever, fate is to blame. Whatever, I conclude this cry to say as long as there are no mashing girls, my happiness will run dry.
The world, in which he refers to Walsh in the most unkind of light. Lonesome and efforts of fall. Heartbroken. On April 10th, Chris wrote a short story called Sonichu and Rosechu, The Genesis of the Love Hogs. It establishes the origins of Sonichu and Rosechu, and also incorporates elements from the Sonic the Hedgehog lore, such as the Chaos Emeralds. In addition, the story features a lovely Pokemon trainer. Her name was Kel, short for Kelly. He published it on his Sonichu site. In June, Christian found work as a salesperson for Cutco, a cutlery retailer. It is unknown whether he actually managed to sell any knives. Later testimonies prove that he was still in possession of unpurchased stock, holding onto some items.
Can I get a signed Christian Cutco knife?
Within a decade after he was employed. His tenure ended in August, when his boss left the Charlottesville area. In August, the newly formed band, Christian and the Hedgehog Boys, released their debut album.
Chris needs to make that the name of a gang he makes in prison. The Hedgehog Boys.
The band, which was led by Christian, and also featured Sonic, Sonichu, Shadow the Hedgehog, and Black Sonichu, in fact,
Black
only
Sonichu
existed in Christian's head. The album entirely consisted of Christian singing melody-free vocals with original lyrics over existing songs being played in the background. His songs covered a range of topics, such as his search for love in So Need a Cute Girl, based on I Want It That Way by the Backstreet Boys.
Tell me why I'm stuck as a virgin with rage.
Autism in AUTISM, sung over the Backstreet Boys' Larger Than Life.
Ooh, okay.
And his Spanish skills in the Ricky Martin adaptation La Cocina en la Casa de Casanova.
Bars.
Later that year, Chris wrote another poem,
Oh, no.
Sonichu's Ode to Rosechu, an attempt at depicting the romantic ties binding Sonichu and Rosechu. Oh Rosechu, you are as beautiful as a rose. Though
He's not that bad at poems, to be fair. His poems are alright.
That bud is the flower that heals your woes. He once again reinstates his idealized views on relationships between men and women. If I evolve into your knight, I will protect you with my lance. Speed makes no difference. Though you are slower than I, you dance in a field with such grace and style. Sigh. The poem closes with possibly the first utterance of a variant of Christian's commonly used term, sweetheart. Rosie, as often as birds tweet, will you be my lovely heart sweet? In October of 2003, Christian reunited with his childhood friend, Sarah, for her birthday.
Hey.
For the special occasion, he made her a present. A hand-drawn comic book detailing the complete history of their life together, entitled
That's
Chris
cute.
plus Sarah's Life Shares. It is from this work of literature that the majority of their interactions with each other has come to be known, including Sarah's supposed childhood bullying, which then 21-year-old Chris completely neglects. Like most of his creative attempts, It is self-centered, bragging about his accomplishments concerning Sonichu. He also talks about her personal life, including her relationship with her boyfriend. As of sometime before July 2000, Sarah has been living with her boyfriend, Wes Isley, a magician who does parties. He closes the book with hope for the future. A special note from Christian to Sarah. I hope that we can hang together sometime, but for now and forever, we will always be good friends.
That's a wholesome note,
to
you know.
the sentiment, Sarah decided to spend Christmas with the Chandlers, which
Hey.
delighted Chris.
Nintendo.
On November 22nd, 2003, Christian filmed a documentary of his activities in the game Animal Crossing on the Nintendo GameCube, which he then sent to Nintendo for consideration. Chris narrates this hour-long tour of two of his self-made towns, Quickville and Quick City. Since the documentary features a video game player narrating his activities while playing a game, this possibly makes Chris the first ever Let's Player in the modern understanding of the word.
The first Let's Player, bro. How? I'm telling you, bro, this guy should have been born like 10 years later, or maybe 10 years before, so he couldn't get access to the internet. Maybe that would have been better. Yeah. The first ever Let's Player. Also made the first Tinder profile, as we discussed.
Hello, Nintendo. Welcome to my Animal Crossing for Nintendo GameCube. I am your host. My name is Christian Weston Chandler. I live in Ruckersville, Virginia. And I is 21 years old.
I is 21 years old.
Because I'm young at heart. So anyway, we're going to take a tour of my city.
Like everything he produces, it includes Sonichu.
So anyway, stepping out is my character, Sonichu. He's wearing the clothes with the character on it. Like I said, you might remember his face. There's his actual face. You remember the rest of his body, you see the whole picture.
Chris performs a spontaneous rendition of Yellow is a Mellow Color off the Sonic and the Hedgehog Boys album.
Yellow is a mellow color, yes it is a mellow color. Sonichu's zaps the lightning, and mellow color.
Bars.
He also treats the audience with a performance of So Need a Cute Girl.
Tell me why I'm stuck as a virgin with rage. Tell me why I so need a cute girl my age. Tell me why I ain't never wanna hear you say
I have a boyfriend.
And that was inspired by a real thing.
He previews the in-game diary that he keeps.
As for a monthly journal entry here in November,
My dreams of getting a girlfriend was crushed by the meddling Mary Lee Walsh. And then it reads his poem.
yeah, I tried to get a girlfriend because I don't have a girlfriend. But I have made up a poem. Let you guys read it. Alright, scroll down a little bit as we go along. It's a very good poem because I am an artist as well as a poet. I make a rhyme every time.
He proceeds to give a tour
Bars.
of his bedroom.
This is my bedroom. It's a lot of fun, isn't it? Because I like to make things fun since you know I'm young at heart.
As he unwittingly transfers his hoarding habits into a virtual environment, his bedroom in Animal Crossing closely replicates his real-life counterpart. Chris goes outside and comes across several characters who all seem to run back indoors at the very sight of him.
Around here, I want to show you my favorite character that I kind of got to know it from the start. Oop, she just went in. There's Anna Cootie. She just went in. And there's Elmer. He just went in.
He then travels to his house on Quickville Island to reveal that he mostly uses the property for extra storage.
I use mine as storage for the extra items I don't have room for at home. Yeah, I got a bunch.
He reasserts his brand loyalty for Nintendo and decries their competitors.
Speaking of which, you should make this Sonic Heroes should be Nintendo GameCube exclusive because Xbox and PlayStation 2, my opinion is the same as yours. They both stink.
Oh,
yeah,
roast
I do not
them.
even own them. I don't even want them. That goes double for the PS1 as well. But if you want to know my game systems, I had my GameCube for about almost a year and a half now. Got it on May 31st, 2002. I got your SNES, Nintendo 64.
A lot of game
NES.
consoles.
I got the Genesis 301 with the original Genesis, 32X, and Sega CD. as well as Sega Dreamcast, and the Sega Saturn. So I got mostly all of them. I've been a Sonic fan forever, and that's why I'm glad that Sonic came to Nintendo.
He mentions that he likes to keep his surroundings clean by picking weeds.
Oh, we look at this. There's a weed. I pick weeds, keeps my town clean, as well as Quixie.
He also likes to keep active.
Another weed. Why you know about that? I usually like to run. It keeps me going faster.
He introduces the viewers to his character, Crystal.
Anyway, this is Crystal. She's wearing the Rose Chew look. There's a zap button on the door. I got Sonic Chew's Rose Chew's mug right here.
Near the end, Chris proclaims that he is high-functioning autistic.
And to answer the all-important question, what is the meaning of HFA with the two red eyes? I will tell you. Got that? That means high-functionally autism, because that's what I am. I'm high-functionally autistic. I may have autism, but since I'm high-functional, I could do a lot of things. I mean, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do this documentary that I'm doing right now.
That's true.
But anyway, for the submission of Nintendo Power, this has been a documentary narrated by Christian Weston Chandler. Thank you very much, and I hope that you will consider this for publication.
Great Let's Play. Great documentary. First ever Let's Play.
Christian started in 2004 with a New Year's resolution to find a girlfriend. On January 3rd, he drew a Sonichu comic strip, which also featured Rose Chew and Black Sonichu. This was the first time he included his characters in an illustrated storytelling setting. On the 6th, he went to get an eye exam. The optometrist in question happened to be Dr. David Chandler, Chris's brother from Bob's first marriage, who informed him for the first time that he had an 8-year-old niece named Savannah. On January 18th, he wrote Hard Love Quest, a poem concerning his difficulties in finding a boyfriend-free girl. Without girlfriend love, he feels an older age, as he is still stuck as a virgin with rage. He searched low and high to the end. The only delay is the fear of being already beaten by a boyfriend. On January 31st, Christian wrote in his diary, "Well, it's the end of another month, and I still don't have a girlfriend. Maybe my latest idea, the Sonichu's News Dash newsletter, will make the ladies take notice of me."
Oh, it will.
The newsletter in question was an outlet for Christian's creative idea.
Someone needs to make that meme. You know that meme of all the girls looking behind, like, when you make the Sonichu newsletter?
Ideas concerning Sonichu and his poetry. Issue 1 featured a couple of skits starring Sonichu, the poem Saddest Heart in the World, and a personal ad for himself, which was not unlike his attraction sign. Christian is a very shy and very thoughtful person and will only accept person-to-person encounters. When getting his attention, approach and say hi to him. Do not flirt from a distance. He will not be able to notice. To find Christian, he'll be wearing the Sonichu medallion. In addition to posting a digital copy onto his website, he distributed printed copies of the newsletter around PVCC campus as an alternative to his attraction sign. This must have caught the attention of Mary Lee Walsh, who issued a cease and desist order.
What?
In an email dated February 1st, Chris tried to settle out of court. "Mary, I've slept on it, and I've realized that note hanging is not the way to get attention, and I don't really want to meet with either you nor Susan. No offense. I'll tell you what, let's forget the meeting, and if you will allow my newsletter to stay in distribution, I will do all of the following. I will never hang notes on the wall again. I'll consider stopping my silent treatment on Susan. I'll consider knocking you and Susan up my scale of respect each by 2 points. 0 equals no respect, 10 equals respect." Walsh replied and insisted that they meet the following week. On February 9th, Christian recounted the events of that meeting. Mary Lee Walsh made it illegal to distribute the news dash. I am very angry at that XXXXX. In response, I plan to incite the masses and hope they demand the return of the news dash so my chances on getting a girlfriend can be restored. I have also declared war on them as well.
Alright.
It was allegedly during this meeting where he performed his Curse-Ye-Ha-Me-Ha attack, which consisted of Chris mimicking the hand motion of an attack move from the anime series Dragon Ball Z.
Oh no, I would
cursing
pay so
people
much
into
money to see
experiencing
that.
bad luck. However, it is not certain whether he was inspired by the original occurrence of the Kamehameha.
I would pay so much money to see that meeting of just having a meeting where they're telling you gotta take down this newsletter, bruh. And then he randomly pulls out the cursed Kamehameha.
Or its parody featured in another anime, XL Saga, to which Chris has definitely been exposed. In March, Chris claimed that the kerfuffle concerning Walsh got his parents upset too. That XXXXX Mary Lee Walsh got on my and my parents' nerves. All I'd been doing was trying to get a girlfriend. Is that too much to ask? I am very devastated due to my shattered heart that XXXXX caused unto me. My life sucks. Completely disregarding her demands, he published issue 3 of Sonichu's News Dash, with most of the content themes remaining unaltered. However, his requirements for a boyfriend-free girl were tweaked a little bit.
Ooh.
He was now looking for 18 to 22-year-olds, since he had just turned 22 himself. In May of 2000,
Why are you shortening your age pool? It was 18 to 25 a while ago.
Nintendo Power magazine published an article highlighting Christian's Animal Crossing video, referring to Chris as Sonichu.
Let's go.
Simply amazing. There's no other way to describe what we've received from Sonichu of Quickville, a full video documentary that walked us through his daily life. His opulent manor contained every manner of furniture. Quickville's landscape was filled to the bursting point with all the animals who'd moved to his well-tended town. And Sonichu has customized everything about his town. Even many villagers have followed his bold trends, wearing the patterns he has created. This apparently got the attention of PVCC's newspaper,
Meet
The Forum,
Sonichu,
which featured Christian and Sonichu in an exclusive report. PVCC student Christian Chandler has dedicated many hours to his pastime. He is the creator of Sonichu, the electric hedgehog Pokemon. Like Sonic, Sonichu can run at high speeds. During Supersonic's battle against the perfect Chaos Monster, Sonic Adventure DX for GameCube, Supersonic was spat out by the monster and collided with a bystanding Pikachu, Chandler explained. According to the story, the power from the Chaos Emeralds transformed Pikachu into Sonichu. Chandler and the world he created for Sonichu were featured in the May 2004 issue of Nintendo Power. The place is called Quickville. The Quick prefix are his initials, Christian Weston Chandler. Nintendo Power was apparently impressed with Chandler's work. During all this rigmarole, he continued to publish his news dash, but he updated his personal contact information to include a link to his Match.com profile, which he created to aid in his love quest. It was also around this time that he opened a MySpace account. I enjoy drawing, listening to music, playing video games, and TCG. I also like anime, Legos, and I love my parents. I also enjoy web design. He proceeds to list all the gaming consoles in his possession, finishing with the Pokemon catchphrase, "Gotta catch 'em all." Interestingly, he listed his occupation as student/cartoonist. He explores his most desperate desires in his blurb. I am a bit shy, but I would enjoy the company of a beautiful girl who likes some of the things I do. I also like to have fun when I can, and I don't really like to be alone. I graduated from high school on the honor roll, and I'm doing very well at PVCC. A lot of men make false promises to their girlfriends, but I am totally different. When it comes
Not only is this man created the first Tinder profile, not only is he the first ever Let's Player, he is the first ever nice guy. He is the first ever nice guy trope. I can't believe this. Can't believe it.
Comes to what I can offer, I can seriously promise care, respect, empathy, and love. I think that most girls deserve the world, and I would do my best to give it to them. In May 2004, he attended the Anime Mid-Atlantic Convention for the first time, where he met notable voice actress Monica Rial. She also sings opera very nicely, and she is a very nice, fun, and sweet person to hang around with. She sure made my day a sweet one. In Sonichu's News Dash issue 5, he introduces 3 new Sonichu characters. Christian Sonichu, based on himself, Wesley Sonichu, his quote-unquote rival, who's based on Sarah Hammer's boyfriend, Wes Isley, and Sarah Hammer Rose Chu, obviously named after Sarah herself.
Alright then.
In June, To celebrate the 24-year wedding anniversary of his parents, Chris made them a present, a dramatic retelling of the family's life via Animal Crossing. Through this videographic endeavor, he delves deep into the family's history.
Hi, Mom and Dad.
That's sweet.
How are you doing? This is my little present for y'all. A little documentary for y'all. Here in Animal Crossing, for Nintendo GameCube. About how y'all were, and how you are now, and so forth. So, take a trip back in time with me, won't you? As we explore how each of you were. Of course, first we'll travel back in time to the time of good old Robert Franklin Chandler Jr. He was a hip youngster back in his day. Let's take a look inside his chateau and see what describes him as him. He collects records, and he's got lots of them. He's got so many shelves. He likes palm a record case. Yeah.
Chris reveals that Bob has Cherokee ancestry.
He was born in Cherokee in Texas. Actually, he was like 1/6.
I'm from Texas.
But that's why we have this totem pole here. This Chinese lion here. That's he's been to Korea for World War II, I believe it was. And he got Conduct Medal of Honor, which that's what this is right here.
He performs the same type of tour for Barbara.
But she went to school, and she worked hard. And see these shirt here, that's her school colors, blue and white, because back in high school, she was a cheerleader. Rom bum, sis boom ba, yay yay, la la la.
Bars.
Yeah, yeah, she likes the get old stuff as well, so she's got a little tea set here. And we got kitchen, fridge, and stove. Here's a little fan to keep cool with. Keep food in this little pantry. And she keeps her brooms and mops in the old closet here. Although somebody brought the mop, somebody wanted to clean up. You put your garbage in the garbage can. And this is the sad part. In some places now, in very few houses nowadays, what happened in the old days, the bathroom was in the same room as the kitchen. But luckily, we always remember to wash our hands with soap and water.
Is that sad?
Anyway, that's just in the days of old. Nowadays, she does have a private bathroom. Yeah.
Chris explains how his parents first met.
They met over at May's pub, see. Yeah. Mom was just sitting down with her friend. She was watching Bobby sing up here. And well, she really liked his singing, so as father put it, she went up to him and then as he passed by, changed the thermostat. Yeah. Anyway, she chased him down the hallway and cornered him. And then after that, they just talked things out, and they got to know each other, found common things. Bob, do you take this woman to be your lovely wed wife, to love and hold and cherish and to honor? I do. And do you, Barbara, take
This is a wholesome thing, to be fair.
Husband, to love and cherish and to honor forever? I do. I now pronounce you man and wife, you may kiss the bride. Whoopee!
After reenacting their wedding, Christian introduces himself into the picture.
But anyway, when first comes love, then comes marriage, then they come along with their baby carriage, and that's right.
Bars.
Born in February 1982 was me.
He gives himself a tour of his own room.
So anyway, this is my bedroom.
And then returns to Bob's room.
As a little retribution for how things were, we're going to play a little number on the jukebox here. But since we don't have side-by-side on recording, we're going to play Sitting Under the Apple Tree.
He proceeds to let the 1942 song Don't Sit Under the Apple Tree play in full.
And there you have a nice little blast from past. And now for my mom and dad, something special for this video. This is my way of saying happy anniversary to y'all. Coming up next.
The video cuts to a drawing made with Mario paint, which says, "To Mom and Dad, happy anniversary. Thank you both for my birth. Love, Christian C." In July, Chris began going to the Charlottesville Fashion Square, attraction sign in hand, to seek out fellow mates. Evidently, his current practice did not yield promising results, as in a diary entry dated August 1st, he announced, "Well, it's another month. Still no girlfriend.
Damn.
But I have a new idea that I am sure will reel in a girlfriend
Oh,
on a
boys.
faithful red string."
Here we go.
The idea concerning red string consisted of Christian tying a red string to a paper heart on which "Pick me up and bring me to my owner" was written. The significance of using a red string was most likely a
What?
reference to its appearance in the anime Excel
What?
Saga,
Wait, what?
and is a well-known symbol in many Asian cultures. Christian would throw the heart at prospective partners and hope that they would pick up the heart and follow the red string leading back to him. It cannot be determined how successful this strategy could have been, because just 4 days after he employed the red string of fate, a mall security guard, which Chris referred to as a jerk-op, put an end to it.
No.
In August, Chris shifted focus away from Pokemon and centered his attention on Yu-Gi-Oh!, a similarly themed card
Alright.
game. He began making his own custom cards and attended his first Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament at
Well, hold up. Version with rage. For each male monster on the field, increase version with rage's attack by 500 points. For each female monster on the field, increase version with rage defense by 500 points.
at the game place, where he met Megan Schroeder.
Here you go.
Over the months of getting to know Megan,
That's a creepy photo. Especially considering what we know now about my man.
I grew fond of her. Although at that time, and up to now, she wasn't interested in a lovely relationship. I've bided to her wishes and requests. I am truly fond of her. Since he and Megan had Yu-Gi-Oh! As a common interest, Christian only intensified his obsession with the game, creating more and more custom
Jerk
Yu-Gi-Oh!
off.
Cards, with one depicting Crystal, Christian's make-believe female twin. He also designed a girlfriend's gift card, on which the illustrated girlfriend looks suspiciously like the sister. On September 4th, Christian reflected on his love quest so far. While I was at the mall for the 8th week today, I realized something. Since I have been using a sign to state my being single and lonesome towards an 18 to 22-year-old boyfriend-free woman, I, in the event, was trying to sell myself like a new car. 2 days later, Chris's love quest was interrupted by a jerk cop. I told that jerk cop off when I pulled some of my fun cards and told my lonesome virgin story, intimidated him,
Got him
and
there.
shouted no into his face.
Got him there.
In short, today was my Independence Day, but I am still alone. On September 11th, his search for love took a turn for the worst. I was not bothering anyone at the mall today while I was trying to sell myself, when I got arrested for trying. I fortunately did not go to jail,
What?
but I have been stripped of my right to go to the mall by myself.
What did you do?
I would be required to bring my mom or dad with me. My independence and my soul were practically murdered. Chris's run of misfortune climaxed when only 5 days later, the school board of PVCC suspended him for 1 year. My dad is bloodthirsty for revenge as well. He's going to write to US President George W. Bush Jr. and Laura Bush to help me get allowed back to PVCC. We all curse to death upon that XXXXX Mary Lee Walsh. In conjunction with his suspension, he was required to take anger management classes, get a psychological evaluation, and
That's good.
receive social skills counseling.
That's good.
10 days
All
after
this,
the event,
thanks.
he lamented over his inability to go to PVCC or the mall, and confessed that he would be asking for a girlfriend this Christmas. Despite his bans from the college and the fashion square, he decided to continue with his search for a boyfriend-free girl, but relocated to the University of Virginia's campus to do so. However, this move wasn't for long, as Christian was allowed back to the fashion square in November.
Hey, let's go.
Regardless, he went back to UVA for a different kind of engagement, in the form of a mandatory psychiatric evaluation. There are more of such documented examinations in existence, but this is the only one so far which has been made public. Mr. Chandler says that since finishing high school and starting at PVCC in the year 2000, he has had an increasing interest in a female companion. His attempts at this ultimately led to his suspension from college. His attempt took the form of a sign, which he placed next to himself while sitting in the lobby at Piedmont. This sign was a list of qualifications that a potential girlfriend would have. He said that he has been very frustrated by his inability to find a girlfriend, and he suffers from noviophobia. This refers to his frustration that females often tell him that they already have a boyfriend. While he does have physical attraction towards females, his primary frustration is with his lack of companionship. The report mentions his medical record and earlier evaluations. He has already undergone psychological evaluation by Robin Hawks at the Center of Learning Potential. The recommendation concerning Mr. Chandler's emotional status is that he seek psychiatric and psychological treatment.
Right.
The psychologist felt that counseling and medication would possibly address his obsessive thought pattern and assist him with social skills. She also recommended anger management training. The analysis also
Makes
comments
sense.
on Christian's appearance and demeanor in the session. The patient is a mildly overweight white male, wearing blue jeans and a shirt. He was also wearing a makeshift necklace that has a large plastic medallion in the shape of a Pokemon character's head.
Pokemon!
He also had a number of Shrinky Dink decorations attached to this necklace. He had a large backpack that he carried with him, and had a notebook containing a large number of drawings. His speech was somewhat nasal, with frequent awkward laughing during his sentences. His speech was fluent. His responses were appropriate to the questions posed to him. Overall, the volume of his speech was slightly elevated, although his tone was generally pleasant and almost jovial. His thought processes were linear and logical. He was somewhat concrete, especially regarding social interactions. He seemed to have a good insight into his limitations. The attending physician offers up his final verdict. Folstein's score was 30 out of 30, with his sentence being, "Uncle Spunky is a really funky monkey." Mr. Chandler
What?
is a 22-year-old man with a history of developmental delays and autism. Despite these limitations, he seems to have been quite successful in maximizing his academic abilities. He is left, however, with a severe degree of social awkwardness, and seems to have good insight into this. He is left feeling somewhat frustrated, as he has a strong desire for companionship, although his social limitations prevent him from being able to realize this in the way which he would like. The patient doesn't seem to pose a significant threat to himself or anyone else.
Ruh-roh.
After
Big
the
mistake
evaluation,
there.
Chris carried on with life, much like before, with neither him nor his parents making any significant effort to change his ways. But Christmas was soon approaching, and maybe Santa would bring him a girlfriend like he wished, who could right all his wrongs and change his life for the better.
At the end of part 2? Looks like it, man. End of part 2. So the love quest has officially began. Going down a deep dark rabbit hole. Big mistake saying he's not a threat to anyone. I believe we're in 2004 is what that said. From the medical evaluations. That's where we're at in the timeline. Alright, if you want me to continue this series, make sure to leave a like, subscribe. We're almost at 600 subscribers. And bye. 3, 2, 1. Hi, my name is Lyric, and today we're going to be continuing the Chris Chan A Comprehensive History series. We are now on part 3. The love quest has officially began. It's on, not doing well right now for him. Definitely not going well. I expect that to continue. And he had a psychological evaluation. He was said that he was no danger to others. Mistakes were made. Definitely mistakes were made. And I believe we're in I think he said it was nearly Christmas. At the end of the last episode, I think we're around 2004. So, yeah, let's begin. Make sure to like and subscribe. We're nearly at 600 subs. Let's go. Comment down below any of your reaction requests. Let's go. Wait, I've never read this disclaimer before. I gotta read this at least one time in this series. This content is made with the intention of informing and educating inquisitive persons about an often controversial figure by presenting a detailed, factual account of events with minimal spin or twisting of the facts to the best of my abilities. Neither I, Gino Samuel, nor the video itself condone the hostile actions to address herein and discourage contact, especially that of a malicious nature, with any person featured in this video. Copyright disclaimer: under Section 107 of Copyright Act of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Additional warning: the following video uses mature themes which may not be suitable for younger audiences. You've been warned.
What made him this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chang.
There you go, man. Part 3. Turn the audio up a little bit.
Hello, my name is Christian Chandler, age 22 at this time. I will be 23 on February 24th, 2005.
Nice.
Anyway, for over a year now, I've been trying to attract an 18 to 22-year-old boyfriend-free girl, 18 to 21 before February 24th, 2004, which is this year.
Nice.
Anywho, been trying for over a year to attract a girl, boyfriend-free girl, and I have failed. And you know, when you have so many failures at this time, you can't help but feel sad, you know, and depressed. And yet here it is about Christmas time, and well, all I want for Christmas is a boyfriend-free girl.
Chris prepares for Christmas 2004 by singing 2 of his songs for the camera. He performs So Need a Cute Girl,
Tell me why I so need a cute girl my age.
followed by All I Want for Christmas is a Pretty Girlfriend.
All I want for Christmas is a girlfriend. She has to be 18 to 22. Well, at this time of year, all I can say right now is that I hope Santa will comply with my request and bring me a pretty girlfriend. And so, happy holidays from me, Christian Chandler. By the way, you can call me Chris in public. And thank you.
Christian whipped his camera out for Christmas Day too, and documented the state of the house at that time.
'Twas Christmas Day, and all through the house, the creatures that were stirring were my family and me and our 2 cats. And we wander upon our wondrous Christmas tree with a star that was made so delicately.
I'm so dumb. I thought that was full size.
Delicately.
The star on top of the tree is in fact Sonichu. Chris
Hey.
reveals that his dreams were dashed that day.
And a Christmas present that was supposed to be for the girlfriend that Santa brought. But unfortunately, she didn't show.
Chris introduces his audience to his parents.
And now we wander in on my family. Say hello, Father.
Yeah,
Making our Christmas movie.
I see you're wasting your chip.
Well, I'm gonna play it onto VHS anyway.
I see. All right.
A smaller Christmas tree down here.
Yeah.
And our mother is asleep here in a dark area. Would you care to share a Merry Christmas with the world, Father?
Ho, ho, ho.
The tour puts a spotlight on the extent of the hoarding situation in the house, as Chris visibly has trouble navigating through the hoard.
Care to say something to the entire world?
Merry Christmas.
Yep.
After the tour, Chris documents the gift exchange, revealing the interpersonal dynamics of the family.
Okay, yeah, it's recording. So, here we are around the Christmas tree. We're gonna open presents.
Hooray, hooray.
Chris presents Bob with
Them
a
nuts,
card.
I'm
Am I
excited.
supposed to read it?
Yes, read it.
Am I supposed to read it out loud?
Yeah. Read
see.
read to Mom.
I want to thank you all for your support and love throughout my fantastic love quest. Pooey. And if Santa doesn't bring me one, no Thomas.
Oh no. This is cringe. Oh no.
Like I asked him, then I'm going to need some support.
Oh no. Oh no. I don't want to watch. Oh no. I can't
It'll
watch.
come, Christian. Hope you all like my presents.
Okay.
Today I'm thinking of Christmas and remembering you all. Merry Christmas, Christian C.
Yep.
Christian gives Bob the option of receiving the puppet TV show Fraggle Rock on DVD or on VHS. After Christian discreetly implies that he wants to keep the DVD for himself, Bob caves in and chooses to take the VHS.
Yes.
So you want the VHS?
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm not much for the other.
DVD. Why do we have it on both? I gave him a choice, remember? You remember he originally wanted DVD? Yeah, it's Fraggle Rock, Father, that's what's on there.
I see.
Everything that's on the DVD is on that VHS.
VHS works better than my system.
Yeah.
Chris presents Barbara with a Lego set.
Snowboarding stuff.
He gives her a plush doll of the Japanese character Hamtaro.
Look at you, Hamtaro. That's cute. Yeah.
Who is he?
It's a Hamtaro. He's a little hamster. He's a little bitty hamster.
The family discussed the possibility of a surprise visit from Sarah.
Oh, that's my present for Sarah. Because, you know, she might come over. Well, she did last year, remember?
Chris attempts at an embrace with his mother, but ends up hurting her instead.
Here, oops, I'm sorry. Don't break my head. I'm sorry.
He does it again.
2 boxes together here. I'm sorry.
Chris gives Barb another present. A snow globe with him in it.
Snow globe. With me in it.
Merry Christmas, Robert.
It's also got Sanchu in it. Look. See? Me on one side, Sanchu on the other.
That's cool.
I got it over at Walmart. The snow globe.
How about that?
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's neat. Merry Christmas.
Yep. Merry Christmas.
Now we can go back downstairs where it's warm.
Snappy New Year.
Yeah.
Snappy New Year, huh?
Not on the couch.
Yep.
After the gift unwrapping, Christian went back to his room to record a video recapping the events.
Well, now this ends our family Christmas of 2004. I did get some nice gifts, but it does not compare to having a boyfriend-free girl that I could make it to a girlfriend.
We've made the... Around the second half of part 2 to this part, we've come to the part where the boyfriend-free girl love quest is now completely encompassing. It's like his entire life at this point.
But
He's not doing anything else
hoping for her
other than, I guess, making Sonic Shoe comics.
But she didn't. My lifelong friend, Sarah Hammer. You know, she had not been paired up with that jerk Wes Isley. I could have it, but seriously though, I wish she was here so that I could talk to her and so she can help me in my quest to get a boyfriend-free 18 and 22-year-old girl. 1823 as of February 24th, 2005.
You can't have any older girls, Chris. You gotta expand your dating pool, man.
That sums up my Christmas season for this year, so, as they say in showbiz, goodbye, folks.
As he entered 2005, Christian continued his tried-and-true tradition of pacing around the mall, hoping to attract a boyfriend-free girl. His activities quickly caught the eye of Anna McLaren, an employee of Pack & Son at Charlottesville Fashion Square, who described her encounter with him in a blog post titled, "The Tale of the Crazy Pacer."
You getting a girl, Chris?
There was a guy who paced in front of Abercrombie & Fitch. He'd come and do it for hours on end, just walking back and forth. He was an okay-looking guy, not evil-looking like creepy molester dude. So he would pace for his allotted time, then leave. Sometimes, as he paced, he would sing or shout. Nobody really could ever tell what he was saying. Oh yeah, and he always...
Dude, you could have gotten... Oh my god, Chris, bro, you just needed to... If you could have controlled your actions more, you could have gotten a girlfriend, bro. She called you an okay-looking guy, man.
Nobody really could ever tell what he was saying.
Boyfriend-free girl.
Oh yeah, and he always wore the same shirt. A nice little long-sleeved red and blue number that had a gold crest on the left side, and white collar and cuffs. Then, one day, he decided to start pacing on the Pac Sun side, so he started pacing in front of our store. We were doing floor set, and Lin noticed that crazy pacer kept looking into Pac Sun as he paced. And this day, he was acting particularly crazy. He'd pace and pace, then stop and shout something at the wall, then keep pacing. And he also did some singing, even getting into the vibrato falsetto junks. It was hilarious. So anyways, someone, I can't remember who, suggested that the next time he looked in, we wave at him. So they waved, and Christian waved back. After some waving back and forth, Christian took the initiative and entered the store. He came right up to the counter that I was standing behind, and he looks right at me, all fidgety and twitchy, and he goes, "You look to be about 19 years old, right?"
Oh no.
He then proceeded to introduce himself. "My name is Christian," he said, "but you can call me Chris. I'm Christian W. Chandler." "Oh," I said. "Hi, Chris." "So," he continued, "do angels have names?" I found out later that he meant to say, "Do angels like you have names?" Poor guy was so nervous, he didn't get it right. Anna introduces herself, then Chris talks about
Chris.
eyes. My eyes are two different
We're still
colors.
rooting for him at this point. We're at part 3. He has still not done anything that bad, really. Alright? We're still rooting for Chris at this point in the story.
One of them is green, and the other is blue. That's because I had pink eye a while back, and one of them stayed that way. What color are your eyes? I was pretty grossed out by the pink eye story, but I told him anyway. Sometimes blue, sometimes green, and usually gray. Oh, that's neat. It's funny how that happens, isn't it? Yeah, I said. He attempts to ask her out, but Anna declines. He eventually settles on the internet as a forum for future communication between them. Christian came back and handed me a card with a crudely drawn Sonic the Hedgehog and some other yellow Sonic-looking creature on it, along with Christian's name, email address, and website. It was a homemade business card. "That's my email address, and you can just email me sometime, okay?" "Okay," I said, not intending to email him at all. Little did either of them know, but this was the start of a friendship. But for the time being, Chris's contact with Anna was sparse. In February, Cartoon Network's Adult Swim block held a contest which asked viewers to make their own commercial advertising the release of the cartoon series Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law, Volume 1 DVD set. Christian sent in his own unique take, in which he mentions his ongoing feud with Mary Lee Walsh.
Hello, I hired Harvey Birdman, attorney at law, to help me, Christian Weston Chandler, in my case against Mary Lee Walsh, who years ago shared my heart. And he has won the case for me, and you have won for me. A Harvey Birdman 2-disc DVD box set, which comes out April 12, 2005.
He finishes with a brief promotion of his custom cards depicting himself and Sonichu.
This is a Christian Chandler Sonichu production.
Regrettably, the winning entry did not feature Chris. In response, he vented his frustration at losing on the Adult Swim message board.
Oh no.
"My entry was very dramatic, and a lot better than that piece of poo, or any of the others that made the top 5 as well. I'm very upset about that. My Quick's Harvey Birdman spot was the best, and I feel sorry for you, Adult Swim, for not noticing that. You all should take another good look at it, and seriously reconsider." In March, Christian published Sonichu, Issue 0, his first full-length comic. The issue is further divided into episodes, much like a television show, with a different story in each one.
Nice.
Episode 1 begins in an open field 5 miles from the city of Station Square, in which a wild Pikachu observes fighting in the distance between Supersonic and the Perfect Chaos Monster. Pikachu gets caught in the scuffle and collides with Sonic, the impact releasing a rainbow which lands on a girl Raichu 15 miles away, who then transforms into a hedgehog-like creature and calls herself Rosechu. Meanwhile, the Pikachu somehow inherited Supersonic's powers and changed form, and joins Sonic in the battle, defeating the Perfect Chaos Monster. He christens himself Sonichu. Christian himself interjects here and there. He draws himself having one blue and one green eye, as he had told Anna. His eyes are in fact different colors, but the difference is nowhere near as profound as in his illustrations. He then proceeds to introduce Quickville.
It's not that bad of a drawing
he is
of
also
himself,
the
you know.
mayor of said town. He then goes on to introduce all the main characters of the story, including Mary Lee Walsh. He saves himself for last, and devotes a full page to talk about Christian Weston Chandler. The next episode
Hold up, no, we gotta read this, man. We gotta read
devotes
this.
a full page to talk about Christian Weston Chandler.
Basics, 5'10", born on February 24th, 1982. I am working towards a computer-aided drafting and design degree at Piedmont, Virginia Community College. I am also single, lonely, and I need a girlfriend. To describe myself in real life, I'm a very creative person. I enjoy playing video games, Sonic the Hedgehog, Pokemon, Animal Crossing. I also like to build with Lego pieces, and I enjoy most kinds of music. I am also fascinated with the Transformers. I also play with the Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card games. Alright.
The next episode concerns Sonichu and Rosechu meeting and quickly falling in love, sharing a kiss underneath a spray of fireworks.
Nice.
In episode 3, Sonichu confesses that he has a dislike for pickles, as does Christian in real life. This is followed by the introduction of the evil foe,
Why would you hate
Nature,
pickles?
whose name is simply Christian, backwards.
Nice.
After the battle is won, Mayor Chandler drives off in his car, carrying the Virginia vanity plate, Sonichu, identical to the one on his real-life car.
What? No, I gotta
Vanity
go back.
plate, Sonichu, identical to the one
I gotta respect it. I gotta respect
on
it.
his real-life car. It should be noted that Sonichu refers to Chris as his father, even though his creation has nothing to do with Christian.
Nice.
The comic ends with a sub-episode starring Chris in a story based on his run-in with the mall police. However, in this version, he clutches his medallion, says Electric Hedgehog Power, and transforms into Chris Chan Sonichu,
Oh
who
my
largely
god.
looks like a blue-colored Sonichu, making him look like the original Sonic the Hedgehog. Meanwhile, the Jerk-Cop equips metal armor.
About the jerk
Needless
off.
to say, Chris defeats him by cursing him into experiencing horrendous bad luck by using his Curse Kamehameha attack. Towards the end of March, Hannah, who worked at Starbucks in the Fashion Square, approached Christian during his near-daily pacing and asked him out on a date. After she left, I became very excited and oh my god all over. After calling mom and eating me nuggets, I lifted the chair with such cheer and grace and spun around with it like a dancer. Then I put it back where it was. I felt that my love quest had finally come to an end.
We've done it, boys!
And I so elated that my shattered heart had a full, fast recovery. I went to Starbucks, and we talked about basic things. I showed her my Sonichu scrapbook. She was very impressed.
Let's go, boys!
I gave her my email and both my phone numbers on a Sonichu site card, and she gave me her email address. I was very attentive as I took notes about her and maintained eye contact.
Let's go!
As I left her, I gave
Eye contact, very impressive for someone with autism.
gave her a double-take flirt. That was the rise. Now here comes the fall.
Uh-oh.
As I was sitting at my spot, thinking about future steps for later dates,
Oh no.
Anna and Dana told me they went to talk to Hannah. She told them that she was setting me up in a prank. I could not
No!
believe it, so I found and asked Hannah. Sadly,
No, my
it was
boy!
true.
I should have known. Who in their right mind would actually ask Chris Chan on a date? For real. Yeah, I should have known.
Then
I
in
should have
major
known.
shock, my heart shattered again by 85%, and I let out a big no. His outburst of negation
You just know that he actually did that. Just actually just yelled out, no, like really. Like really cartoony.
resulted in Chris getting banned from the mall again.
No.
He devoted the second sub-episode to this misadventure. Not long after, he completed his second Sonichu comic, Sonichu Issue 1. Pokemon's Giovanni teams up with Sonic villain Dr. Robotnik to create their own Sonichu in order to defeat the real thing. Unfortunately, a blunder causes Sonichu's DNA sample to get corrupted with cherry cola, producing an imperfect replica of our hero, called Black Sonichu, also known as Blotchu. Blotchu
Alright.
captures Rosechu, so Sonichu and Sonic team up to rescue her. After combating Blotchu and the new Metal Sonichu, they eventually save Rosechu. The style of the comic became more text-heavy, with some conversations so convoluted that Chris numbered the lines in the order that they should be read. The following month, Chris's review for Sprung, a dating simulation game for Nintendo DS, was published in Nintendo Power. I originally bought the game because I needed some lessons on what to say
Close to
to
Nintendo
or
Power,
do
man.
for a girl. To make a long story short, I developed a fear that all the pretty girls are already paired up with a boyfriend. I've dubbed this social phobia noiophobia, after the Spanish word for boyfriend. Anyway, before Sprung, I was afraid to approach most women. FYI, I am 22 years old. I tried to silently attract a boyfriend-free girl, mostly with signs, for over 1 year and 4 months. Then Sprung provided me with general things to say and do, so I felt more confident.
Nice.
When I tried my newfound expressions from the dating simulator, I forgot my fear of the infinitely high boyfriend factor, and I met a couple of lady friends with whom I feel more comfortable.
Let's go, boys.
So thank you, Nintendo and Ubisoft, for the dating advice that this frustrated virgin needed. Christian C. On April 13th, a University of Virginia student wrote a blog post that included her observations of Christian, whom she renamed Sonichu, hanging around the Alderman Library. So Sonichu returned to Alderman today. I'm not sure what to make of him. He sits in his chair and draws his Sonichu comics. Harmless, I Esme. Yet I feel like he knows he's different. He knows that the world rushing in front of him is not his own, surrounded by the brightest students in America,
Damn, that's
whatever
kinda
that
deep.
means. He sits in his chair and draws. 23 years old. I'm not sure he even graduated high school. In front of him, texts of Plato, Faulkner, God, and Kleist's swirl. Does he have the capacity to understand these works? Whether he can or not, I am not sure. But there is something in his eyes that realizes that there is a level of understanding and thought that he is unable to partake in.
Yeah, this is sad.
As he slumps lower and lower in his chair, with each student he eyes reading or holding a book, he falls into himself, into the markers and colors on the page in front of him. He seems intelligent enough to understand that he does not understand, and that is the hardest part of all.
Damn, that's really sad.
In early May, Chris released Sonichu Issue 2. This marks a turning point in the comic as the story begins to focus on Christian rather than Sonichu. Episode 7 concerns the Antuant Prophecy. When Sonic explains the mysterious prophecy to Christian, Chris reaffirms that he is the creator and father of Sonichu. They enter the Destiny Cave and unknowingly release an ancient evil power. Chris also meets an ancient leader of the Cherokee clan, who reveals that Chris is his reincarnation. He is told that he has to unleash ancient powers to defeat the evil by using his Sonichu medallion to transform into Chris Chan Sonichu. The story ends in a cliffhanger, with Sarah Hammer and Wes Isley getting possessed by mysterious forces. Between episodes 7 and 8, Chris inserts an advertisement for Axe body spray, in which, ignorant of the societal norms of hygiene, unknowingly confesses that he believes that bathing makes people smell exceptionally nice, to the point that people would compliment you, and that using Axe body spray is just as effective as bathing. Episode 8 continues with Wes meeting his past self, who is a member of the Wasabi clan, and turns into Wesley Sonichu and vows to kill Chris. Sarah also sees a vision and meets the queen of the Cherokee clan and transforms into Sarama Rosechu.
Nice.
Meanwhile, Chris Chan Sonichu accidentally transforms back into his human self, leaving him vulnerable to attack from Wesley Sonichu, who turns himself into a ball and goes for a flying attack, prompting this exchange from the protagonists. What the? Sonichu, run! You don't have to tell me twice, but during the Stone Age. Chris figures out that his attacker is Wes Isley, and confesses how jealous he is of him for being with Sarah, who's eavesdropping nearby. Wesley reveals that he only wants to steal the Cherokean crown. Chris changes into Chris Chan and fights Wesley Sonichu, who eventually knocks Chris out and steals the crown, which inexplicably just came into being. Before Wesley can finish him off, Sarama intervenes and fires a lightning bolt arrow at Wesley, pinning him to an unsacred tree. In the final episode, Sarah breaks up with Wes, who cries out no while shrugging. They learn that Quickville, which is a vibrant community with happy people, cool chicks, business, and a frustrated male, is under attack from a giant stone golem, which is under the control of Mary Lee Walsh and a mysterious talking orb. So Chris Chan, Sarama, and Wesley fly over there to fight them. The orb reveals itself as the ancient evil and announces that he is Count Graduan, who is a personification symbolizing the pain and sadness of Christian graduating from high school. The three heroes beat them off for a little while, but Walsh and Graduan escape, vowing to fight another day. In the epilogue, Christian and Sarah chat on the couch, and unfortunately for Chris, she reveals that she has found herself another boyfriend named William, and thanks Chris for being a great friend. Christian dedicates an entire page to Sarah Hammer, his lifelong friend, and offers some highlights of their time together. Currently, I don't get to see he as much as I did, because she found herself a boyfriend while I was in Richmond. But I often wonder how she is, and if she is happy with him. I share my troubles with her in my illustrations, letters, and over the phone. I always appreciate the little moments I have with her. The final page is a call to action for all Sonichu fans, in which Chris expresses his wish to have Sonichu produced into a bona fide franchise by Nintendo America. The comic concludes with sub-episode 3, which is a dramatic reimagining of Chris's conflict with Mary Lee Walsh, who is the head of the private villa of corrupted citizens, the base of operations for the villains in the Sonichu universe, the name of which is derived from the acronym of Piedmont, Virginia Community College. With Sonichu Issue 2, Christian comes closer to blurring the line between real life and his comic book world, creating his own reality. In Sonichu's News Dash Issue 9, Chris announced that he will attend the Anime Mid-Atlantic Convention in Richmond, Virginia on all 3 days. Since he has put himself into Sonichu's world, he will cosplay as himself. Talk about self-respect, huh? Also, he will be watching some of the good anime, getting some souvenirs, participating in some of the events, and just having a good time. Also, he will have some printed copies of Sonichu Premiere Issue 0 on hand. But if you want a collectible copy, you will have to find him and ask for one. He stayed 2 nights alone in a hotel room, and during the convention, he handed out copies of Sonichu Issue 0 to unsuspecting attendees. On June 22nd,
for a good bit
Christian
now,
recounted the events of the past 2 days.
It's like Superman #1.
I had my setup at the McDonald's at Walmart, and apparently complaints were made. The 2 managerks, or manager jerks, a senior comic, and a black fat jerk. He looked a lot like the leader of the jerk cops at the mall, whom I refer to now as the jerk chief, approached me and took me for a fall with my trying to find a boyfriend-free girl, like I have been doing for the past over 1 year and 10 months. We argued and disputed until the 2 of them left to call the police. While they were gone, I had taken off the sign from my Nintendo DS and hidden it on the back cover of my diary. When the jerk cops came, they were all like, "What seems to be the problem?" And the married senior comic was like, "Where's the sign?" And I was, "What sign?" And another argument was had between the 4 of us, in which I never gave any of those jerks eye contact, because none of them deserved it. So, I got kicked out from the McDonald's, not the Walmart, for the rest of the day. Now for what happened today. I was starting to set up my things, and the B manager was getting in my face. I feel that he really hates me. And he was like, "Don't set up your stuff. Don't push me." I was not going to use the Nintendo DS sign today anyway, but he did not want my pixel block sculptures at all. I stood up against that managerk. I continued to build, and I dictated my situation into his face with a song and dance.
Oh no.
He went up to the Walmart managerk, and he was like, "Hey, let's talk." But I sat silent for a minute. Then I said to him, "I do not speak to any man other than myself, because they all have taken all the pretty girls, leaving me with none." Verbal combat had started, and during the fight, I ran off, still giving verbal punishment, as well as the finger, and many Kamehamehas. I nearly backed up onto him with my car, and I gave him another finger. Then I dashed off. Now, I feel sad, because I've nowhere else to go to attract a boyfriend-free girl. And I feel very furious with those managers and all men other than myself and my father. Chris began believing that there was a conspiracy involving all the men in his town. They all are against me in finding a girlfriend of my own, but I will not give up on my long and Tados love quest. I'll find a new attraction spot, somewhere in Charlottesville, Virginia. There has to be at least one 18 to 23-year-old boyfriend-free, caring, smoke-free, non-alcoholic, white girl out there somewhere. Chris dramatized this entire ordeal in sub-episodes 4 and 5. But his adaptation also featured the manifestation of his dream sibling, Crystal, his twin sister. A mere month later, he caused more trouble, but this time at Target, where he sat waiting to encounter a boyfriend-free girl for hours, taking gross advantage of the free refills at his disposal. I was at the new Target store, just hanging around, not bothering anyone. And, from out of the blue, these 2 managers asked me to leave because they said I was loitering. I was not. I was there hoping to find an 18 to 23-year-old boyfriend-free girl like I usually do. Then, from out of the blue, after I told them off, they came back with 2 jerk cops. I was slightly intimidated, but mostly annoyed and ready to strike back on them. They asked me to leave and never return. I did not want to leave. I would have left peacefully. In fact, I was ready to go. but I had a prepared speech to say to them stupid jerk-cops. And, during the middle of my speech, they chased me, pulled my pants, and pinned me to the floor. 5 jerk-cops dogpiled on me as I struggled to get free. 1,000 pounds of sausages on my 180-pound body were seriously a cutoff for my breathing flow. They handcuffed my wrists and legs, and they hog-tied me. Not only did I feel humiliated from being the victim, but I was angry at them, not only for handcuffing me, but once again thwarting my efforts in trying to find a boyfriend-free girl. They drove me to the county jail.
This man can't go anywhere
but
to get a
fortunately,
boyfriend-free
they did
girl.
not keep me there. I was released to my family. Chris was charged with trespassing and disorderly conduct. It was terrible, but my mother
I don't really
and
understand
I are
why.
going to
He didn't
get
do
back
anything
at
that
them
bad.
in court.
He's probably
in
missing
fact,
some of the details,
I learned
though.
that the jerk cop who arrested me was called Baggett. That was the only thing about the situation that was hilarious.
That is a pretty
Replace
hilarious
the B
name.
with an F, and you can see how funny it was. However, after attending 2 court hearings, the charges were dropped. This event was recreated in Sonichu sub-episodes 7 and 8, but in Chris's reality, he endured much greater torment, and came out victorious in the end. Less than a week later, Chris had another run-in with the law. This time, a minor fender bender when he rear-ended the car in front of him. He was fined
Surprised he can
$30
drive.
and also paid $56 in court costs. In August, Christian returned to PVCC after the end of his 1-year suspension. It was around this time that Anna announced that she was moving to Utah. Her announcement also somewhat coincided with her 20th birthday, so Christian and her friends organized a birthday/farewell party for her, with Chris claiming that he picked out and bought the cake himself.
Nice.
Throughout August and September, Chris engaged in back-and-forth conversations via MySpace with 2 female students, Jelena and Lindsay, but despite all his efforts to meet with them, it ultimately came to nothing. In September, Chris finished Sonichu Issue 4, which was merely a compilation of sub-episodes 1 through 8. He claimed that his mother didn't want him making any more.
Go back. A Sonichu special, Quick's Love Quest Saga. This motherfucker here saying, true love is illegal in Virginia. Foreshadowing. You'll never get away from loneliness. My wooden badge was delicious.
Of sub-episodes 1 through 8. He claimed that his mother didn't want him making any more stories concerning his own life, so he obeyed and stopped making sub-episodes. In October, a user on a Sega forum began a discussion thread about Sonichu, in which members discussed the comic and Christian's personal antics. This was the earliest documented online discussion concerning Christian, but the original Sega forum hosting site has since been shut down and there is no known archive of the discussion chain. In November, Shoujo Beat, a manga anthology magazine, published Chris's letter which vaguely concerned the manga Absolute Boyfriend. Riko Izawa in Absolute Boyfriend sort of has the same problem I do. She can't get a guy, and I can't get a girl. Here's my sitch. All the pretty girls are already paired up with some jerk, leaving me with none to choose from.
You need to get
Also,
a girl like her.
Nobody can tell, off the bat, a paired up from a boyfriend-free girl. At first, it's equally hard for Riko to find a girlfriend-free boy, but then she's granted this wish, where she gets a girlfriend-free boy, although he is a robot, delivered to her doorstep. Lucky girl. I'm 23 years old. One would think I'd have gotten a girlfriend by now, but no, I haven't. I'm stuck in the situation where if my parents should pass away, I will be a very lonely virgin. Some months later, a fellow reader sent in a reply to Chris. Why is he only looking for pretty girls? There are plenty of girls who are not supermodel gorgeous whom he could date. It's not the outside of the package that counts, but the inside.
There you go,
A girl
Chris.
can be pretty on the outside,
Listen
but
to
might
this
be
guy.
mean
Come
or
on, man. You
self-centered
gotta
or
open
have
your
other
dating
problems. Whereas another girl could be plain or even ugly on the outside, but quite a beautiful, kind, intelligent person on the inside. If more guys would think about what qualities they look for in a girl and make sure those qualities don't just focus on her outer appearance, they might just find a girl to go out with. Otherwise, many girls will think, why bother? He'll just leave me for the next pretty girl he sees. Megan agreed with her sentiment. Chris's advances towards Megan intensified, as is documented in their emails. She declined giving out her phone number, and later in the same email, also declined his invitation to go out to our restaurant. In an email from December, she stated that she did not appreciate Christian trying to kiss her, and admitted that she's not interested in a relationship, but insisted they can remain as friends. She also confessed to accidentally discovering that he bought Megan a Nintendo DS, even though she had recently just gotten one herself. Through Megan, Chris was introduced to My Little Pony and Sailor Moon, with Megan providing him with some of her own fan art. He also began making his own custom My Little Pony figures, including one that he made using his own hair. As an adult male fanatic of My Little Pony, he preceded the so-called brony culture, which would only begin to blossom around 5 years later.
Dude, he's the original brony!
Megan also requested him to bid on a collection of World War II photos on eBay.
This guy's a pioneer of everything, man.
eBay, of which Chris was the winning bidder. In 2006, Christian's online spending habits intensified, with Chris purchasing My Little Pony and Sailor Moon figures, pornography, and sex toys, among other things.
Ruh-roh.
In February of 2006, Christian finished drawing Sonichu Issue 3, which took 7 months to complete. The comic begins with the origin stories of each member of the chaotic combo, whose eggs were created in and ejected from the rainbow as seen in episode 1. The green egg lands in the jungle. The electric hedgehog Pokemon that came out of it grows up to become Wild Sonichu. The blue egg lands in the ocean and is rescued by the Pokemon Swampert, which takes it to the beach just in time for it to hatch and become Bubbles Rosechew. The white egg lands in front of a church, and out of it hatches Angelica Rosechew, who is raised by nuns. Mystifyingly, after she evolves into her final form overnight, Christian is outside her window, bringing her a scrunchie and a pair of shoes as a gift. The red egg crashes into Nabe's Dojoshin and hatches. For some reason, Nabe is compelled to rip off the Sunny's tail, causing him to instantly evolve into Punchy Sonichu. The purple egg hatches in a cave, and the purple Sunny starts to telepathically communicate with the Pokemon Mewtwo, who decides to mentor it. For months, this mysterious mentor taught the Sunny how to hone his pores, lift objects mentally and physically, and what the outside world was like. Until one day, during meditation, the Sunny suddenly evolves into Magichan Sonichu. He then farts. The episode ends with a final bulletin which would have been more suitable for a televisual feast rather than a comic book. Stay tuned for when these hedgehogs meet. In the next episode, Blachu steals a Master Sunstone and through a comedy of errors is met with 4 of the chaotic combo. Eventually, the 5-member troupe teams up with Sonichu and they take down Blachu, leaving him in a bloody mess, accompanied by a tweet sound effect, commonplace in cartoons. The comic closes with a fake ad for a call service that would send one of the 2 single men in the world a beautiful girlfriend or a monkey. In May 2006, Christian attained a CAD degree after 5 years of study, even though it should have only taken 2. For the graduation ceremony, he decided to wear the robe from his high school graduation instead. Now that Christian received this qualification, this made him more likely to get a job and advance his life towards building up a career doing what he loved, and possibly even realizing his wish for the Sonichu franchise to become a dignified reality, making his dream come true.
That's it. Alright, that is the end of part 3. The love quest is still continuing. It's just getting worse and worse. We got Sonichu becoming a full-blown comic series, and he has graduated from college now. And yeah, we're going to see how this continues in part 4, but for right now, make sure to leave your request down below, like and subscribe, and bye. Hi, my name is Lyric, and today we are continuing the Chris Chan A Comprehensive History series. We are on part 4. The thing about this, we're on part 4, and he's like in his mid-20s at this point, and we have 60 parts to go. How does his life get more and more detailed as it goes on, man? Oh my god. I guess that makes sense, but still. Each episode 40 minutes, and it's 67 parts long. Alright, so, basically, what happened at the end of the last one? He graduated from college, he's trying to make Sonichu into a full-fledged series, and his love quest is continuing and failing, which I'm pretty sure is going to be a theme throughout all of these. So yeah, make sure to like and subscribe for more of these reactions here. We're going to try to do the entire series, which we should be able to do. Also do many other things on my channel, so make sure to, you know, subscribe for that. Leave a question if you have any other videos for me to react to, and subscribe so we can hit 600 subscribers, because we're pretty close to that. We're like 10 or 11 subscribers away as I'm recording this. So yeah, let's begin. Gotta have the disclaimer in there.
What made him this way?
Guys, look what I have though. We got gushers. I haven't had gushers in like 5 years, bro. We got gushers now, guys.
What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated?
This is a legendary intro, you know.
This is the story of Chris Chan.
Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History. Part 4, man. Part 4.
With Sonichu Issue 5, the story strays further and further away from the Sonichu storyline and makes Christian the main character, with the plot of the comic closely mirroring his own life.
Nice.
The comic begins with Sarah's wedding, with Chris attending in spirit, possibly alluding that he didn't attend her actual wedding. The episode also introduces 2 new characters, Megadula Skunk, based on a character created by Megan, and Sailor Mechtoon, indisputably symbolizing Megan herself. He briefly fights off Wes Isley, and at the end of the episode, Sarah thanks him for all the childhood years they spent together and wishes him good luck on his advances towards Megan. Sarah throws her bouquet at him, and he can't.
She already told her she doesn't want you, bro. And you were being weird, like you didn't like sorry for that crinkling sound you heard at the beginning of the video. You're not my gushers, but she already told you she doesn't want you, bro. She told you to stop because you were trying to like kiss her and stuff, bro. Okay, this is not good. You're going down a bad path. You're going, yeah, you're going to. No, okay, we're starting to go down the bad path with Chris Chan here.
Catches it, believing this meant his own wedding would come shortly. Christian uses his comic to believing this meant his own wedding would come shortly. Christian uses his comic to depict his inner monologue and fantasies to the world. I love Megan, yet she's not ready to return or seek it. I'd feel better if I could chat with her on the phone, although she's uncomfortable doing that. Our email communications are okay, but speech speaks louder than typed words. The artwork also changes to an unmistakably anime and manga style, perhaps in an effort to appeal to Megan even more. In the following episode, Christian has a lengthy discussion with Sonichu about his optimistic hope that he and Megan will get together, despite him admitting a few pages ago that she was not responsive to his advances. He acknowledges that he is so optimistic that he even stopped using his attraction sign. They're interrupted by the announcement that Mary Lee Walsh and the Jerkops are invading Quickville, so Chris teams up with Megan, Crystal, and the Chaotic Combo. During the climax, Crystal gets trapped in the dark mirror, and Christian comforts a tearful Megan who thought that she had lost Chris for good. His obsession with Megan is made crystal clear.
What?
And is further confirmed by the emails she sent to him. I know you know that I hate guys and I hate love, because I told you a million times. So why do you keep getting too close and touching me? I really don't like it at all.
Ruh-roh.
I know you said because you have feelings for me and it's hard for you, but I'm sorry, this sounds mean. You really need to try and get over it. If you keep hanging on like that to someone who doesn't love you back, well, it'll only make you more miserable. You need to just accept the fact that I don't and will probably never love you.
Sometimes you gotta be blunt with that, man.
Take a rejuvenating breath and move on. Advice to which
Yeah,
Chris refused to listen,
man.
as is evident in an email written just a month later. I'm just a little mad that I have to keep telling you to please stop touching me.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's
You're
like
getting
you're not
okay.
wanting to listen to me. I tell you,
He's
then
going
you
off the
say
deep end
okay,
now.
But eventually you're back to the same tricks, and this time I really mean it. Even my other friends don't like it and think it's weird. So once and for all, could you please stop? You know I don't like it, so why do you keep doing it? It's not like you're gonna try and soften me or something. So, I don't want to have to tell you again, or I might get really angry. Cause you know, unwanted remarks or advances to a girl is sexual harassment, and I don't take that lightly.
Yeah.
Chris's not so subtle attempts at getting her attention did not go unnoticed. Sometimes I get the feeling that you copy me to get me to like you. Like Sailor Moon, for example. The only Sailor Moon thing you had was that adult video. And since I told you how much I love it, then you start getting into it. Kinda like My Little Pony. That kind of thing really annoys me. I don't like it much when people get into something right after they find out I liked it first. When you said we had a lot in common, like Sailor Moon and My Little Pony, well, who loved Sailor Moon first? Who collected My Little Pony first? Okay, I know I sound like a spoiled brat, but can you see what I'm trying to say? I don't like being too in common with others. I try to be as different from others as possible. On June 27th, 2006, Patty Chandler was put to sleep. A day later, at a special service, Christian read out the eulogy, which he wrote himself.
Oh, not Patty!
My family,
that's
furry
sad.
friends, anyone else present. We are gathered here today to pay our last respects and wishes to our dearly beloved Beagle Spitz, Patty, who has departed from our world here on Earth to a doggy heaven where she will be happier because she will run free and play with all the other dogs who are already having fun up there. I will always remember Patty for all the lovely memories she had shared with me from when I picked her out of the litter at my Aunt Karina's house in Red Oak, Virginia, the time I watched my old best friend, Sarah Hammer, take Patty by her front paws and danced a bit, the times I've watched her stand on her hind legs and then rewarded her with a biscuit bone.
This is actually really
the times
cute.
I've just sat with her in the yard and petted her head.
Rest in
I've
peace,
always
Patty,
given
man.
her a bally scratch, where I stroke her head with all 5 fingers, like as if I was gently squeezing a rubber ball.
I thought that was gonna be
The many
something
times
else.
I've fed her a can of food and a cup full of dry food, and refilled her bucket with fresh water so she can drink it and wash her face. When Patty was brought to the vet on that fateful day, I was distraught with fright and concern for her health. I stayed with her during her final moments, with a hand on her head and a tear in my eye. When my mother was brought the paper that gave the doctor permission to send her on her way, I didn't want her to be the one to sign it. I raised Patty since she was a 6-week-old pup, and I wanted to take the strain for signing that one-way ticket. It was hard for me, but it was for the best. So I signed that paper with a crying Sonichu face saying, "We love you, Patty." After that, I gave her my final pets: hug, hand to paw hold, eye contact, ear rub, cheek to fur rub, and I sadly waved her for the final time, and I said, "Goodbye, Patty. I love you."
That's really
As
sad.
I stood outside, I heard Patty's last barks, saying, "I will always love you, Chris. Thank you." But we all must move on with our lives, with our beloved Lucky Mutt in our hearts and in our memories. So, Patty, may your old doghouse and surrounding flowers forever memorialize your blessed heart.
This is one of the most,
your barks
like...
at the stars and strangers.
Hold up one second,
and
let me
your
wait for it to
loyal
finish.
love that you have blessed upon me and my family and friends. Bark on and rest in peace, our beloved Lucky Patty.
That's one of the most wholesome, like, things that's actually, like, he's ever written. Like, most normal, wholesome things he's ever written.
What would you do for a PS3 and a chance to be on Robot Chicken?
In November, Adult Swim held another contest, this time encouraging viewers to submit a video wherein they would say what they would do for a PlayStation 3.
I swear to God, if he wins another
Christian's video
contest...
featured the appearance of his own makeshift PS3, which was in fact a PS2 encased in a mix of Lego and pixel block pieces.
Nice.
Hello, my name is Christian Weston Chandler of Ruckersville, Virginia. What would you do for a PS3? What I would do for a PS3? I tell you what I do. Well, if I had the money, I'd wait in line, like all the other people did with their tents and all that good stuff. I'd throw away the cure for autism if I had it, because I want to get rid of that doggone lifelong curse that I've had. And, oh yeah, I would trade in my PS2 for another thing. Or, otherwise, I'd make one from wood if it was hard enough. But you know what I did? I did it. I made it. Made one from Legos and pixel blocks. And believe it or not, I actually play Guitar Hero on this thing. Thunder Horse!
In the beginning of 2007,
Nice.
Christian started working on a DVD
I'm born at this point. Let's go. I was born in 2006.
called Yep, I'm on TV, which would become a collection of all his TV appearances and his homemade videos, in addition to a slideshow of his pictures up to 2007. he planned to make and release it to...
I don't understand how he made it on TV and stuff, and like in articles so often before he even got like popular on the internet. How did he just manage? Like he'd be writing reviews for stuff, he'd make like a homemade video, and it just end up in like a the Nintendo form or something. Like how does he keep doing this, man?
Only a small selection of people, including Mrs. Sanford, with whom he got in touch via email. You may be able to help me in a portion of it now. There will be a slideshow projected from my PlayStation Portable, featuring not only pics of me growing up, but the friends, teachers, and relatives I've known and remembered, either from heart, like yourself, as well as yearbook signatures. As for what had happened during PBCC, in a nutshell, about midsummer 2003, I've realized upon revelation that I needed a girlfriend to make into a sweetheart from the ground up. So, with the sign, which I've later realized that it made me look slow-minded, the R word, I've started my enduring love quest. The Dean of Student Services, Mary Lee Walsh, came out and tore my sign up right in front of me and said, "You're not gonna get a girlfriend this way or anyway." That bitch shattered my heart and murdered my soul. And it wasn't just her. The policemen imposters in brown, white, and red, aka the jerk-cops, blue and black, are the true police soldiers. Also seriously indented the impression that Virginia is for virgins, not lovers.
Virginia.
He talked about his high hopes for a future with Megan, and ensured his former teacher...
Wait, is that not how you spell Virginia? Maybe I'm as dumb as Chris, but I don't know how to spell Virginia. I thought that's how you spell it, man.
Receive a copy of the DVD. 3 days before his birthday, he completed Sonichu Issue 6. The first story, titled Episode 12.5, is strikingly distinct from all the episodes thus far.
How do you have half an episode?
His recently deceased dog, Patty. The story opens with a creative blend of photographic backgrounds and a hand-drawn Patty, who wishes she could speak so she could thank Christian for all he has done for her. The next morning, Christian walks outside to feed her, only to discover his dog has transformed into an anthropomorphic dog-like creature who can talk.
You know, live action now in these comics?
Together, and she tells Chris that she wishes to roam free outside her pen. Chris leads her indoors and shows her his room, which Patty calls crowded, and suggests that if he got a girlfriend, she would help him tidy up. Using a Nintendo DS, Chris reveals a portal which opens up to Quickville and declares the town Patty's new roaming grounds, where she can finally explore with freedom. The final page of the story is a simple full-page tribute to Patty Chandler. The next episode resumes where the last comic left off. As Chris and the gang debate the best way to rescue Crystal, they come to the conclusion that they need to acquire the 7 Sonichu balls to save her.
My 2 balls!
They discover an evil green Sonichu, who then envelops Chris in a dark dimension in which he announces himself as the Sonichu form of Natesurk, who then reveals his true form and declares that he is, in fact, Reldnag Natsu Natesurk. As the name implies, he is completely the opposite of Christian, with his semi-bare chest symbolizing his raging homosexuality, which horrifies and offends Chris.
Oh no!
Meanwhile,
oh my dog. My fantasies blow vastly towards my opposite gender. I am offended. Put a shirt on.
Black Sonichu announces that he has turned his back on Natesurk, and now he is on friendly terms with Chris's friends, and has also all of a sudden developed a romantic interest in Bubbles. Chris and Natesurk transform.
Let me make sure I'm on the screen properly. I don't know if my camera's placed properly. Let me make sure I'm on the screen. Okay, I think I'm on the screen properly. I was just making sure.
Into their Sonichu forms and battle until Chris Chan somehow ends up back in Manchester High School. Just as Natesurk is about to deal the final blow, a phantom basketball knocks him unconscious. Chris is woken up by Megan, who tells him that Natesurk fell into a coma.
Do you think... Here's an interesting thing. Do you think if we knew like the lives of other authors as well as Chris did, we would see the similarities? Like, I don't think obviously not to the same level, but we would see a lot of similarities like with their lives and what they write. Like Chris, we know everything about his life, so literally everything that's happening right now relates in some part to what his life is. But that's partly because he just made the comic about his life. Do you think there's as much? Not as much, but like, do you think there's a lot of parallels if we knew as much about other authors' lives? That's an interesting discussion to have.
Chris is woken up by Megan, who tells him that Natesurk fell into a coma after hitting his head on the bleachers and is currently in the hospital. Bionic the Hedgehog reveals himself as the one who wielded the basketball at Nate Turk's
This
head.
guy's back, bro.
They
This was like the OG guy.
reminisce about old
This was
times
number 1.
and how Chris hasn't drawn Bionic since 2004. Chris laments that he is 25 years old, having never even had a date. The dialogue suddenly becomes a promo for his up-and-coming Yup, I'm on TV DVD, which would not be available for purchase.
Nice.
The scene cuts to 10 weeks later, when Nate Turk awakens from his coma with a fiery urge to murder Bionic the Hedgehog.
Oh no. Not Bionic, he's the
February
OG.
24th, 2007. Christian celebrated his very special 25th birthday.
Nice.
He held the joint birthday and DVD launch party at what appeared to be the game place. To mark this special occasion and to instill his wisdom unto others, he recorded his important message video.
Oh, this is an
in which
iconic
he
video.
reflects on all he has learned over the course of his life.
It was the first thing we saw in the
He wished
series.
for it to become an educational video shown in schools, but this goal has yet to be accomplished.
Yet.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, girls
Honestly,
and
it might be shown as an educational video. They might show Chris Chen's story as like a what not to do, or like a fool's tale, like from Greek mythology or something.
boys, and dudes.
Or like just a study of the documentation of a person, or documentation of autism, or whatever.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, and dudes of all teenagers, as well as
Dudes
the,
of all
gals.
teenagers.
My name is Christian Chandler. I am here, and y'all are there.
We are here.
This message is for everyone of the present and the future beyond this date, February 24th, 2007, my birthday, my 25th birthday. I am high-functioning autistic, and in my 25 years, I have seen and learned so much. And today, I intended to share some wise words that I hope each and every one of you will take to heart.
Let's see what he has to
And
say.
allow for yourself and everyone else a better, brighter future.
He encourages his audience not to take up dirty habits like drinking or smoking.
You
Good
should
advice.
avoid at all costs
Good advice.
smoking, drinking alcohol, and intaking similar icky.
I mean, we're lucky. He hasn't drank. He hasn't had like an alcohol drug problem so far. I don't think I would have heard about it if he does eventually. So, yeah, okay, that's something good about you, Chris. You don't have a drug problem.
dangerous stuff.
I could not imagine Chris Chen on drugs. It'd be, Chris Chen. Yeah, it'd be insane.
Smoking will eventually cause
It'd be very
cancer,
bad.
and it will.
True.
You'll be more likely to get heart attack, viruses, and your life will be cut drastically short.
True.
They don't call cigarettes and cigars death sticks for nothing other than killing you slowly.
Nothing.
If I could, I would take every
True.
last ounce of tobacco, put 'em on
Tobacco.
a rocket, and shoot them up to the moon.
He encourages boys to buy a My Little Pony figure to get accustomed to the female form and pretend to treat it like the girl they like.
If you're a young gentleman, I
All right.
recommend
Our advices are going to bit off our rails now. What?
yourself a My Little Pony figure of your favorite color or whatever. Now, stroking the hair of said pony is very relaxing and therapeutic,
Okay.
and also rubbing it against your cheek. That's nice.
Okay.
And also, you can pretend that the pony is that girl you want to take out too. You want to take out sometime, and talk.
Chris, bro, I'm very scared to know what you've done to that pony. I'm unbelievably scared to know what you've done to that pony. I hope we don't get to that.
To the pony like you would talk to the girl.
And he recommends that girls get Transformers.
Now, for the ladies, I recommend a good old Autobot from Transformers.
Nice.
Because you can get to learn how to examine the mechanics and variations of each and every, of the Autobot you have. Like you would learn how a man works, and it'll allow you to feel more comfortable in approaching and talking to that boy you've been flirting from a distance, or just been flirting with from a distance. And
the same
hopefully, all you have to do is just end up and say hello. I mean, it's not so hard. All you have to do is say hello to the man, ladies. That's all. And everything will just get rolling from there.
He encourages girls to be more open to having a relationship with less attractive males, and states the importance
Nice.
of staying with your first mate.
Nice guy
neglecting that
mentality.
Both of his parents were married before. He finally stresses the point
Wait,
that
what?
relationship with less attractive males, and states the importance of staying with your first mate, neglecting that both of his parents were married before. He
Well.
finally stresses the point that it is crucial that boys and girls stay straight.
Also keep in mind that while you're playing with these things, you should keep in mind of what your true original gender is. Because it's like you're learning about that girl you want to take on a date. Gender.
You should keep in mind what your true original gender is. That didn't age well. That definitely didn't age well.
Is. Because it's like you're learning about that girl you want to take on a date, young man. Or likewise, you feel more comfortable to approach that boy just saying hello that you've been checking out from a distance, young lady. And hopefully in due time or now, each and every one of you will stay straight. You know, girl for boy, boy for girl. Everything else is vice, as said by Dr. Kinsey.
Who's Dr. Kinsey?
Besides, if you stray away from the straight path, it can really jeopardize the entire future of the world and the human race.
How?
This video would become the final addition.
They can't
to the
reproduce?
DVD.
That why?
I am Christopher Christian Weston Chandler. Live long and shine on in your very own unique way. War is never the answer. Peace is.
Good
Never fight.
good advice.
Compliments will get you fuzzy wuzzies. War gets you prickly wicklies. As well as punches, they get you those too. Thank you very much.
Good advice at
and
the
have a
end there.
wonderful day.
Alright.
In March, Chris reignited communications via email with his half-brother Cole Smithy, who had made a career for himself as a film critic. This renewed interest was most likely in order to acquire his address so he could send his DVD to his brother. I have talked to Mom, and I quote her when she said, "I do not regret giving life to Cole. We've had a bunch of good years up till the madness, and all things considered, I still love Cole very much like any other mother would for her son. She really does." Cole's response was brutally cold and honest. I grew up in an abusive household with Barbara and my former stepfather Jerry, where physical and mental punishments ran the gambit, from bare-assed beatings to cold showers to bizarre scenarios, acted out with glee by two deeply neurotic adults.
Okay.
The treatment I received in Richmond, Virginia was another matter altogether. To raise a child in such conditions is inexcusable. Even at a very young age, I knew that they would abandon me. They were both irresponsible and incompetent parents who exposed me to traumas that I would rather not remember. He continued to elaborate on his feelings towards Bob. The crux of my problem with Barbara comes from two sources. The first is Bob's bitter influence on her, which worked to separate our relationship just as Bob did with his own children, with whom he has no association. In nearly 44 years of life, I've never met a meaner or more reprehensible Republican cur than Bob Chandler. I hope that you will email me when he dies so that I can celebrate.
Oh my
Our
god.
mutual hatred has never been a secret, and it points out Barbara's proclivity to isolate herself via scurrilous mates. The second and more compelling issue that permanently ruined my relationship with Barbara is the litany of lies she tells anyone who will listen about the identity of my biological father and about her marriage history. He revealed that he employed a private investigator to track down his biological father, who was most likely a man named Rand Coleman Yates, to whom Barbara was married. Go ahead and send your DVD to my address listed below. You and I may be related, but our mother only loves you. As the months progressed,
Damn,
Chris
bro.
and Megan's strained relationship carried on. She told him that she did not appreciate him depicting her original female characters with breasts, and once more ordered
Fair.
Christian to stop touching her. In May, Chris created a YouTube account
Gotta file a
called
restraining order
Sonitube
soon, bro.
and uploaded his first video, a fight on the game Soul Calibur of Chris versus
Wait, what?
and uploaded his. In May, Chris created a YouTube account
Hey.
called Sonitube and uploaded his first video, a fight on the game Soul Calibur of Chris versus Mary Lee Walsh. In June,
Nice.
Megan left for Kentucky, with Chris emailing her frequently, updating her with his activities at the game place and saying how much he missed her. He also mentioned attending an upcoming rummage sale in town, which ended up being reported on in the Daily Progress, with Barbara and Christian receiving an honorary mention. Right behind Ross, Christian and Barbara Chandler were with.
How does he keep ending up in... Anything this guy does, he ends up in a paper. or like on TV or on a paper or something, bro. Why does everything this guy does end up somewhere? No, he can do mundane things and they just end up in the paper, bro. What the freak?
Waiting to shop. Christian wanted toys and video games, while his mother wanted to look for fabric. In the meantime, Sony held the Chop Chop Master Onions Rap Showdown contest to promote the Parappa the Rapper video game.
Parappa the Rapper?
Contestants to submit a video of themselves performing a song from the game. However, they were limited to only using their own voices, with the use of backing tracks resulting in an immediate disqualification. The winner would get 2 PSPs and an all-expense trip to Seattle's Penny Arcade Expo. Chris was convinced that if he were to win the competition, he could give one of the PSPs to Megan and then invite her along to Seattle so she could fall in love with him and finally take his virginity.
Bro, it's over, man.
AD station. My name is Christian Chandler. I live in Bucksville, Virginia. I have a PSP station.
Ooh, we gotta hear some bars here. We gotta hear some bars.
Fall in love
I'm
with
ready to hear some bars, man. Okay, Chris, hit him with it. Okay.
AD station. My name is Christian Chandler. I live in Bucksville, Virginia. I have a PSP. I like to rap. I play with the rapper. I go with you now. The only song I know is Master Onion, which I got from a demo I borrowed from my friend Megan.
Chris's video was far from polished, with rehearsal probably kept at a minimum.
Kick, punch, it's all in the mind. If you want to let
He's reading the script.
You'll find that you all things that I teach you sure to beat ya. Over the rest of that to listen to.
He inserts various seemingly random video effects, which were at his disposal via the camera he used to film the video, the PlayStation Eye.
Jump and turn, jump and turn. We're gonna jump and pose, jump, pose.
Everyone knows when you get an ability to add a video effect for the first time, you gotta add every single one of them.
Come on now, watch it come up my word. Cause it's almost done, it'll make things worse. Do rock on, yo. Na 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 na. Rap, rap, rap. That's a rap.
The following month,
Bars.
Christian found out that his entry made it into the top 10 and
What?
was now eligible to the public vote.
What do you mean it made it into the top 10? What? Everything this guy does! Anything he does! It just ends up working out. But not in life, but just for random things. Anything he does ends up on the paper, on TV, in the top 10 for the contest. How did that end up top 10? What the freak, bro? How does he end up? Dude, you know, there's always that contest for stuff like this, bro. I never knew anyone who ever came close to winning one of them. How did this guy consistently do it, man?
His entry made it into the top 10 and was now eligible to the public vote, ultimately due to the low number of total entries. He announced his elation online and urged everyone to vote for him on all his websites and social media. He also emailed several people asking for their vote. This included some unlikely candidates, such as his former guidance counselor from PVCC, Susan Hannafin, and his brother. After some deliberation, Cole agreed to vote for Chris, only after Chris asked their mother about who Cole's real father was. Chris promptly replied that he asked her and claimed that his father was Jack Dale Smithy, which Cole knew to be untrue. Understandably unsatisfied and upset, he continued to email Chris about how Barbara enveloped his life in lies, closing with an earnest wish to be informed of Bob's eventual passing.
Dear God.
Chris intensified his campaign by handing out flyers at the game place, urging fellow visitors to vote. He even resorted to voting for his own video by making fake accounts, and gave himself a glowing review. From Quick Sonichu, Video Lucky 7. Such honesty of his situation and devotion for his lucky girlfriend adds great emotions to his performance. The visually appealing effects added the best humor and biggest laugh I had among the bunch. I enjoyed the fun background of his assumed to be bedroom, and his informative feedback on playing Guitar Hero on PlayStation 3 was truly a wise and great addition. Also, he has nailed the lyrics a cappella. As this brave autistic warrior so creatively put it at the end, rap, 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 that's a rap. Truly the cherry on the top of the sundae. A perfect score of 5 out of 5 stars for his marvelous effort, and smiling at knowing he looked a bit stupid. Voting was closed at the end of July. The polls are closed, and I am anxious to find out if I am number 1 of the Rappas or not. I really want that trip to Seattle so I can be with my sweet Megan longer than usual and have fun together. I love her so much. On August 3rd, it was announced that the winner of the Chop Chop Master Onions Rap Showdown was Adam Stackhouse.
No!
Crack the egg into the bowl. Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl. M-I-X.
This one is better, to be fair.
Chris immediately wrote
I don't even know how he got into the top 10, Chris. I don't even know how Chris ended up in the top 10, not gonna lie.
email to Sony, demanding they reconsider. I really wanted that trip so I could have a chance to impress my sweetest Megan and possibly fulfill my dream of getting married and soon have a daughter named Crystal. Yet now I, a frustrated high-functionally autistic 25-year-old virgin, have been balls broken like I have through a big chunk of my life in America's favorite game, Kick the Autistic. Sigh. I had my fantasies of having fun with Megan, taking her to a really extravagant destination. I am not rich. Taking a long-wanted tour of the Nintendo of America company tour with her, playing Guitar Hero against the guy in the Parappa costume, jamming with Megan in the hotel room, and possibly our first time in bed. Sigh. Life can be so unfair and f***ing corrupt, but I digress. Take the a cappella rule to the max on those 3 out of 10 videos. Take care, Christian Weston Chandler. He argued that the winning entry used a backing track and had to be disqualified. However, since the backing music was actually sung in a cappella, the entry was deemed suitable. Chris seemingly ignored the rule that contestants could not rewrite the lyrics, which Chris obviously did, thusly disqualifying himself. He directed his anger towards Stackhouse in his blog post on the PlayStation Network's website. This is directed mostly to Adam Stackhouse, the SOB who was the alphabetically first video in the Parappa contest and got wrongfully the big prize. This jerk's video was against the no music rule. His, Surya Butchwald, and Aperluski's video all should have been disqualified because they all had music. He also let Megan know about his sorrow. I am angry, depressed, and lonesome, all simultaneously. I worked so damn hard. I sent like 500 messages between MySpace.
I didn't realize he had essentially the word damn, bro. I thought he said I worked so dick hard. I was like, what?
PlayStation Network and AOL. And I even made up over 120 dummy email accounts to match with their dummy PlayStation accounts so I could stuff the f***ing ballot. Sigh. I failed. So much effort. Rapping and dancing with goofy effects to be even considered. Spreading the word as far and wide as possible. Wasted. And I did it all for you, Megan. I had you in my heart as I chopped the onion a la mode dance. Megan finally let him have a piece of her mind.
Oh no.
I just want to say that your behavior has irritated me for the last time. First, I'll start off with saying that I'm glad you didn't win the contest, because I have no interest in going on a trip alone with someone who can't keep his hands off me. I'm not your girlfriend, and I never will be.
This is fair.
When I say don't touch me, that means don't touch me. What may seem friendly to you is sexual harassment to me. And I don't like your Megan obsession. I don't like being a character in your comics. I don't like how you made me a character in Soul Calibur and Animal Crossing. That kind of behavior really freaks me out.
This is true.
To release his rage, Christian filmed a video of himself shooting a dart-firing Megatron pistol at a dartboard with a photo of Adam Stackhouse's face on it.
And that is how angry I am at Adam Stackhouse, Aperluski, Rudell, and Surya Butchwald. They should have been disqualified because they had music and more than one person in their Freakazoid videos.
As time went on, his attitude towards Megan changed little, announcing his displeasure at her, fraternizing with her friend Christopher.
This is not good.
The hugging was one thing, but when I heard the smack of your kiss on his cheek, it started a chain reaction.
He's going down the dark path now, man.
To
He's not listening to her.
And jealousy. I assure you that I would not do anything extreme to Christopher. Originally, I was not fond of him, because it was obvious that he was a homo. Yes, I am a homophobe. I fear them all, and I fear the tormenting temptations of falling off the straight path. But then
he took homophobe very literally. He literally fears them.
I mentally, sometimes from a DVD, and if you'll pardon the expression, shove some pussy in my face.
What? What I hear?
The
What?
tormenting temptations of falling off the straight path. But then I mentally, sometimes from a
Wait, he fears that he's not gonna be straight, and that's why he hates gay people? Okay.
DVD, and if you'll pardon the expression, shove some pussy in my face. I tell you what, if I ever stoop down to changing my path, I might as well would get a gender change operation.
If I ever stoop down to change my path, I might as well get a gender change operation. Well, that was good foreshadowing.
In late October.
Wait, what does that say as well? I was programmed to be more favorable towards women over those of my gender. Yeah, okay, then it talks about the boyfriend factor
Might
again.
as well would get a gender change operation. In late October, Daniel Mims, who frequented the game place, covertly snapped a couple of photos of Chris in mid-battle, and his buddy Lucas uploaded them onto the anonymous image board 4chan. A user on the comedy website Something Awful, who had seen Christian on the UVA campus, created a thread focused on Christian and his comics, unleashing the Christian myth onto the world. Members debated over the veracity of his supposed actions, and those who have witnessed him in person shared their story.
This is where he starts becoming a public figure.
Over the veracity of his supposed actions, and those who have witnessed him in person shared their stories. The fascination around Chris quickly spread to other websites. The outlandishness of his situation motivated people to draw inappropriate fan art featuring Chris and his Sonichu characters.
Ruh-roh.
On November 3rd, in a thread on 4chan, a user named Evan Christopher George was encouraged to send Chris an email showcasing a small selection of fan art. This is some fan art of Sonichu my friends and I have drawn. I hope you enjoy it. The included images were Chris hosting girlfriend auditions with no darkies written on his desk, a short comic about Chris losing his
historically accurate
with no darkies written on his desk, a short comic about Chris losing his virginity by having sex with Sonichu, a graphic depiction of Sonichu masturbating while yelling out "No darkies, jerk up," and Chris and Sonic Thorndyke, a character conceived by one Blaze Sonic, having a stare down. Chris's reply was rather unexpected. Thank you for your fan art contributions. In constructive criticism, I like the one with me and a girlfriend auditions, as well as my glaring in the eyes of the blue guy. But I'm feeling great detest towards the other two. Sonichu and I are not of that nature at all.
Oh no.
If you would like to make it up to me though, please draw a strip of Rosechu stripping for Sonichu and have him f her. And draw Rosechu masturbating and squirting.
Oh
I'm
no.
straight, damn it.
What?
I will not be veered in any other disgustingly grotesque direction. Again, most nasty fan arts are not appreciated at all. Please feel free to share that quote with the rest of the fans. Sincerely, Christian Weston Chandler. We're keeping track. Evan immediately posted Chris's response on 4chan, and in order to archive all future interactions, Jason Kendrick Howell created a page on the satirical Wikipedia-style website Encyclopedia Dramatica.
This where the quickie starts?
Devoted to Christian. Under the assumption that these people on the internet provoking and making fun of him, or trolls, were genuine fans of his, he shared the news with Megan.
Oh no.
The good news though is that I've had more fans for Sonichu than I thought. Now the worst to bad. I got this email earlier that had a set of 4 fan art of Sonichu and me. While I enjoyed more the spoof of me sitting by a box on a sidewalk, girlfriend auditions, and the one with me glaring in the eyes of a blue hedgehog in armor. The other 2, in that set of 4, freaked, creeped, and scared the crap out of my head. A lot worse than my freakout over you on Christopher's lap last night. Please keep that in private. In other words, get a room. I sent him a reply with respective criticism. I was infuriated. He also found out about an artist on the website DeviantArt who had made Sonichu-related fan art but did not credit Chris in it, and also discovered the Encyclopedia Dramatica page. In the meantime, Evan continued to send Chris more fan art. I'm very sorry I disappointed you, Chris Chan. I drew what you wished. He sent a drawing of a naked Rosechu having sex with Sonichu, and finally masturbating and squirting out of her gigantic penis. Oh, here's more art from more of my friends.
He got hit with a monkey's paw, god damn it. He got hit with a monkey's paw. That's fucking funny. Draw masturbating and squirting does her with a penis. Great.
I didn't draw any of this stuff though, so if you don't like it, I have no guilt. This email included more graphic content, including Mary Lee Walsh and a transgender Rosechu. Alright, I have one last batch of fan art. I'm sorry to send so many to you, but my friends are really eager to share it all. I hope you enjoy. He attached more fan art, a few more tasteful than the rest. Chris replied, disclosing a link to the ED page about him. Evan coyly denied accountability. What? What a horrible page. I'm sorry. I must wonder how they got pictures of our emails. I hope no one's hacking my email account. Ignoring security concerns, Christian sent another angry email. Do me a favor, draw a vagina on my roast chew. Roast chew is a girl. She never had a frickin' pickle.
Never had a
See
pickle.
one more frickin' pickle, and you may spread this quote.
He hates pickles. Does he hate pickles because he associates pickles with cocks and he hates gay people? Is that why he hates pickles? Am I connecting the dots here, or?
To other adult fan artists, I will create you in Soul Calibur 3 and beat you up like there's no tomorrow. Evan replied with a simple uh-oh and a picture of Roast Chew holding a pickle saying, I wish pickles could masturbate and squirt. And Evan saying, fudge, you're going to beat me up in SC3 now, aren't you? I shouldn't have let our souls get fiercely entangled. On November 4th, someone who called herself Vivian G sent an email claiming that she independently created a similar character called Sonichu and wanted Chris to acknowledge that it wasn't stealing. Evidently, he stated that it was fan art and that she shouldn't keep doing it because his characters mean too much to him. Vivian then sent a caps-locked email trying to convince him to improve himself. Jesus, are you so high on your horse that you think it's fan art? Jesus Christ, man, you are irritating me. You are putting me under more damn stress than you'll ever have. I want to express my goddamn self to the internet, and I find that some prick who thinks he's so great can call homosexuals wrong. And I have 2 lesbian friends who would be offended as by your ignorance, and thinks that going around stalking girls will get you a girlfriend. Newsflash,
I mean,
bitch,
is she wrong?
You mean nothing to this
Is she
world,
wrong?
and you will never get laid unless you improve yourself. Your troubles with jerk cops isn't because of them, it's because of you. Fuck off and die. This
Dear God.
debacle with trolls encouraged Joshua Martinez to toy with Chris, who first met him at James Madison University, where they both received speech therapy and remained as acquaintances. He managed to convince Chris that he regularly schmoozed with movie stars, thanks to his connections to the movie business. He contacted Chris and claimed that he found a girl who would like to meet him, when in fact, he was only trolling him. He even pretended to be this Lori and had a conversation with Chris through instant messaging. Christian reported on his elation in an email to Anna. Her name is Lori Lopez. I chatted with her through AOL Instant Message last night. She was really sweet, and not only did I have a great time getting to know her, but, blush, I got turned on. I know that she works at a car lot, I think. She is 23, brunette, brown eyes, and she is a mix of American and Spanish. If you've watched the movie Into the Blue, the starring woman, Jessica Alba, is an American-Spanish mix as well. He also mentioned her to Megan and even attached a supposed photo of her. On November 7th, Chris filmed a video pleading those involved with the ED page to be more respectful about him and take it down, and talked in length about his life and what caused him to be in his current situation.
It has come to my attention that I have a lot more fans of my electric hedgehog Pokemon Sonichu than I had originally thought. And I thank each and every one of you for your support. And I will draw more comics when I get some positive inspiration or...
The thing is, with this, if he was faking this to promote his character Sonichu, it would have actually been great promotion. Faking this entire character to promote Sonichu, it would have been great promotion. Problem is, he's not. It's just how he is.
when I feel like it. After all, everybody has a life, so do I. I have a life. I would like to humbly apologize for appearing to be some kind of sleaze, troll, badass, or whatever adjectives, good or explicit, you may feel about me. Please understand, I am a 25-year-old high-functioning autistic male with a simple, peaceful dream of becoming a father of a sweet, little pretty girl who I will doubly name Crystal Weston Chandler. Crystal, a name that sounds similar to mine, but it has a nice ring to it.
He claims that his family,
on
his mother's side, stems from British royalty.
Weston, my mother's maiden name, and a proper English name from royal descent. As a matter of fact, among my mother's side in the ancestral traits, we have been traced down to Daniel Weston, who was on the Mayflower voyage, and beyond him, Anne Boleyn, who was the one of King Henry VIII's wives, who gave birth to Queen Elizabeth I.
He talks about his
Nice.
upbringing, the struggles of the school system, and his achievements in high school. He defends his methods for finding a sweetheart.
All I did was sit around with a sign by my side that said I was looking for a boyfriend-free girl, 1825, yada yada yada, all that page. And I did all that because I have feared rejection and the infinitely high boyfriend factor, because you cannot tell which ladies are paired up and which are not. And wedding rings, that's just a whole different story, because they're married. Because it's not like you give every woman a ring who's already paired up. And this is one perspective. So please understand, I am not a violent person. I'm decent. I come from a caring, loving pair of parents. I'm kind, I'm considerate, I will respect your space and your feelings
Well,
so much.
Megan would like to defer.
Thank you very much for your time and listening. And please remember, I'm an innocent person. Just like most every one of you, I've had my faults. I've had my share of bad times. I have my share of good times. Please understand that. Thank you again. Take care.
With this recent upsurge in interest for Chris, he had the ability to raise awareness for his cause, and maybe even take proper action to prevent further trolling. Or better yet, if he took better care of his online presence, he could have made all of this fade away.
Oh no. Buddy's not. Buddy's not. We all know. We all know this. It's kind of a cool bedroom, to be fair. To give one thing to him. So, okay, so that is the end. Let's fully in this right. Okay, that is the end of part 4. He is now became an actual presence online. People online know him. The trolling has started. I'm assuming that's gonna get way out of hand. 'Cause that's one of the first things I learned about Chris Hanna, how much he got trolled. So I know that's gonna get way out of hand. He's becoming, okay, we're starting to get to the point where Chris is like becoming a bad person, like with what he's doing to Megan and stuff. Where he's legit becoming like, okay, can this guy might become like a sex offender? Like, can we investigate this guy to make sure, like, can we get a restraining order on this guy from Megan, please? Yeah, it's the end of part 4. Make sure to like if you want to see part 5. That'll be coming very, very soon. Make sure to leave all your thoughts in the comment section below. And, yeah, subscribe, because I'm going to be watching this entire series. So if you want to see that, or any other thing I do, make sure to do that. And, bye. 2, 1, and... Hi! My name is Lyric, and today we're going to be continuing the Chris Chan A Comprehensive History series with Chris Chan A Comprehensive History Part 5. If you've not seen the first 4 parts of me reacting to this series, make sure to watch them, because... we're trying to watch the entire series, and obviously it's going to take a while, so this is going to be like an ongoing thing on the channel. We're just going to continue watching these, and they keep coming out too, so we're going to keep watching these. It's a first time reaction to all of these, obviously. And, where did we leave off last time? He was trying to make the Sonic 2 franchise into a full thing. Love Quest not going well. Whole thing with Megan, especially not going well. Not being great to her in the slightest. Not very good to her in the slightest. A bit of a sign of things to come on what he would do later with bad things with women. So let's go. And before you I have the hiccups, so sorry. Before you continue watching this video, make sure to actually subscribe and like the video, because I got a video a few days ago that got more views than I have subscribers in 2 days. So more people watched it, and then people have clicked the subscribe button in 2 days. It takes so much less time to watch a video than it does to actually subscribe. It takes more time for me to say subscribe and like it takes more time for me to say the words subscribe and like than it takes for you to actually subscribe and like. So please do that if you enjoy the videos, because it means a lot. It means a lot to me. Also, make sure to leave a comment, because I read every single comment, and I try to reply to the ones I have a good reply to, I think. So yeah, let's begin. Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History, Part 5. Once again, these are always long, like 40 minutes, so be sure to grab some popcorn, maybe have this on the background or something. This music is iconic, by the way.
What made him this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan.
Here we go, man. Part 5. I'm hyped, man. I'm hyped. This is a legendary series, man. This is like YouTube
Less than a
history.
week after
This is
Christian's
this is internet history right here. Like this is actually one of the greatest documentaries ever made. Probably. I've only seen 4 parts of it, but if it's like those 4 parts for 60 straight parts, this is one, and it's covering a dude's entire life. This legit, like, as a YouTube documentary just made by some dude who's just fascinated with Chris Chan, and just documented his life on the as a series on YouTube, is one of the greatest documentaries ever made.
Encyclopedia Dramatica page.
Oh yeah, he's becoming an internet figure now. So I know he gets trolled a lot eventually. I don't know what the specifics. I just know one of the first things you think here of when I heard of Chris Chan was how much the internet trolling affected him, and I'm curious to see how much it's going to play a role in the series, because we're in part 5 of 65, and he's already been discovered on the internet and already has his own encyclopedia page, and people are drawing fan art and stuff. He was not too happy about in the last part at all.
It was created. Someone updated it by uploading an infamous internet-based photograph called Goatsy, which graphically depicts a naked man stretching his anus with his fingers snugly within his rectum, dilating his orifice to an inhumane diameter. This upset Chris so gravely that he took it upon himself to edit the page to make himself appear more appealing. For example, a paragraph noting his racism was changed to, "Oh yeah, he's also old-fashioned. In his idea of a sweetheart, she is not black.
Oh
He's
no.
cool with adoption,
Oh
but his
no.
dream of his future daughter calls for blood, tears, and seminal descent."
Oh no.
Not only did he reword sentences and correct historical inaccuracies, but he also extensively added personal information, a tactic which he called information overload. While his intention was to evoke sympathy, it only succeeded in fueling the fire for the trolls. In a way to reassert his heterosexuality, he uploaded—
That's always what he has to do, bro. Is Christian like secretly gay? Or bi or something? He's probably not gay, but is he like secretly bi? And he's just really doesn't like the fact that he's bi. He keeps trying to hide it by like making himself so straight and homophobic.
several of his own sexually charged drawings,
That's a theory.
such as one of Sonichu and Rosechu having intercourse,
Oh,
a naked
no.
Mary Lee Walsh masturbating, Bubbles and Black Son—
Does he like Mary Lee Walsh or not? Does he like not like her but like her, you know what I mean? I'm confused, what?
Sonichu having sex, and an image called She Came for Quick, which depicted Chris satisfying an unidentified naked woman with his fingers. Those exposed to the picture felt that the woman bore a striking resemblance to his twin sister Crystal, and were convinced that it was an illustration of incest. The fact
that did not age well
they
at all.
captioned the image with,
All I'm gonna say is I'm glad Chris Chan doesn't have a sister.
"Your sister has come for me," didn't help. Outside of his illustrations, he reflected on his obsession with Megan, admitting that he no longer pined for her, and talked about pleasuring himself using his inflatable sex doll, Officer Nasty. He restated his purpose. "I will continue to shove the true facts from my heart and soul down your throats, only until you take this whole page down for good." Chris would go on creating new accounts and further altering the page for the next few years. As the year 2007 drew to a close, Christian bought an anime-styled sex doll named Kimmy, and continued to email Megan, telling her that he would meet Lori soon. And on New Year's Eve, he sent an email to a friend of Megan's, which contained a new freestyle poem called "For My True Love, I Would. For my true love, I'd treat her tenderly, sweetly, gently, like a summer breeze. I'd caress her skin gently with my strong fingers.
Oh, I don't mention your fingers after that drawing, bro. Stop.
I'd take her to eat and provide for her to my ability. I'd start small at McDonald's."
I know this man is not writing a romantic poem and started off with, "I'll take her to McDonald's."
Then let it get better in due time. If she is willing to allow the pleasure, I'd lay her down, caress her gently, tickle her fancy, have her tickle my fancy, and give it to her, with the learned, lonely experience I've endured. I love you will be shared daily with a French side dish. I am her soldier, to do for her as she sees fit. In January 2008, Christian created a Facebook account, which he used much in the same manner as his other social media outlets, such as MySpace. He managed to befriend several women in his general vicinity and tried to engage in conversations with them. "Hi, Christina. I have read your profile and I find you quite interesting. You're pretty, honest, and smart. If you'd like, I'd like to meet you for a soda or coffee and get to know you better over a pleasant conversation. I also hope you will accept my friend request I have submitted earlier. Please reply if it's all cool. Okay, well, I'm 17 and about to be 18 in a few months, but yeah, I love to party and all that good shit.
Chris, you're like 25 at this point, bro. You gotta abort mission.
So hit me up.
You gotta abort mission.
While I don't know what it means to hit me up, I'll assume it means to talk to you more. I look forward.
I mean, he assumed the definition.
To meeting you in person and learning more about you. And if you need a tutor for a school subject, I can probably help you. I've excelled in math and English subjects.
Well, we saw that paper when he like turned to Spanish midway through, and the first. I think I underrated the comedy on that one. The number one was use standard written English, and then midway through he just changed it to Spanish. I don't know if he's gonna help you that much in English.
Yo tom apostrophe a 2 años de español in
He just said that to turn to Spanish.
Escuela secundaria, and I took 2 years of Spanish in my high school. Take care, Christian. Okay, yeah.
He's now actually, so is he starting to call himself Christian at this point? Because Christian was kind of at this point, he was calling himself Christian Weston Chandler, but his character in the Sonic Youth comics was Christian, I think. I believe, if I remember correctly. So now he's actually starting to call himself Christian. I guessing because of the Wikipedia page on him called him Christian because they discovered him from the Sonic Youth comics. So he's actually calling himself Christian at this point.
Of Spanish in my high school. Take care, Christian.
Why did he end it with a semicolon like it was a line of code?
Okay, yeah, well, here's the thing. First of all, I'm 17 and you're too old. And second of all, you know you're too old for me. And third of all, I'm not into all that Christian shit, but I would still love to be friends with you. And I don't know very many Christians who like to party, cause I'm a hardcore party girl. So, no, nothing like what you may be thinking. I just wanted to be friends with you. I'd wait until
I don't know if you did, my guy.
You were at least 18 before taking it further. Also,
being kind of creepy, bro.
I can party, I just don't get invited much. There's nothing wrong with simply meeting for a pleasant conversation and soda pop. I promise I would not lay a finger on you.
Guessing from what Megan said, I don't believe you.
Okay, well, a little FYI, I'm on probation and house arrest, and I might get locked up tomorrow for breaking my probation. So let's just take it day by day. I mean, I don't know you at all, and people might talk about me hanging with some older dude who I don't know. But I do hang at DQ, Dairy Queen, every day after school. So drop by and see if you can find me. Holla boy. After Christian sent another message divulging more details about himself, communication with Christina ceased. He also engaged in a chat with Christy, who accepted his invitation for a chat over coffee or soda, but he ultimately declined her acceptance when she revealed that she was a single mother. He also messaged a Danielle, whose boyfriend in response
17
threatened Chris.
That's not good. She doesn't like you. Well, that was uncalled for. My heart was in enough pain without that statement. Why doesn't Danielle like me?
January 20th, nice. Christian pleaded on Facebook for people not to believe what has been written on Encyclopedia Dramatica. There are some cyberbullies who have taken my words and feelings out of context and twisted them into meaningless mockery. Please do not believe those terrible rumors. I am a good man who needs a female sweetheart to soothe my pains from loneliness, stress of social influences, and heartaches. Please help me, so I can help you one day. 4 days later, he described his near encounter with a lady at the Alderman Library. I was playing Sudoku on my PSP, and I was listening in on this conversation between a couple of cute ladies just to my right. I've enjoyed just listening to them talk about their things. I will not divulge any details, because I am the man who will keep a secret.
Judging by the fact we know every detail about your life, bro, I don't think you keep much secrets.
Plus, I don't know all the details. Anyway, after one of the two left, the gal that stayed sitting next to me talked on her cell in what sounded like Dutch or German. It was the perfect opening for a conversation towards making a new gal pal. I had it in my head. Pardon me, I couldn't help but overhear you chat on your phone. But was that Dutch or German you were speaking? I had the nerve set up. I was raring to say it. But when I started to say it, the tension and my shyness and my autism choked me, literally.
That's understandable.
I could not even open my mouth to say anything. And she left. I'm kicking myself now. Anyway, that is how...
Sarah Jackson says, "Oh, don't worry, Chris. I'll come and visit you, and you can talk to me."
How shy I am. I'm so shy that I just freeze or choke upon starting to talk to a new girl I don't know yet. Through his Facebook updates, it was revealed that he regularly attended Grace Baptist Church in Charlottesville. Since Chris was told that Lori Lopez was going to go out with Joshua Martinez instead of Chris, he edited the ED page in order to convince the trolls to ruin Joshua's reputation instead. Look, pal, if you really want to take down someone who has a reputation, consider one Joshua Martinez. Ladies come a-running from at least as far as New York City to his house in Dyke, Virginia. Not just any ladies, but
That's
stars
the name
like
of the
Megan
town?
Fox, Jessica Alba, Jessica Biel, Jessica Simpson, and plenty other whores. He also has been piggybacking on the stardom of Vanessa Hudgens, singing with her in her Latino albums, and starring with her in various HBO movies, and even worse, Transformers 2.
Oh no.
He has her and some other gal named Brittany for both of his simultaneous girlfriends. Dual marriage in the works here. He's a more lucky SOB than I can ever surmount to. Ruin his reputation. Joshua Martinez. P.S. You did not hear this whole thing from me. The editors of the page didn't bite. In March, becoming increasingly troubled at all the attention Chris has been receiving, Megan requested that he take down all references to her on the internet. However, it was too late.
That's understandable.
She discovered that she came for quick pick and recognized the woman in it to be herself and confronted
no.
Chris. I didn't realize how much of an a-hole I could have been. I was caught up in the rage from that weekend in November when I did that. I couldn't even see straight, but I have done what I should have done long ago. Inform AOL, as well as other places on the web who can take down offensive websites and pages. I've really shot myself in the foot, and I am sorry. Not only am I mad at myself for being such a complete enraged a-hole, but my rage against those jerks who put that page up in the first place.
You know, he's getting some self-responsibility here. That's good. We haven't seen that much from him yet.
Greater flame because my closest friend got hurt emotionally. That's you. I will see to that website's demise, or my name isn't Christian Weston Chandler. Megan, I'm sorry for hurting you. 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 Thinking that repeating that phrase was enough recompense for Megan, his next email focused on his investigation on who took the picture of him at the game place, launching this entire campaign of hate against him. In response, Megan wrote about her shock concerning her depiction. I'm very much scarred by that image, and it will never leave me, and I can't decide what's worse, the image in general, or the fact you intentionally drew it and gave it to the webmaster for that site that you hate so much. Not only have you poured gas on the fire by doing that, adding obscenity to the already horrific site, but you have also embarrassed and humiliated me, and degraded and demeaned me,
that's
whether you
understandable.
realize it or not. Okay, well look, I'm unsure how I feel and what to do, so here's what I think. I'd like for you to just completely leave me alone for a while, until I can sort things out myself. You understand? It's not like I hate you, but I don't see you in the same light anymore, so just leave me be for a while. Let me try to recuperate with my few other friends.
The fact that she doesn't hate him at this point shows that he could have had a friend at this point. He could have had a friend that would have lasted for a long time, but he is fucked up in like so many ways.
You can just start from scratch sometime.
By being a creep.
Maybe, I don't know. Just depends on how I feel, okay? So please, let me be, and let me see how it goes, okay? Completely misunderstanding her point, Chris thought that the drawing upset her so because she was naive about sex and didn't truly understand what was being depicted, ironically revealing his own ignorance regarding sex.
What?
You may or may not have had much exposure to sexual images as I've had, so the idea of a hand job, which was the act drawn there,
that's not what that's
part
called.
of outer course versus intercourse,
What?
was a surprise to you. I'm sorry. If it helps put things into perspective, I can recommend finding information on the internet through this educational website I found through adameve.com. Or I recommend renting The 40-Year-Old Virgin.
I mean, that kind of is foreshadowing, isn't he? Like, cause yeah, he was born in 1982, so he's like 40 now. Well, he's not a virgin anymore, is he? Oh god, I don't know. I don't know if he was a virgin before the incident, but
on
yeah.
some of the issues around sex.
I'm assuming he
and how
was.
it can really frustrate an older virgin who hasn't had the pleasure yet. Or I can loan you my copy of The 40-Year-Old Virgin. The point is, allowing yourself more exposure to sex acts to make yourself feel more
oh, this is a terrible response. Oh no.
with that fact of life. In addition, he defended his actions. As for the drawings, while I have shoved the text information down your throat in an attempt to drown them in submission, there were too many images of penises, on there. I drew drawings promoting vaginas to go against those dickheads.
Literally.
I did the drawing of Sonichu f***ing Rosechew. I did the drawing of Bubbles getting it from Black Sonichu. I had the idea of pairing them up in the comic book anyway. I did the drawings of Angelica and Mary Lee Walsh, that witch hag, masturbating. And I did draw the drawing
If she's a witch hag, why'd you draw her masturbating?
giving you a hand job from among my adult fantasies.
That's not what that's called.
With your eyes censored to conceal your identity. It was a massive step outside of my boundaries, and I
like how he says that as if drawing her eyes, they would have gone, ah, I see, that's Megan.
did it out of anger, and I regret having done it, and I'm really, really sorry. But we all do things in the heat of anger, and or out of our boundaries, that we end up regretting later. He proceeded to remove all references to Megan from the ED page, including replacing the lewd drawing of her with a close-up of her groin. By Christian's reasoning,
well, that's
this
not
succeeded
good.
in masking the true identity of the woman in question,
No.
even though everyone apart from Chris and Megan still assumed it to be his hypothetical sister. He also felt it appropriate to upload the cover of his fictitious PlayStation game, Christian Weston Chandler's Adult Chronicles. Megan understandably took issue with his latest development. Okay. So instead of removing that one completely, you just enlarged my crotch. Thanks a lot. Why didn't you just remove it?
Right.
Well, I'm sorry, but that just makes me more angry in a way. It's not that actual sex act that traumatizes me. It's the fact that you fantasize doing such things to me when you know I would never. It's like, how do I know you're not going to abduct me and such? That was a figure of speech. You know what I mean? It creeps me out if you have such thoughts about me. It's like you're stalking me, so you really need to back off. P.S. I think it's rather amusing how you complain of these people defiling you. Yes, many posts are ridiculous, but you have defiled Mary Lee Walsh and our wonderful security officers, who are simply doing their job. Then you defiled me and lied about it.
He's speaking facts right now, to be
stop
fair.
with this mindset that the whole world's against you and start taking some responsibility for once. Example, it's wrong to hate these people when you broke the rule by soliciting/loitering. Hey, at least they're doing their job, and I support that. In an attempt to find a resolution to the issue, Chris sent an email to the Wikimedia Foundation, asking if it were possible for them to take down the page due to the culture of bullying it produced, only to be told that Encyclopedia Dramatica was not part of Wikimedia, and thus they were helpless in the matter. Chris once again emailed Megan berating ED, upset that the authors of the page assumed that the woman was his imaginary sister, who shared the name of his imaginary daughter, hence theorizing that Christian wanted to impregnate his mother.
Whoa.
Said that the authors of the page assumed that the woman was his imaginary sister, who shared the name of his imaginary daughter. Hence theorizing that Christian wanted to impregnate his mother, so he could successfully have intercourse with his daughter, who was also his sister.
Like, if this was a fictional story, it would be criticized for the foreshadowing being too obvious. Oh my god, bro.
He also revealed that drawing that image may have in fact prevented something even more heinous. As for the drawing itself, I realized that it was done not only out of inspired fantasy, angst against ED, and love for you, but also a major release for my crazy, mixed up hormones. If I didn't have the foresight to put my pent-up frustrations and feelings in the form of something, I might have become an abusive maniac. So thank God for allowing me to release my bottled up frustration.
If I didn't have the foresight to put my pent-up frustrations and feelings in the form of something, I might have become an abusive maniac. Once again, we're back with the foreshadowing. But also, so you're saying you drew a picture of you doing things to Megan so that you wouldn't do it in real life? So you're saying you drew a picture so that you wouldn't rape Megan? Is that what I'm getting at right now? If so, we're getting... I mean, how do you see the signs at this point, right? Like...
Frustrations in a more positive, yet not so politically correct, and not physically hurting others method. He insisted that if they ignored the webpage, the trolls would lose interest and forget about them. In the meantime, disgusted by everyone accusing him of having incestuous desires, Chris made it explicitly clear that the woman in the drawing was in fact his friend Megan.
No, you made it worse!
Editing the phrase, drawing pictures of himself having sex with his imaginary twin sister, to, drawn pictures of himself having sex with his lost sailor soldier, Megan, who dumped his sorry ass for drawing the pic of him f***ing her. She never even had any inkling of interest.
She didn't dump you, you were never together.
What an intolerable, sad sack loser. But there was nothing more he could do to save their relationship. By the end of April, Megan had severed all ties with Chris.
That's good.
As a result of his adoration for her, he had created a veritable shrine for Megan, comprised of her own drawings that she gave him, figurines, pictures, and other media which were inspired by his desire.
Okay, this has got to be the worst episode yet in terms of what's happening, bro. We're going downhill, bro. We're going down a steep slope. It's like Emp Lemon, bro. A downward spiral, bro. Downward spiral.
For her. Over the coming
I feel like that's what this entire series is going to be,
years,
actually.
The shrine slowly dissipated. As an expression of humility, he uploaded an image gallery called, "You Know What? I Hate Me Too," onto his ED page, which comprised of a selection of images from his comics, wherein he depicted himself getting beaten up, downtrodden, and looking unflattering. What's more, the pastor at his church discovered his online activities and subsequently expelled Christian from Grace Baptist Church.
That's fair.
But he soon found refuge in Wesley Memorial United Methodist Church. To add insult to injury, Michael Snyder, the manager of the game place, banned Chris from the store for 2 weeks, most likely due to his frequent outbursts of racism towards the African American children and the temper tantrums he threw whenever he lost.
I mean, that's fair.
Resulted in an overall drop in patronage. In May, seemingly moving on from the events of the previous 2 months, Chris uploaded a gallery of photos onto the Adult Swim message boards of his Rock Band guitar controller, which he custom painted in the theme of the cartoon character Meatwad from the Adult Swim show Aqua Teen Hunger Force. On May 11th, he was officially baptized at the Wesley United Methodist Church.
Nice.
In June, troubles with Chris at the game place escalated to the point that Michael Snyder permanently banned him from the establishment.
Oh wow.
In retaliation, Christian called over his parents, so
fair.
Snyder called the police, as he was well within his rights to refuse service to anyone he saw fit.
Right.
After this expulsion, the only form of regular social interaction he had left were his church activities. On June 25th, Brittany, who was someone who had become aware of Christian's antics online, wrote a lengthy email addressed to him in the hopes of convincing him to change his ways and move beyond always using his autism as a crutch. In August, Chris sent an email to someone he knew from the game place, letting him know that he had sent a letter of apology to Michael Snyder, but to no avail. In early August, Christian uploaded another video addressing the trolls who were dragging his name through the mud and blamed ED for the end of his relationship with Megan, threatening to cease publication of the upcoming Sonichu issue 7 until the page was taken down. Throughout the video, he uses his glasses and hands for cartoon-like theatrics to dramatically emphasize his message.
Citizens of the internet, I present an open message to each and every one of you. Y'all should know me by now, but if you don't, I am Christian Weston Chandler, the original creator of Sonichu, the Electric Hedgehog Pokemon.
The OG.
Back on March 17th, 2000. Any dates earlier are void. I have a whole bunch of people on the internet.
Took out the glasses.
Hate. Show me a lot of hate. And I do not appreciate it. Takes me off. Y'all think I'm just a sap, a chump, dumbass, whatever you may think. But you know what?
Not completely off.
You, every last one of you who has expressed hate against me, you're the shitheads.
He once again reiterates that he is not a homosexual.
Every one of you who thinks I'm homo and calls me that because I am not, I'm straight. I'm straight. You're the homos.
Oh.
Every last one of you.
Nor is he a pedophile.
I am not a pedophork, you dorks!
A
He expresses
pedophork.
his disgust for the pornographic images others have uploaded to the ED page, stating that he prefers vaginas, referring to them by the euphemism China.
The hatred I'm getting from every last one of you who has contributed to that Encyclopedia Dramatica webpage, and every other forum, internet document, lewdly drawn pictures with dicks. I love dykes. Dykes. China. I'm straight. If I see a dick, I just look away with a moment of being freaked out.
That's why I became so fat, so I don't have to see my own dick, because they keep having to look away.
He confirms once and for all that the woman pictured in She Came for Quick is Megan.
And by the way, that is not Crystal, whose eyes are censored. That is Megan.
No, you don't. Just say it's not Crystal. You don't have to say who it is.
And just for taking it up and twisting it around as such.
He describes his simple and wholesome wish for the future.
If I ever do find the one that is to be my sweetheart, I will give her such care, such tenderness, such love. We get around to hanky-panky, that's fine. That's good. We get married. I will have my God called daughter. She will be taken care of.
No, we don't. No, we know now. I'm very glad you don't have a daughter.
Lovingly. Those of you who mock me otherwise with such frivolous, lucrative adultery, if I ever hear any more new stuff,
Shiver me timbers.
it will weigh on your conscience with me tearing at your souls emotionally. I'll leave you with any other thoughts that you may have. But if you dare twist these words around, that will weigh worse on your conscience. The words that I provide from sound mind and heart, it will weigh heavily on you.
Oh no.
It will weigh heavily on you.
2 days later, the Chris Chan page
Shake.
was
The trolls are shaking on their
declared
boots.
article of the now on Encyclopedia Dramatica. The following day, Chris emailed Bill O'Reilly from Fox News,
What?
Dateline NBC, and NBC Nightly News about his conflict with Encyclopedia Dramatica, apparently for the second time. I wish to re-report the heinous webpage of worst levels of mockery against me. This webpage has been haunting me since it originated around Halloween 2007.
We're in 2008 now.
Jason Kendrick Howell as the creator of the page, declaring him
Bro, you're 26 now, bro.
a troll, and directed the majority of his hatred towards him. He also recorded another video, urging fans of Sonichu to help take down the ED page, under the impression that he had more fans than he actually did.
Attention!
Every time he says ED, for like a split second I think erectile dysfunction before I think, oh yeah, he's talking about the Encyclopedia Dramatica.
All Sonichu fans on the internet who do not hate me, Christian Weston Chandler. For I have an important message for y'all. If y'all would actually like me to bring up new stuff for Sonichu and conclude the stories, you can do so by having that Encyclopedia Dramatica page taken down so that I can feel more comfortable in drawing and coloring the comics that y'all have grown to love. If you want to send all your complaints for me not doing the work that I should be doing, you can send every last complaint to the one called Jason Kendrick Howe, also known as How Games or Liquid Snake.
You have a new character here.
For he is, and I quote, in an email he sent me, the creator of the Encyclopedia Dramatica ED page for me.
He urges everyone to send their hate to Kendrick Howell.
And that's for you, Jason Kendrick Howe.
Why does he refer to everyone by their first, middle, and last name, including himself?
As sure as I am to get at least 1 ounce of vagina,
1 ounce.
I have your number. Hey,
Everyone knows I calculate how much pussy I get in weight.
you're going down.
2 days later, Chris celebrated the apparent fall of AD. In reality, the website was experiencing frequent outages and slow load times due to the increased site popularity.
Ladies and gentlemen on the internet, to all the Sonichu fans, I am pleased to announce that the Encyclopedia Dramatica, not only the web page, but the whole freaking website's going down. And to make sure it definitely goes down and stays down, do not donate any money to that website.
Especially if you want to see the more
Donate to the actual Wikipedia, though.
adventures of Sancho that I am conjuring up in my mind and drawing up.
As a reward for all the hard work his fandom had put in, he previewed unfinished drawings of a joke referencing the cartoon series Family Guy to be featured in Sonichu issue 7.
TV-14, just for the sketch, just like the Family Guy show. Let's go, Ghostbusters! Let's go, let's go, let's go! Let's go, Ghostbusters! Let's go!
He also inserted references to the 1986 Filmation animated series, Ghostbusters, unrelated to the Columbia Pictures movie franchise, nor its subsequent animated adaptation, The Real Ghostbusters.
Did they really have to call that show The Real Ghostbusters? Because there was already another Ghostbusters unrelated show?
Oh, my aching axles!
Through some email exchanges, Christian found an acquaintance in Robert Simmons V, who was in fact an anti-troll who gained Chris's trust by supporting his actions and creating a persona that possessed similar personality traits. He even resorted to filming videos announcing his support for Chris and his love for Sonichu, all while touting a yellow-colored Sonic necklace.
Nice.
Good evening, citizens of YouTube. I must be quiet because it's at night. I don't want to wake up my parents, so please forgive me for not talking loud, and I hope all you can.
I mean, you're already talking pretty loud.
In an email dated August 12th, Chris confided in Robert and confessed his adoration for Meg Griffin from Family Guy.
What?
She is not ugly. She has always been a beautiful catch in my eyes. I just do not understand.
Who is this from? Chris or Robert?
All you can hear me.
In an email dated August 12th, Chris confided in Robert and confessed his adoration for Meg Griffin from Family Guy.
This is from Chris.
She is not ugly. She has always been a beautiful catch in my eyes. I just do not understand how anyone would see Megan as ugly. And I feel it is very pitiful that Seth MacFarlane would make her the punching bag of most everyone else on the show, when clearly she does not deserve such torturous punishment.
How you down bad for Megan? Is this because her name is Megan? Is that why?
I am in the same boat as she is, if you think about it. I'm the punching bag of the jerks on ED who are getting their heinous lulls, a rehash of lol, meaning laugh out loud. But in my opinion, lulls means laughs under lucricities, which is obviously not good. He also admitted Robert into his elite list of men whom he does not hate. 3 days later, he recorded and uploaded another video addressed to his supposed fanbase, conceding that Encyclopedia Dramatica has not fallen.
This is an official update to all the loyal Sonichu fans on the internet and everywhere else. Well, first off, while the Encyclopedia Dramatica page, the whole website, they did manage to get their ill-gotten money, but I say, screw them. In the air!
What?
So anyway,
he addresses the scheme trolls had to steal his Sonichu medallion.
Well, I have been hearing the rumor of the medallion stealing, as you can see. It's still on me, man. Ain't nobody gonna get it off me, cause more security measures have been taken.
Security
this
measures.
One might be the real one, this one might be the false one. How are you to know? That's to your own understanding.
Chris implores his fans to contact Nintendo and Sega about producing Sonichu-related merchandise.
What you can do to see all this in fruition and officially approved distribution, you go to Nintendo.com. If you have an account, or if you don't have an account, you get yourself signed up for free. Talk about Sonichu. Build up more hype in their forums everywhere. Send them emails requesting that they bring them to fruition. They talk to me personally about bringing all that to fruition. Send them the emails, handwritten letters to their official building in Seattle, Washington. Let Nintendo and Sega know about the hype. Send them your personal requests and everywhere. Tell them to talk to me. They both, Nintendo of America and Sega of America, they know my address and my phone number. They have it in their systems. So, talk to them, have them talk to me. Bring the Sonichu idea to fruition! And there's the update for now. Thank you for listening.
His ambitious plans activated the imagination of 1JK Productions, who launched their own blog documenting the supposed development of their own Sonichu the game. Chris gave
Is there a Sonichu video game? Because I would love to play it.
His full support. unknowingly endorsing an elaborate ruse, with JK being a common acronym for just kidding. On August 18th, Bob wrote a letter for Chris. In stark contrast to the one he had written during Christian's early childhood, this was much more brief, but nevertheless, still hopeful and optimistic about Chris's future. Dear Christian, at this time in life, you and Sonichu need a quest and purpose in life. Let Sonichu become a champion for autistic persons everywhere and continually defeat the perils of autism. Sonichu could become the spokesperson for autistic persons with an ongoing fight for them in chapter after chapter, or good deeds on the internet.
Oh no.
He could become the spokesperson from now on. You and Sonichu could become famous world.
I can't believe it, bro. This guy got hit with a real-life monkey's paw. I can't believe it, bro. He said you and Sonichu could become famous worldwide. They did, alright. They did. Not in the way you wanted, though. Not in the way you wanted. Could become a spokesperson for autistic persons. Oh, no. Oh, no. He got hit with a monkey's paw. They became famous, but just in the worst way possible. Oh, no.
On August 19th, a 3-member group created an online female persona by the name of Blanca Weiss, whose name was derived from the Spanish and German words for white. According to her story, she was working on her own comic book and created her own character called Jigglyami, a singing Pokemon based on Jigglypuff.
Wait, what?
Words for white. According to her story, she was working on her own comic book and created her own character called
comic in a comic?
Jigglyami, a singing Pokemon based on Jigglypuff. She relayed this information to Christian via email and—
Wait, what? So confused.
Created a—
Wait, I
On
lost.
August 19th, a 3-member group created an online female persona.
Oh, someone else created a female persona.
By the name of Blanca Weiss, whose name was derived from the Spanish and German words for white. According to her story, she was working on her own comic book and created her own character called Jigglyami, a singing Pokemon based on Jigglypuff. She relayed this information to Christian via email and encouraged him to have her featured in a future Sonichu issue. Chris was beyond impressed with her and later made a full-body colored drawing of Jigglyami, which she wanted to send to her home address, but she declined. In order to gain her trust, Christian talked about himself, copying and pasting large sections from his various social media.
Wait, does he think she's a real girl? Oh no.
In return, the troll sent him this photograph as evidence of the veracity of her character, and talked more about her backstory. Chris admitted that she was growing on him.
Oh,
By the next day, he was already working on a scene in the comic starring Jigglyami. Blanca retorted with the lyrics for a song meant to be performed by Jigglyami. He let her know that he was almost finished Sonichu issue 7, and that he would feature Blanca and Robert Simmons in special interview segments. Chris mentioned that he helped Robert overcome some problems regarding his own love quest, such as abandoning the idea of an attraction sign. I later realized that a sign made me look retarded, so I stopped long time ago.
I mean, I think you got a lot of things
that
to make
he
it
tried
look
to
like that,
put
bro.
himself in the center of an open area and try some Axe body spray.
Oh, no.
He stated, under the impression that Axe body spray would have the same result.
Is he a troll or is he autistic or something, like with Chris?
As is demonstrated in their infamous ad campaign. The only thing about him that I feel different about, his version of my medallion. I don't know how to describe the way I feel about it, but from looking at it, I'm like, oh yeah, or oh my god. I think you can understand, but please do not tell him that I said that. Sonichu issue 7 picks up where issue 6 left off, with Chris—
Why is there a picture of Megan again?
and Megan on the basketball court, chatting with Bionic, who thanks Megan for setting him up with Megaji. Bionic and Megaji's displays of affection almost bring Christian to tears, because it reminds him of his loneliness and virginity, but is comforted by Megan. They ask Magi-chan and Sonichu about pinpointing the location of the Sonichu balls, which by now are being referred to as Sonichu crystals, due to numerous comments made by trolls highlighting the homoerotic nuance of the term balls.
I just made that
the
joke.
purpose and abilities of the aforementioned crystals are yet to be revealed. They determined that one crystal might have been lost in the past, and if they found the one who touched it last, they would know where to find it. Magi-chan realizes that at the exact instance when Chris thought up Bionic the Hedgehog in 1996, he was hit
You remember the exact second you remembered?
in the head
2:31, 29 seconds p.m.
by what he thought was a basketball, but it was actually a Sonichu crystal. Christian randomly transitions into a Family Guy style sketch.
Honestly, Chris does kind of resemble Peter Griffin, just like in real life. Honestly, this drawing of him as Peter Griffin looks more like Chris Chan than his actual normal drawing does.
And gives Seth MacFarlane full permission to implement this idea in a future episode of Family Guy.
Honestly, Chris Chan would make for a great Family Guy joke. He needs to be brought up eventually.
The sketch in question is the one that was previewed in a video, in which Chris, stylized as Family Guy's Peter Griffin, is incorporated into the setting of Filmation's Ghostbusters cartoon. Ironically, his witty reimagining of himself bears far more resemblance to his actual appearance
right,
than his
that's what I was saying.
persona. Magi-chan says that he can bring Chris and Sonichu back to 1996 to retrieve the crystal, so he encapsulates the three into a time sphere that brings them back to Chris's time in Manchester High School. Current-day Chris happens upon 14-year-old Chris, who has a conversation with Joseph Herring, depicted as having an acne-ridden face, despite
My guy be looking like he got Bowser's back on his face, dear God.
known photos showing him clear-skinned and handsome. Chris is hit in the head by the crystal, and Sonichu discreetly catches it, avoiding any possible temporal tampering. Beavis and Butthead is also briefly referenced.
Nice.
They proceed to bring the crystal back to the present day, but the time sphere abruptly stops, flinging Chris out of it. Magi-chan comes to the conclusion that Chris is lost. Shenhui stopped. The crystal's power made him able to pass through my sphere. The crystals activated like rockets upon his friction from the stop, and he was propelled into the void of time. There is nothing we can do for him right now. All we can do is wait for a time warp to pen, and if I sense his presence at that moment, there is a chance I can go in and retrieve him. The time warp may open at any random time in the future. Christian's self-imposed exclusion from the storyline was in order to satisfy the many people online telling him that the Sonichu comics primarily focused on Chris rather than the eponymous hero.
Makes
Sonichu
sense.
informs Rosechu of the situation, stating that he will survive and will be in a sense watching over them like God. They embrace, with Chris depicting Rosechu's panties under her skirt, in order to defy all claims that he is a homosexual. Meanwhile, in the
Great.
time void, Chris possibly absorbs the two crystals into his hands, which cause his mind to flood with memories from his recent real-life past, which clash with the thoughts of the comic book Chris, drawing the episode to a close. The comic segues into a special section devoted to the goings-on of the KCWC radio station, hosted by DJ Jamsta Sonichu and his girlfriend,
Nice.
Lalisa Rosechu. He interviews Gigliami and her cute manager Blanca. Gigliami is portrayed with a medallion bearing her own likeness around her neck.
Nice.
Lalisa then conducts an in-depth interview with Robert Simmons V, who is said to resemble Chris in many ways. On the day issue 7
Yeah.
was released, Christian finished drawing the cover for the Spring Break special issue 8.
This man really made the beach episode of an anime into his comic series.
Which he sent to Blanca. For this issue, he changed the name of the comic to Rosechu. Towards the end of August, Evan Christopher George uploaded a Sonichu-related creation which he called Seamanchu, which according to his official biography, was originally a Pikachu that was raised by a swarm of Pokemon called Beedrill. Despite the drills in lieu of hands design bearing
Alright.
resemblance to that of Beedrill, the character's name, red goggles, and drills are derived from semen as seen in the anime series Gurren Lagann. Evan decided
Nice.
to email his creation to Chris in the hopes of being included in a future issue of Sonichu. However, Chris rejected the idea, instead adapting the character into a new ground bug-type female creation called Simonla Rosechu.
Alright, close enough.
Mistaking Simonchu's goggles for infrared eyelids and his cape for a shell. 2
Nice.
days later, Christian uploaded a video describing his role in the development of the Sonichu video game by JK Productions, still under the impression that it was a legitimate organization.
Alright, well, first off, I am going to give y'all some talk as suggested by my associates
I mean, it makes sense for Sonic U to be a video game. It's made after two video game
who are
characters.
in on the Sonichu game. that's in development. I'm still thinking about the story very much. I got a big chunk of the stories in my head. It's gonna be like multiple stories, like we'll go through multiple characters, all the original Sonic and those two hedgehogs. Once we get the game project off the ground, hopefully with the assistance of Nintendo of America and Sega of America, there will definitely be the release of the official Sonic Shoe merchandise, including officially released and distributed, manufactured medallions for.
The thing is, his ideas aren't so bad if his comics were good. If he didn't do some of these things in his personal life, I would actually maybe buy a Sonic Shoe. Like, actually, when you think about it, Sonic Shoe is low-key becoming an interesting character. Like, I think the character design isn't that bad, but his Sonic Shoe, it's just literally Sonic and Pikachu, bro. The more, like, for some reason, he's somehow selling me on it. Even though his comics are so bad, I want to buy a Sonic Shoe medallion. If he had not done such fucked up shit in personal life, I would actually very much consider buying a Sonic Shoe video game and medallion.
One thing, copies of my my CWC on TV DVD that you've seen only a few bits of on the YouTube and such, and as well as possible Sonic Shoe.
Like, if this much of his personal life wasn't out there, I think he has some good ideas.
Action figures.
Or about the Sonic Shoe franchise.
That the Sonic Shoe comic will once again be focused on Sonic Shoe, and that Chris will eventually return, only to retire as mayor of Quickville and give himself a smaller role in the story. He then continues to elaborate on the storyline of the game.
And then we go on to Bubbles. Everybody love Bubbles? Bubbles is the bubbly one! Anyway, yeah. She'll get more wet. I mean,
what?
All the hedgehogs will go through all the same levels, except variation. Bubbles will mostly be able to swim. Somewhat underwater versions of those levels. And a Juck,
Whenever this guy mentions the word wet, I get real concerned.
She'll be flying high, casting off wing attacks against the enemies in her story.
He reveals that Black Sonic Shoe's name will change, possibly as a response to the backlash he had received due to the racial connotations.
The name's not great.
Also, for short, for Black Sonic Shoe was Black Shoe. I'm changing it. For his nickname, as it will be revealed in the upcoming Spring Break issue. Everybody have fun on Spring Break! He will prefer to be called Blake.
That's better.
Simply Blake. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, Blake's partnered around with Bubbles.
Okay.
But Bubbles likes to try to think that she can keep it to herself. Like, she has like, ooh, she turned on by the dark side of the Force.
What?
And all the nuttiness that Blake will want to bring with him.
He talks about Blanca and her involvement in his personal and creative life.
It's nice to know that I actually do have a good gal pal that I've made over the internet recently, who's inspired character. She was inspired by me.
Oh no.
Her inspired character I've given my full approval of and introduced in the comic I just uploaded to what is now can also be considered to be SciShoe.net. Nothing but net. Screw your com. I got the net. Yeah. And she herself is the original character of the new bubblegum pop star. Jiggly Yummy! Jiggly Yummy! Yeah. So, like,
I really like the music. The music really fits with this series, because it really does make it feel like it's a true crime documentary, which at this point it actually is.
She may, she and I might actually meet in the future, but, I don't have any future plans as of this point, but, I think I'll feel better with my future set when I have my, sweetheart. So, thank you very much, every one of you, for your, patronage. And I hope you all have a pleasant day.
Christian's newfound infamy brought him much stress and hardship, with him hardly being able to cope with the constant barrage of trolling, getting ever more challenging to discern what was false and what was true.
He still didn't discover Blanca's fake.
And what was an insult. But he still had his principles, his dreams and ambitions, to see himself through the most trying period of his life.
That's the end of part 5, right? end of part 5. So we went through a lot here. This is the true beginning of the trolls really becoming a big part of his life. His relationship with Megan has ended, rightfully, because I don't know what he was. Yeah, been real creepy there. That's the first real example of him being super creepy. The Sonic, yeah, he's getting trolled. He doesn't know that Blanca isn't a real person. And okay, so yeah, so it's just going downward spiral. It's just getting worse and worse. He's been kicked out of the game place. Yeah, okay, so that's it for this episode. Next episode coming next week, part 6. We're going to be doing every part of the series. Well, like I said in the beginning, subscribe and like, because it takes less time for me to say the word subscribe and like than it takes you to actually subscribe and like. And also, if you subscribe, turn the notification bell on, because the entire point of subscribing is to turn a notification bell on, is to get notifications when I upload. But if you don't click the button, that's the bell, you don't get when I upload. So what's the point of subscribing? You absolute dinguses. But yeah, bye. Previously on Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History.
In the future, but I don't have any future plans as of this point, but you know, I think I'll feel better with my future set when I have my sweetheart. So, thank you very much, every one of you, for your patronage, and I hope you all have a pleasant day.
Christian's newfound infamy brought him much stress and hardship, with him hardly being able to cope with the constant barrage of trolling, getting ever more challenging to discern what was false and what was true.
He still didn't discover Blanca's fake.
And what was an insult. But he still had his principles, his dreams, and ambitions to see himself through the most trying period of his life.
That's the end of part 5, right? Now, on Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Hi, my name is Lyric, and today we are continuing the Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History series with part 6. So, what happened in the last episode? The trolls are getting out of control. Yeah, the trolling is going to be start to become a big thing, I think. It's going to become a big thing. He believes this girl called Blanca is a real girl when she's not. His relationship with Megan is completely shattered after that drawing he made. And he also thinks that the Sonic 2 video game is a real thing when it's not. Yeah, a lot of not good things are happening here. He got kicked out of the game place. He got kicked out of his church. So, yeah, he's really starting to become him versus the internet at this point. So, let's see how things continue on with part 6 here in the series. So, yeah, before we continue, make sure, if you haven't watched the other parts of the series, obviously watch those. And then watch the original video, obviously, but, yeah, make sure to subscribe and like, because it takes less time for you to subscribe and like than it takes for me to say the words subscribe and like. So, yeah, let's begin. Also, if you watch an entire Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History reaction, 40 minutes long, and you don't even subscribe or even like the video, what's wrong with you, bro? At least leave a comment or something. Like what are you doing here? Wait, what? This video is a re-upload and has been slightly adjusted to hopefully ensure its longevity on YouTube. As the original video was forcibly removed for featuring accounts of bullying and harassment. Well, it's a documentary about bullying and harassment, my guy. That's stupid.
What made him this way?
I'm dying already with my neck.
What is the attraction?
Probably because how much I slouch, bro. Do you realize, do you realize, this is how I sit when I watch a YouTube video, but I can, go all the way up here? If I sit straight up, I'm dying, bro.
Says fascinated. This is the story of Chris Chan.
Chris Chan. Here you go, man. Part 6. We're only a 10th of the way through this series. Not even a 10th. Oh, no. Here we go, man.
Towards the end of August 2008, hoping to further develop their relationship, Christian emailed Blanca asking about her opinion on pornography admitted that he has seen his fair share.
Oh no.
He revealed that he enjoyed TV shows like Keeping Up Appearances, Are You Being Served, and Monty Python.
Nice.
Chris encouraged her to upload a video of herself on YouTube, or at least have a video call with him.
Oh.
He also mentioned an alleged recent interaction with Megan. If you recall my gal pal, Megan Schroeder, I've chatted with her earlier tonight.
Really, Dennis?
She has forgiven me for my mistake. She is doing well, and she has been going out with a volunteer fireman for about over a month now. Although I had her at I love you when I lost her then, I can still be happy for her successes as a true friend. He let Blanca know that he had gotten used to the existence of the Encyclopedia Dramatica page, but was still tormented by the images of a transgender Rose Chew.
Foreshadowing.
She is all woman. She was born with and still has her God-given vagina and both ovaries. I would seriously really wish and like very much see all the dicked up images removed from the page and replaced with more accurate fan art of Rose Chew with vagina. Not only that, but it seriously ticked me when just after I found the page back in November '07, I received in emails a few copies of those particular images. Then I distinctly, right to the point, straightforward told all the people that sent the image copies, as well as the people of the ED page, to remove their pickled images. Only if they would replace their dick-headedness with honest, God-blessed images of Rose Chew with vagina and absolutely no friggin' penis. Blanca revealed that their relationship was in fact growing stronger, and sent the following photo to Chris to further persuade him of her genuineness. This convinced him to provide her with his home phone number. Christian also informed her of his scheme to combat images of Rose Chew with a penis by making his own sexual drawings of a truly female Rose Chew.
Oh no.
Blanca then encouraged him.
Why does like half the bad things he's done so far are just him trying to show that he's not gay? Yeah, that's half the bad thing he's done so far just came from him trying to do that.
Proclaim his intentions in a YouTube video. On September 2nd, 2008, in order to replace the sexual imagery of which he disapproved, Christian uploaded 9 nude drawings of Rose Chew in a variety of sexual situations.
God damn it, Chris.
Many of these drawings were actually traced from pre-existing erotic renderings of characters such as Amy Rose from Sonic. 3 days later, JK Productions claimed that they had received a cease and desist order from both Sega and Nintendo due to the unauthorized use of the likeness of their characters. The artists in response drastically redesigned the main characters. For example, Sonichu was reimagined as Reginald the Anteel, which was a crossbreed of an anteater and an eel who sported a dashing suit with a pickle in his breast pocket.
Oh no, that's
Rose
so
Chew was
funny.
similarly replaced
No
by
way,
an
bro.
anteel
No.
with gay overtones.
No, bro. It was the long troll. It was the long troll. They brought him in. Thought they were gonna make this video game, and then they go, "Hey, Nintendo made a cease and desist." So now we have an ant. So now we have to replace him with an anteater with a pickle in his pocket and a gay Rose Chew. Oh
Chris
no.
was also supplanted by a voluptuous female version of himself.
What?
These drastic changes convinced Chris to end his relationship with JK Productions, mistaking the anteels for aardvarks. In the face of what has been long established, Christian released episode 17 of Sonichu issue 8 before the comic was completed. Rather than the supposed spread of Sonic. In the face of what has been long established, Christian released episode 17 of Sonichu issue 8 before the comic was completed. Rather than the supposed spring break theme, episode 17 came about as a direct response to the recent drama concerning ED and 4chan, resulting in a sex-filled and surprisingly pornographic offering.
Oh
Due
no.
to the shocking nature of its content, the episode was originally available.
The Sonic Youth series, I mean, if you're gonna get anything, it has great diversity of genres in it, okay?
In 3 different versions, based on the TV parental guidelines devised by the FCC. TVY7, which contained no graphic content, TV14, which included sexual acts with the nudity censored, and TVMA, which was the uncut and uncensored version. Before the prologue, Chris inserted a disclaimer in which Sonichu and Rose Chew say that they are over the age of 18 and give some warning as to what will shortly be witnessed. We, Christian Weston Chandler, and everyone of this hand-drawn series fully support safe sex
Nice.
and the proper use of condoms during vaginal penile intercourse.
Good.
Sonichu also
Good
promotes
message.
the idea of sex and dating education classes in schools to better prepare youngsters for their first flirts with courtship.
Nice.
The story begins with Sonichu and Rose Chew preparing to make love. Sonichu mentions that he needs to purchase double extra-length condoms because his penis is 7 inches long. Chris then proceeds to explain the sexual anatomy of Sonichu and Rose Chew which for the most part
no,
are identical
no.
to the human equivalents. With the help of diagrams, he goes on
No,
to
why
explain
diagrams? This man really put a whole science lesson. Man really did a whole anatomy lesson in his comic.
Intercourse between two electric hedgehog Pokemon of the opposite gender,
No.
and once again promotes the practice of safe sex. The scene
that's good.
returns to the lovemaking. Chris offers a depiction of Sonichu's penis's point of view as
No.
it enters Rosechu's mouth.
No.
They go through several positions during their lovemaking. The TV-14 version superimposes a banana over Sonichu's penis, an orange slice over Rosechu's vagina, and blue stars over her nipples. After the copulation, Rosechu explores a website called 4cent Garbage, a representation of both Encyclopedia Dramatica and 4chan. She
Okay.
discovers that the people there were uploading lewd drawings of Rosechu and the other Rosechus possessing male genitalia. She's angered by it, while Sonichu mistakes the drawings for photographs and falls ill and faints. She puts him to bed to rest. She then decides to take her own arousing photographs, which happen to be the images which were previously posted by Chris on
no.
ED.
What's
In the
going on,
TV-14
bro?
edition, her bare body
No.
was concealed by a red bikini that Chris drew in Microsoft Paint.
I don't want to see this.
To her dismay, her efforts were for naught, as only more anatomically incorrect images of her appear on 4cent Garbage. So Sonichu, Rosechu, and Wild Sonichu travel to the 4cent Garbage building, with Wild joining in to search for the next Sonichu crystal. Sonichu and Rosechu aim to confront the boss of the corporation, who goes by the name Jason, signifying Jason Kendrick Howell. Chris creatively hints at his surname by referencing Lovey and Thurston Howell from the 1960s TV show Gilligan's Island. Meanwhile,
Nice.
Wild Sonichu turns invisible. They enter the building and ask a devil-like creature called Beal, who is working as a receptionist, where to find Jason. He states that they need to take the elevator to floor 66 plus 6. The pair go up the elevator and witness the various goings-on of each floor.
Why is Pedo Bear
Rosechu
there?
attacks someone who was uploading an image of her with male genitalia, and Christian briefly comes out of the time void to punch a man viewing the depiction of Chris using an oversized drinking straw. Many of the images were lifted straight out of ED. In the
Oh,
uncensored
no.
version, they witness more provocative activities, such as pictures of Sonic characters in sexual settings, which apparently excite Sonichu. The graphic cartoon pornography of the upper floors in fact arouse both Sonichu and Rosechu.
No.
On the 70th floor, they witness the destruction of an Xbox game console, which is referred to as a Hexbox, highlighting Christian's hatred of the gaming system. Meanwhile, Wild
Nice.
locates the crystal, which overrides his camouflage powers. The protagonists finally reach the 72nd floor and are greeted by an ominous Jason draped in a dark hooded cloak with, apart from one eye, his face concealed by shadows. They politely request that the Christian page be taken down, stating that the page goes against the values of the United States and her citizens. Jason states that the page will remain, and Sonichu goes for an attack, but is quickly thrown aside. They decide to leave quietly, but then Jason throws a pickle.
No. Go back.
They
Why?
decide to leave quietly, but then Jason throws a pickle at Rosechu's head.
Not the
which
pickles.
infuriates her. She flies up into the air to shed her clothes, and reveals that she wears a C-cup bra. She takes off her brassiere and underwear, her nude body for all to see.
No,
her fiery
man.
rage transforms her into the incredible lioness.
What?
I am the power. I am the warrior. I am the almighty woman. True to all of my gender, I will overpower any evil or good man who defies us, and make him succumb to our will. I have the almighty uterus that makes me strong and super powerful enough to protect the loved ones within me until they emerge to their glorious birth. By my ferocious will, I shall punish he who has defiled my people with the worst unnatural addition ever by this one's heinous hand. I am woman. Hear me roar. She flies at Howl, grabbing hold of his head with her thighs.
No,
In a
what?
ferocious rage, she tears open his skull, but Jason remains alive. Rosechu calms down and reverts to her old self. They regroup with Wild, crystal in hand. They bring it back to the mayor's office, where the rest of the Sonichu crystals are kept. With 2 in Chris's possession, they have only 1 more crystal to find on their own, so they could finally rescue Crystal. In the epilogue, all the Rosechus gather together to make nude photographs of themselves in
What?
support of women's liberation.
What?
Simone LaRosechu digs herself out of the ground and is introduced to everyone. They are surprised by the sudden arrival of one Zapina Rosechew, who wants to help them out, but announces that she is 14 years old. Rosechew regrettably announces that she cannot contribute due to dumb laws. Lalisa insisted help them out, but announces that she is 14 years old.
While I truly appreciate your con-hable to be an obel, I'm afraid that that's the responsible goal. I can't accept it because you're too
Rosechew
young.
regrettably announces
I don't. That's
that she
cool,
cannot contribute.
but I can still help. I could sit in a tree and use my tail as a spotlight. And I don't know, child. What's with the dumb laws?
Due to dumb laws. Lalisa insisted that she can work as a volunteer using.
Is Chris saying that you not being able to be a model at 14 is a dumb law? I'm confused.
Her light emission powers to help with the photo shoot.
If so, this is that's not going great.
As a protest to the efforts of the slanderous jerks. Episode 17 was widely lambasted, forcing Chris to quickly remove the uncensored edition from the website. He defended the drastic change in tone in his comic in an email to Blanca. I wish to make it perfectly clear that I, Christian Weston Chandler, a sound-minded virgin, do not see women as sex objects. I honestly see women as my equal, human beings who have every right as any person in this world do, and I care about how women feel. Story-wise, Rosechew is only doing what she, herself, as an individual, feels is right in a great act of protest against the real-life forceandgarbage.com, which is encyclopediadramatica.com. And every woman has every right as human equals to speak their voice as loud as they feel for or against what they each set their individual sights upon. Ladies, I care. I seriously do. It was around this time that a troll, who identified herself as Lord Silly Nipples, assumed Blanca's identity without informing the original trio of trolls, who created and then shared with Chris Blanca's supposed MySpace page, and sent an email asking him to send her sexy nude photos of himself. In return, she promised she would show her own sexy side.
Oh no.
Captivated by the promise of nudes, he took an array of revealing photos of himself and sent them to whom he thought was Blanca, taking little notice of her suddenly changing her email address or the various physical and biographical inaccuracies seen on her MySpace page. On September 11th, Blanca's MySpace profile picture was changed to a photo of a black man in a pickle costume, and Lord Silly Nipples posted Christian's nude photos
that's crazy. Oh no.
Humiliated by the revelation, he recorded a video addressing the event, conceding that Blanca, as he knew her, was a troll.
An official update. You know who I am, but right now, at the moment, I'm upset and sad. The featured friend that I have recently given a guest spot in the 7th comic book, turns out that woman was a fake troll. Well, he tricked me into revealing some adult type stuff.
See, like, now we're getting to the point where this is just, no one's good in this, alright? Because Chris is obviously not good, right? Everything he's done. But also, like, that's a really fucked up thing to do at this point. We're getting to the point where the trolls are doing really fucked up things. That's a super fucked up thing to do.
I was tricked. I was betrayed.
He also mentions the mysterious appearance of an advertisement for Sonichu toys purportedly seen in a magazine.
I have taken the notice of the recent ad in the video.
What?
In a video game magazine or comic book somewhere, I'm not sure exactly where, about merchandise. I have not ever, up to this point, authorized any distribution or advertisement of any Sonichu merchandise. So, the ad there, that is a fake. Boycott that at all costs.
Finally, since he believed that Blanca was not a real person, he assumed complete control over her intellectual property.
Also, at this point, I will claim Jigglyami as my own from this point on. And Blanca character I associate with her in the drawing well, she'll be like a character in the city, but she's not going to be a active character. But Jigglyami, I'll be claiming her as my own from this point on. Good day.
The ad he had mentioned was an invention of a troll who assumed the identity of former English soccer personality Jimmy Hill, who wanted Chris to believe that Hill stole all elements of the Sonichu story and was developing the franchise in real life, the popularity of which allegedly rivaled that of Pokemon. Still scarred from unwittingly exposing his vulnerability to the trolls, he sent an email to the reverend of his church, Elizabeth Foss, about how he was deceived and now looked to God for forgiveness. Reverend Foss in return suggested that he meet with pastoral counselor Rocky Shoemaker, whom she felt could help Chris make sense of his troubles. He began seeking her advice regularly. Vivian G continued to email Chris, trying to convince him that his nude pictures are not a big deal, and that she wished that he get off the internet and meet real women in person like he used to. She tried with all her might to make him see that Robert Simmons was a troll as well, but Christian wouldn't listen. In the wake of the Blanca deception, he re-engaged in conversations with the original Blanca, sending his messages to her original email address, with the trolls desperately trying to convince Chris that their Blanca was the true Blanca, claiming that the Blanca behind the leaks and the MySpace page was a product of trolls. The trolling trio persuaded Christian to take part in a Skype call. One of the three, who called herself Nurse Iki-chan, lent her voice to the part and convinced him that he was in contact with the true Blanca. He later announced so in a video.
It's all settled now. Blanca's real. I talked to her. Yeah, she called me.
Oh no, you got it right, man. You had it right the first time.
As for the jerk who posed with the Kawaii Katsune name, if I knew who you were, I'd give you a kick in the balls. But I can't, because I don't know who or where you are. But if everybody knows the whereabouts of the jerk, and just happen to be nearby, or within the state, give him a swift kick for me. Anyway,
that's fair.
I'm happy now. I'm happy.
He also addresses the issue of counterfeit Sonichu merchandise produced by Jimmy Hill.
First off, the toys in the UK. They're definitely fake. I have never approved any merchandise or distribution of such merchandise yet. So therefore, the advertisements of such Sonichu merchandise in the UK, all fake. Possibly this guy named Jerry Hill, I think his name was. But I mean, that's from a suggestion that's a name I got from one of my fans. So anyway, boycott buy the merchandise from the UK. Buy any merchandise from there. Boycott it. Don't do it.
Chris also confirms that JK Productions were fake and implored that people continue asking Nintendo to get involved in the Sonichu video game.
Sonichu, Issue 1. Hand-drawn premiere issue. Go, Sonichu. Go out and zap to the extreme.
On September 15th, Vivian G began uploading her series of Sonichu audiobooks, which she edited herself. A narrator told the story of the comic in a calm yet dramatic voice, with Vivian herself providing crass commentary in the form of annotations. The project made no attempt at addressing inconsistencies, spelling errors, or storyline issues, and simply delivered the story in a straight, deadpan manner. The team would continue to make audiobook videos covering the Sonichu story for the next few years.
I like that.
Possibly sometime in September, Lord Silly Nipples, impersonating Christian's childhood friend Tiffany Robinson, sent him an email requesting to receive a copy of his Yup, I'm on TV DVD, who upon receiving the gift, leaked the contents onto the internet. This leak featured most of the videos and photos on the disc, including this photo of Barbara Chandler. Due to her significant girth and slumbering state, trolls began calling her Snorlax, which is a large Pokemon known for its sleepy nature. Despite things with Chris and Blanca looking optimistic, he began a courteous discord with one Sarah Jackson, who allegedly first found out about him through her autistic sister, Rose, a Sonichu fan. Like most people engaging with Christian at the time, Sarah was also a fake personality.
I saw this comment, I read it, and he didn't mention it till now.
Informed Blanca of this new
I read it last
development
video.
in their relationship. I'm gonna be honest with you, Over the weekend, I met this other woman over the internet, developed a good trust with her. Basically, I'm feeling in between with you and this woman, and I want to make more certain which one I should save myself for. I have told her about you, and I only want to be as fair as possible. I'd hate to make you feel bad, sad, or jealous, because I honestly care about you and your feelings a lot, Blanca Weiss. I understand if this comes as a big surprise to you, but believe me, you are the first I've said I love you to, openly and honestly. Let me ask you, do you want me in an honest relationship, or sexually, more or equal to bad? He gave Blanca Sarah's email address so she could have a talk with her. I care about Christian a lot, and I would not see him hurt by anyone, especially not someone pretending to be a girl to get their kicks from hurting an innocent man who is autistic. I hope you realize what kind of monster you are. Honestly, what do you have to gain from hurting him?
The irony.
Oh, are you going to get more naked pictures of him? Going to rob him of his dignity? You know what? Go do something more productive, like get a job, read a book, I don't know, do something. What kind of person purposely tries to ruin the life of an autistic? It's beyond me. Sarah replied.
Irony.
Chris is a sweet and loving man, and he has feelings for me. You obviously blew it with him, or he wouldn't be talking to me in the first place. So who can just jump?
There's two women fighting over Chris, but neither of them are women, and neither of them want Chris. I'm so...
Off a cliff, sister. You couldn't possibly love him the way I have come to. So just give this pathetic game up. I will tell him about the slanderous things you have written to me too, and then we'll see how much more he trusts you. Christian had to make a tough decision, so he chose Blanca to be his one and only. He asked if she would send him some more photographs of herself at varying angles, stating that nudes weren't necessary, but appreciated. He paid no attention to Blanca's constantly changing physical appearance. Chris also brought up the possibility of a future meeting in real life. While I'm thinking about it, did you say you might be able to make it for Thanksgiving break? If not sooner, I would appreciate your presence. And if at that time you feel ready, my virginity shall be yours. I know I said it before in your previous pics, but you still have a hot body. Oh my god. He then elaborated on their proposed schedule. You can meet my mother and father, chat with them a while, and get to know each other. Then you and we can go upstairs to my bedroom to just hang out, watch TV, or chat a while. Maybe even some video gameplay with Guitar Hero or something. For dinner that evening, our first date, I will take you out to McDonald's, Arby's, Burger King, or a small restaurant like that. Then I'd let you go back to your hotel, or bring you back home. No sex on the first night, but if you'd like to make out, I'd welcome it.
This is honestly getting really sad, bro. At this point, so his love quest is over, he thinks, at this point. According to him, he thinks the love quest is over, because he's got a girlfriend, right? At least to him, he thinks he's got a girlfriend. His main problem now is getting rid of the Encyclopedia Dramatica page. But he's just been duped, bro. He keeps getting duped by the trolls. The trolls keep getting him, bro. He's got, they, oh my god. Like, okay, once again, this is like obviously Chris is not a good person, but like this is also a really fucked up thing to do as a troll of like doing this to someone. Like, this is really fucked up.
For lunch, I take you to this good all-you-can-eat pizza, salad, soup, dessert buffet that I know of in Charlottesville. Then we can take in a romantic movie at the theater, or we can walk the downtown mall or walk in the park. If it doesn't bother you, I may yawn and stretch my arm around you to your other shoulder. If you want to take it further, you may pull my hand on your shoulder a little closer to your breast. Of course, this is optional, and that lets you cop a reach into the popcorn
really
bucket,
detailed.
or under that to cop a feel. Stop me if I'm bothering you any, and you and I can make out in the theater. And if you feel like it that night in the privacy of mine or your room, you can take my virginity. Or we can wait till the third night, if there is one before you have to go back to Kentucky. Either way, I would wear a condom then, and in the future until our wedding night. Blanca and Sarah continued to spitefully exchange emails to each other until September 17th, when correctly guessing his password, trolls hacked into Christian's email account, and also in turn gained access to...
They just guessed his password was like Sonichu.
His AOL, MySpace, YouTube...
Was that I Hate Merely Watch One?
in turn gained access to his AOL, MySpace, YouTube, Facebook,
and
eBay accounts, leaking the majority of his private goings-on to the public. In addition, They acquired previously unreleased nude photos of him,
No.
which they sent to ED. One particular picture was a close-up shot of Sonichu doodled on his penis. Another
What?
was an erect Chris modeling his mother's underwear.
Oh,
These
that's
latest photos
foreshadowing.
also explicitly showcased the unusual, misshapen form of his penis.
What?
In the meantime, the trolls
How?
changed the background of his YouTube
I don't wanna look it up, I just want him to tell
a
me.
tiled illustration of a pickle. In response,
No.
Chris created a new email address and made a new YouTube channel, CChan6789. In the midst of all this chaos, Christian began chatting with one Jessie Reddy, an online female persona conceived by two trolls, possibly through Skype. Their conversations remained fairly casual, though they did discuss some sexually charged topics.
Wait,
At the same
wait, doesn't he still think he's with Blanca at this point? Is he cheating on his fake girlfriend with another fake girlfriend?
Chris also began conversing with an Australian girl who went by the internet handle Panda Halo. Like all his recent love interests, Panda, real name Sarah Cassandra Mackenzie, was yet again another troll-created online identity. Growing increasingly hopeful of a future with her, he broke off the promise of a relationship with Blanca and announced his new true love in a video. This was the first instance of Chris introducing his videos with the phrase Captain's Log and listing off the relevant stardate, which was the method of log entry and record keeping used in the Star Trek TV and film franchise.
Nice.
However, it is likely that Chris was actually referencing a Star Trek parody seen in Family Guy instead.
Captain's Log. Stardate September 24th, 2008.
Nice.
This is an update for the Sonichu fan base. As you can see, I am safe and well. I have no intention of hurting or killing myself.
He finally
No one
leaves
said
his
you did.
bitterness towards Adam Stackhouse behind him.
Also, I would like to update by letting y'all know about
You still hate Adam Stackhouse?
who was the winner of the that Parappa contest.
Why do you still hate him? It's been like
Leave
2
him
years,
alone.
I swear.
I hold no grudge against him.
Alright.
So you leave him and his family, including his sister, alone. It's all forgiven. It's all in the past. Done
Yeah.
deal.
I guess he doesn't want Megan
Also,
anymore. He wants these fake
I have a
girlfriends.
big announcement.
All three of them.
I'm taken. I don't want to be her true name. For my fear of her, for my worry about her safety. But I want to shout out my love to her. This is for you.
He proceeds to sing Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley,
He is
with the
Rick-
song's appearance in a Family Guy episode
He Rick
serving
Rolled us all.
as a backing track. Christian and Panda Halo's relationship got heated very
We got Rick
quickly.
rolled in a Chris Chan
Chris
video.
engaged in Skype conversations using the family computer located in their kitchen. Over the course of their chats, he frankly discussed delicate topics such as masturbation.
Wait, what?
Christian and Panda Halo's relationship got heated very quickly. Chris engaged in
Heated.
Skype conversations using the family computer located in their kitchen. Over the course of their chats, he frankly discussed delicate topics such as masturbation.
Oh no.
He graphically described his masturbation routine
I
and
don't
admitted that he
know.
would always have a clean plastic cup on hand in which he would ejaculate as to not make a mess.
What's wrong with
Chris
you?
reflected
No.
on what he has learned from watching copious amounts of porn and confessed that he wouldn't like it if women inserted fruits and vegetables into themselves while masturbating because he saw it as a waste of food. But in the case of bananas,
I guess that makes
it was
sense.
acceptable due to the protective peel of said fruit, meaning it could be eaten after the fact. While Panda Halo did not appear on video,
Does he have a point? Does he have a point or not? WRL in the chat.
her voice was enough to convince Chris that she was real. He readily engaged in obscene acts for his webcam. These included Chris impersonating a selection of animals and even masturbating on camera.
No,
These
no, no,
videos
no, no,
soon
no.
surfaced on the internet.
No.
It was possibly around this time that Vivian G had a 3-hour-long chat with Chris through AOL Instant Messaging, during which she desperately tried to convince him that all the women offering themselves to him over the internet were fake. During the conversation, Christian slipped on cat poo in the kitchen and had to clean up the mess. She confronted him over the nude picture he drew of Megan. He accused ED of twisting the image and making it evil, destroying their relationship. Vivian reminded him that Megan had requested that they remained just as friends, but Christian betrayed her. He then proceeded to talk about his need for a sweetheart to fulfill his wish of fathering a daughter by the name of Crystal Weston Chandler. He blamed his random access memory for the sudden change in topic, claiming he can't help himself if his thoughts are random. He revealed that he still went to the Alderman Library at the University of Virginia to look for women. Vivian then explained that people usually go to the library to study and not to hook up with strangers. The discussion gave him a headache. Chris then talked about his desperate need for a dating education class, which would be especially useful for the third date onwards. Vivian pointed out that the dating experience would be completely different for every person, and that sex is not guaranteed on the third date. Chris eventually didn't know how to reply because his mind became a blank. She asked him to roleplay to find out what he would say when meeting a girl. Hinir immediately began talking about drawing his comics. She told him that if he were to say that to a girl, he would be perceived as immature and childish. Christian then asked if it would make a difference if he told women that he drew sex pictures instead. Vivian recoiled, stating that that would be disturbing. She begged for him to seek professional help, admitting that trying to help him herself was like fighting.
She's actually having a good influence on him. She's telling him good things, right? She's actually having a good influence on him at this point.
Hitting a wall. On September 29th, Christian reignited communications with his former sweetheart, Blanca, telling her that he had a dream in which the name of his true sweetheart-to-be was revealed to be Blanca Weiss. As a show of affection, he announced that he will send his original Sonichu, Rosechu, Black Sonichu, and Gigliami medallions, as well as his drawing of Gigliami to what he thought was her aunt and grandmother's home address.
Oh no.
I hope that you are feeling better, and that you feel delighted after reading that God and Jesus have finally revealed they're guiding me to you. 2 days later, he sent her an album of grainy photos of himself in an array of poses. On October 4th, Chris released a short video in which he lampoons a line of dialogue used in the MTV animated series Eon Flux.
We're being watched. My name is Christian Weston Chandler. I'm here to find happiness with my true sweetheart who I've known for over 2 months now. So you trolls best leave us alone. Is anybody listening? Do you believe me? Everybody happy now?
As the months progressed, more and more Jimmy Hill-related artwork began to surface. Screenshots from a supposed Sonichu animated series were leaked as well, and the plotline of Hill's Sonichu story was revealed, which resembled Christian's own iteration, but with some notable alterations. Sonichu was touted as artwork began to surface. Screenshots from a supposed Sonichu animated series were leaked as well, and the plotline of Hill's Sonichu story was revealed, which resembled Christian's own iteration, but with some notable alterations. Sonichu was touted as the first openly gay cartoon character, with Blake being his boyfriend. He hung out with Rosechu, his gal pal, and he loved his parents, Mary Lee Walsh and Jimmy Hill himself. In the cartoon, they would come under attack from the giant Jerkbot, which was modeled after Christian's own naked figure. On October 9th, Charles received Christian's package meant for Blanca. It included the medallions, as well as his depiction of Blanca's original character. Chris wrote a heartfelt letter to her on the back of the drawing, which Nurse Iki-chan herself read out for a video later uploaded onto YouTube.
Dear Blanca, I am so happy that you are revealed as my true, honest sweetheart to be in the dream I have anxiously waited for since the dreams of me and my future daughter. When before my heart was lost and confused, now I truly see the path to the true, honest love set for me.
This is really sad, man. Like, this is seriously a fucked up thing to do. To do to a guy, man. Like, I know he's a terrible. I know he's not the greatest person, but like, come on, man.
Can truly hardly wait to meet you around Halloween.
Below the letter was an illustration depicting a sleeping, dreaming Christian who dreamt of himself waiting for his sweetheart Blanca at a local hotel. The trolling group quickly uploaded their findings onto ED. In response, Christian recorded a video falsely claiming that even though the trolls got hold of his medallions, Blanca had intercepted them and sent his Sonichu medallion back, which he then modified to make more secure, meaning the medallion around his neck in this video was in fact a copy.
Captain's log. Stardate, October 9th, 2008. Y'all know who I am, so my message should be clear. I'm here to dispel a couple of rumors that have been flying around. Firstly, my Sonichu medal was not stolen. It was entrusted to my sweetheart, Blanca, who lives over in Kentucky. Rest assured, she is not a troll, so nobody say otherwise.
Oh,
I have
no.
talked to her on webcam and video and audio and heard her voice over her microphone to my speakers and headphones. Anyway, I sent her the medal, and even though some trolls nearby got hold of it temporarily, she managed to get it back and send it back to me express.
He emphasizes that he added a peg to the back of it to hold his amethyst high school ring. He also mentions his leaked DVD footage, naming the man in the pickle suit as the culprit.
Also, the DVD, that was not stolen either. The man in the pickle suit tricked me once again by pretending to be a trusted gal pal of mine. So it was sent upon request, but thank God I had the foresight to not make a copy of my director's cut, which has a lot more footage on it than any distributed copy has.
Still convincing himself that Blanca was true, he professes his love for her.
I wish to also proclaim my love for my sweetheart. I love you, Blanca. I cannot bear to live without you, baby. So please come here as soon as possible so we can be together forever. I love you, Blanca. I always will. Pain me. It would just pain me if you got hurt. So nobody better harm a hair on her, or else you hear from me.
As an epilogue, Chris...
Bro, it's getting worse, bro. This is M. Lemon, bro. Downward spiral. It just keeps going, downward spiral, man. Each episode is getting more sad and depraved. And we're only on part 6! How is each episode getting more sad and depraved? And we're on part 6, bro! There's 65 parts so far in the series! How are we only in episode 6? And it's... Oh... No, what's going on, man? Oh my god, no. No, how are we only on part 6? And it just keeps getting worse and worse. I can't imagine what's to come.
Advertises the upcoming PS3 game.
All I know is how it's gonna end. That's all I know. I know the very ending. And oh my god, I have no idea what's gonna happen in between, bro.
Little Big Planet.
Also, this video, as well as all previous videos, are proudly presented to you thanks to the gracious technology from Sony Computer Entertainment America. Look forward for the upcoming Little Big Planet game, coming to only on PlayStation 3.
You sponsoring them without them paying you?
Levels that I will be uploading after I've created soon enough, that y'all will be very interested in playing. Thank you.
4 days later, seemingly unperturbed by the possible deception concerning Blanca, Christian made another video, announcing that he had received the beta release of Little Big Planet, and had already completed making his own level.
The Little Big Planet level y'all have heard about. I have the beta, and I have completed the level in only 2 nights, and I got it published onto the Little Big Planet database on the internet.
Okay.
Apparently my beta had expired, which is kind of bad luck. So I guess I'll just have to wait a week before I can introduce the level fully in video form on the YouTube. Little Big Planet, only on PlayStation 3. Never accept any invitations, even downloadable to a Hexbox.
He continues by airing his grievances concerning Jimmy Hill.
Mr. Jimmy Hill. Mr. Jimmy Hill. As y'all may know about him, he has perpetrated the rights of censorship for myself. As y'all well know, for the longest time now, that I am the original owner and creator of censorship and roastship. This imposter is blatantly copying everything note for note from me. I mean, you take a good look at that. Take a look at that. Because all that is just this Sonic the Hedgehog action figure custom painted. I can easily custom paint this to look like that with acrylic paint, even. So simple. And it's so crappy too.
So you do with the entire character of
Sonic
Sonichu.
Of his official Sonichu website with Hill's flagrant imitation, and also mentions the supposed release of Jimmy Hill's "Yup, I'm on TV" DVD.
And all he did was take every footage that originated from this DVD, and dubbed his voice just over my name. So instead of me saying Christian Weston Chandler, he just dubs it over each time by saying Jimmy Hill. It even says on the bottom here, the part of Jimmy Hill is played by an actor. And look at that freaking cover. It's more based on my original comic cover than the original DVD. Anyway, do not buy from Jimmy Hill. He's a fraud, a phony.
Finally, Chris proclaims that the trolls should stop bullying him because he is ignoring them.
You bullies, yeah, I know y'all
Well, I
are
mean,
afraid of me.
to be honest, I think you're doing the
Because
opposite
without me, y'all would have
the exact
nobody to
opposite
pick
of
on at
ignoring
this
them.
point. No matter how many times you direct your influences towards me, I'm just ignoring you. Because basically all you're doing is basically being unheard of. You're basically talking to a brick wall. And I am just blatantly ignoring you hands down. So you may as well just give up. Your opinions and voices are not being heard. You're not scaring me. You're not scaring Blanca. You're scaring nobody, misters. It's time to face facts, misters and misses. I am safe. I am well. And I'll be staying that way. And I shall keep watch for any bullies. And I will take all necessary steps in due time as I cross those bridges, be they sound or broken. Thank you very much.
Poetry.
And have a good day or evening.
Truly poetry.
It was on this day that the person responsible for the Sarah Jackson character decided to kill her off by assuming the role of her sister and telling Chris that she was allegedly killed in a car crash. On October 14th, Panda Halo created a subsite of Sonichu.net called Sonichu Fans, which was most notable for incorporating an internet relay chat feature, or IRC, where people could gather and chat about Sonichu and other related matters. Over the course of the next couple of months, Chris joined the chat to discuss various topics and answer fan questions.
Okay.
On the same day, YouTube user Icarus69, who was the one who had received Christian's package, showed off the medallions which recently came into his possession.
Oh no.
On October 15th, Chris uploaded a 7-page preview of a future Sonichu comic, in which Chris Chan Sonichu travels to the 4-cent garbage building, but is captured
Chris
by
Chan Sonichu is literally just a Sonic.
a tractor beam. He is forced to revert to his human form, which brings his medallion back into existence. Jason's minion, Beal, grabs hold of the Sonichu medallion, but is shocked that he remains powerless. Christian reveals that the true source of his powers is his amethyst high school ring, to convince the trolls that his medallion was not as important as they had thought it was. He uses his ring to transform back into Chris Chan Sonichu and launches a hyper beam at Beal, which also ends up hitting Jimmy Hill, knocking out his teeth.
Why is he just a picture?
On October 20th, the trolls behind Blanca put an end to her story. Icarus69 filmed himself desecrating the original medallion in a myriad of means. He sliced it and stabbed it with a knife, mimicked it performing forced fellatio on a pickle, placed it into a pickle jar, crushed it with a hammer, and set it ablaze, quenching the fire by urinating on it.
My wooden badge is delicious!
That's how we're ending part 6. Oh, I want to watch part 7 already. Oh no, so he knows, I think he's gonna know now Blanca is definitely a troll, and he's just seen people absolutely demolish, do vile things to his Sonichu medallion. Oh no, how's he gonna react to this? It keeps getting worse, man. How is each episode going down a downward spiral, and we're only on part 6, bro? We're on part 6 of 60 plus. Alright. If you just watched this entire video and you haven't liked the video, then what are you doing? And subscribe. Yeah, Chris Chan, Comprehensive History Part 7 coming up next. We're doing the entire series. And yeah, bye. Previously on Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History
Of the Sonichu medallion, but is shocked that he remains powerless. Christian reveals that the true source of his powers is his amethyst high school ring, to convince the trolls that his medallion was not as important as they had thought it was. He uses his ring to transform back into Chris Chan Sonichu and launches a hyper beam at Beal, which also ends up hitting Jimmy Hill, knocking out his teeth.
Why is he just a picture?
On October 20th, the trolls behind Blanca put an end to her story. Icarus69 filmed himself desecrating the original medallion in a myriad of means. He sliced it and stabbed it with a knife, mimicked it performing forced fellatio on a pickle, placed it into a pickle jar, crushed it with a hammer, and set it ablaze, quenching the fire by urinating on it.
My wooden badge is delicious!
Now, on Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History. Alright, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Hi! My name is Lyric, and today we are continuing with the Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History series. We're on to part 7. And, not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure this is my favorite series to do on the channel, man. Because this is a really interesting look. I honestly think... Okay, here's a hot take. This is one of the greatest documentary series of all time. For you to go this in-depth on someone's life, and for it to be free on the internet too, like this in-depth on someone's life, and for it to be so interesting going through it. We're only on part 7. There's so many parts to go. And I'm already so trapped into this lore here. So, last part, we ended on a massive cliffhanger. What happened was, as you saw the previously watching, Blanca was revealed as not a real person, and the Sonichu medallion was destroyed. Big cliffhanger. We're waiting to see Chris's reaction to it. I know it's not going to be good. This story, we're only on part 7, and it keeps going down a downward spiral. Emp Lemon. Oh no. Alright, so if you want to continue the series, make sure to do the little thing called subscribing and liking. So, you know, you like to see me continue the series. Also, comment your thoughts, because if you want something, I have no idea to know what you want unless you do this little thing called commenting, and that'd be pretty cool. Also, I'm trying to hit 1,000 subscribers by the end of the year, and I think that'd be really cool. And I have like half my videos have more views than I have subscribers, which doesn't make any sense. Come on, guys, subscribe. Alright, let's continue. Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History, Part 7. Let's go. Waiting for the music to come in. You ready? Ah, this music's OG, man.
What made him
it's
this
great.
way? What is the attraction?
Part 7, man.
What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan.
Here we go. Oh no. It's just gonna get worse. I already know it's gonna get worse. We're on part 7. This music's great. It fits the series like surprisingly well. Here we go, man. Here we go.
Captain's log, stardate, October 21st, 2008. Well, it's done. Blanca and I,
no.
she broke up with me because the
You could
pickle
say
man
that.
tricked me again.
Pickle man tricked you
Two more
again.
stupid photos.
Oh no.
Anyway, she saw them. She got angry. She broke up with me. So
Does he not know that she wasn't real?
I'm sad.
Still refusing to accept that Blanca might have been a troll, Christian believed that she broke up with him because of the photos that the Pickle Man leaked onto Encyclopedia Dramatica.
I
Wow.
hope you jerks and
Okay, he
trolls
still doesn't
who
know
wanted to
yet,
break
then.
us up are happy. Because all you did was make me feel sad, depressed, and you made me crash into slumber.
The thing about this situation is, obviously Chris in himself is not a good person. Is not a good person, right? He's done many terrible things, but at the same time, it's not like the trolls are also doing terrible things, right? Like leaking someone's news into the internet is a terrible thing, right? Faking to be someone's girlfriend for multiple times and just to like break their heart, destroy them, or destroy something they care about, and post it on the internet is a terrible thing to do. So there's no good guy in this story. There's no good guy. It's just a bunch of bad... It's a series of unfortunate events is what this story is.
A couple of times. And you know, it takes a lot of stress and exhaust and such to make a person feel like they're gonna crash and burn into a whole bunch of into a long slumber. So anyway, I'm sad, and Blanca is sad too, and even more sad because her grandma died.
Nevertheless, he had the energy to give an update about Panda Halo and Jimmy Hill.
You know, Panda Halo is the moderator for the fan site on that I have officially approved. She's also helped me against the imposter Jimmy Hill. Again, do not buy anything from that bastard imposter.
Not Jimmy Hill.
Because y'all know he did the same thing to Warner Bros. Years ago, and he was put to jail for it. So he deserves to be put in jail again. So, yeah. That's it for now. I'm gonna sulk some more, and maybe I'll upload this video, I don't know. Y'all take care, be safe.
2 days later, Jessie Ruddy revealed herself to have been untrue, and their relationship ended in an explosive chat in which she branded him a homosexual, with Chris defending himself by professing his desires for sexual practices to be administered unto him by a woman.
Why is so many bad things have happened so far? I've just been him trying to convince people he's not gay.
On October 26th...
Well, we gotta read these. Let's see. I also heard you like pickles in your asshole. A lot of people try on underwear, something. I do not. You love the cock. You want a huge cock in your mouth and asshole. No, I love vagina. No, I want vagina on my nose. Vagina doesn't love you. I want breast on my ass. That's... Never heard that one before.
To be administered.
In fact, you'll never have a child. I want long hair stroking my back. God is troll her. God is the troll here. I have woman's tongue in my mouth, and I have mine in hers. So Tata, that's your father's tongue, or tit. What?
On October 26th.
Oh, whoa,
to be administered unto him by a woman.
Whoa. Okay, that was her.
Christian took part in a fan chat through IRC, trying to bounce back from his breakup with Blanca. During an impromptu question and answer session, he admitted that he was already seeing someone else, claiming her name was Chloe.
He thinks right now that he's getting so many girls that he's at least like talking to, but none of them are women. Not one.
According to him, they met at a GameStop while pre-ordering Little Big Planet, and had already gone to second base together. According to his story, this would mean that they were dating at the same time that Chris thought of Blanca as his true sweetheart, supporting the theory that Chloe was a fabrication. When asked about her just over a year later, he had absolutely no recollection of her. The name might have been a reference to Chloe Rosechew, an original character created by Sarah Cassandra Mackenzie. The following day, Christian uploaded his first Q&A video, in which he answered 10 questions from Sonichu fans.
This is the first Q&A video. Of a lot of Q&A videos of questions from Sonichu fans on the internet. Anyway, y'all know who I am.
I do know who you are.
And this is Lil Chris, teddy bear I put together at Creative Career.
Chris introduces Lil Chris, which he created at a Create a Critter workshop after winning a gift certificate from a radio station years ago.
Good little bear. And this is my guitar. Y'all should know my guitar. Also, this is my wristband. I put it on my wrist for when I play guitar.
I love to hear. I would love to hear Chris play guitar.
During the Q&A session, he reveals that he gets his clothes.
Why is your Q&A on a physical piece of paper?
From Goodwill or the Salvation Army, and discusses Black Sonichu and Natesurk.
So the jails at Quickville. What happens when they commit crimes, and what's the worst crime? We have jails.
Being engaged by the worst crime.
Trial, that sentence,
or black.
After being turned guilty or innocent.
Typically how it works.
And the worst crime. Importing cigarettes or alcohol.
Alright.
Which the sentence for that would be 10 years or $1,500 fine. Case dismissed.
He once again.
Okay, Chris seems like he's like ultra Christian. Like I hate cigarettes, I hate alcohol, I hate drugs, I hate gay people. I don't know, but the racism isn't included in that, but that's just, I don't know. But also, he's like the most unchristian person, ironically, with his name, at the same time, with all the sexual stuff he does and says and posts. I don't understand it.
Chloe.
And for my tale, what's the status of my love life? 100% heart. I met the girl named Chloe at the GameStop where we have reserved Little Big Planet. She lives around here on Dickerson Road. that's nearby. Other details I will leave discreet, because I do not want to reveal any more information than necessary.
You should leave a lot of things discreet. You have left nothing discreet in your entire life so far, my guy.
For there can be imposters on the internet trying to get cheap laughs.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of those. We're gonna...
Oh, look at me, I'm a troll. I think I played around as a troll. Hello? Not a good idea. In Quickfield, the sentence for that would be 20 years prison or $2,000 fine. Case dismissed.
That's an oddly broad punishment. 20 years in prison or a $2,000 fine.
Christian is asked if he would become a sperm donor.
And would I ever become a spleen donor? Maybe. That's the answer.
I would not want any. I would not want. No. We don't need any. We do not need any Christian genes creating any children.
But I want to close this with a comment from somebody else that wants to confirm my identity. A friend of mine, whose name shall remain anonymous at the moment. She says, "Okay, Chris, if you read out this message I sent, I'll know it's you. Please just read it out in full, and then the trolling should stop. I want to talk with you and catch up on everything. You know it's me because I used the word ban."
He unintentionally reveals the identity of the person in question.
I only talk to you on if I'm 100% sure it's just between you and me, from Megan Schroeder. Shame on you. You're in the boys. Shame on you.
It is uncertain whether these were Megan's actual words or those of a troll who assumed her identity. On the same day, he uploaded a video showcasing his skills on the game Guitar Hero World's Tour, playing the song Heartbreaker by Pat Benatar. In the video description, he asked viewers to vote for him in the GameStop Be a Star sweepstakes.
If he wins another contest, this guy can't stop getting contests, or at least like being appeared in a newspaper. If he wins or even gets nominated for anything in this contest, I swear to God.
Petition held by GameStop to promote the release of the game Guitar Hero World's Tour. The contest asked people to send in photos of themselves in a Guitar Hero pose, and the picture with the most votes would win a $400 GameStop gift card. It was rumored that the winner would also be included as a playable character in the game, but this was proven to be false. This was Christian's entry. He uploaded yet another video on the same day, in which he played through his custom-made level in Little Big Planet, based on the events from Sonichu Episode 1.
Nice.
Even though there is no audible commentary from Chris, it is most likely that he did provide it during the recording session, as his in-game character's mouth moves, which happens when the player speaks into a microphone connected to the gaming system. The following day, he uploaded a video in which he shows the optional race dash available in his level. On October 31st, two trolls put up a sign on the front lawn of Christian's house.
Oh, they found his house now. Oh no. Oh no, things are gonna get worse from here.
The sign read Encyclopedia Dramatica, and also featured an illustration of a black man in a pickle suit. Due to the ever-lengthening Christian page on ED getting too difficult to manage, Cogstaff founded The Quickie, a Wikipedia-style database solely dedicated to cataloging Chris's past and present activities. On November 11th, Christian announced on his Sonichu site that he had won the Be a Star sweepstakes after trolls collectively got together to vote for his photo, under the misconception that his likeness would be included in Guitar Hero. He claimed that he would share his $400 gift card with his church congregation, only to later confess that he spent a sizable portion of it on himself by purchasing games for the Nintendo Wii.
Great.
3 days later, he posted several videos concerning the game Little Big Planet. In the first, Chris plays through his custom-made level styled after the cartoon Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Next, he demonstrates how to create your own Sonichu-looking character.
Nice.
Later that day, he uploaded another video with audible commentary for the first time.
Hello, y'all should know me by now. All the people in the Little Big Planet community, as well as all my Sonichu and Rosechu fans. If not, my name is Christian Chandler, okay?
He previews the idea of a collector's case, which he designed to store all in-game items he receives.
Basically, the idea of the whole collector's case here is backing up all your items so that when you get to that point, you just back up all your items into each of these little boxes, and when if you feel like you need one of those items for
level you're working on, you just come back into the level. You just come back into your own version of this level after you add your items, and go get them.
In a separate video, he shows off his own personal collection in his own collector's case.
So anyway, I put all my Sonic 2 level stuff in here and everything else. 34 trophies. I think I put them in there first since I first talked about them. Yeah, so all the comic covers currently, and all the level parts, big chunks, small.
10 days later, he made a video telling the story of his experiences with the PS3, told through a custom Little Big Planet level.
Take a ride of you some of the games in my collection, and do it all that.
Throughout November, Vivian G took part in an online creative writing project called National Novel Writing Month, which calls for participants to write a 50,000-word manuscript during the month of November. Vivian's story was called A Girl Who Brought Down the World, in which Christopher Winfield Vega, a character who resembled Chris in many ways, eventually becomes the supreme ruler of the entire world.
Nice.
Strewn throughout the story are references to Chris's own life, as she attempted to show him the error of his ways in a creative manner.
Hey,
when the novelette was finished,
pretty creative.
She sent it to his home address, hoping that he would read it. Upon receiving it, he was most concerned about who was going to pay for shipping, but since NaNoWriMo could send the writers one free copy of their own story, it is likely that Vivian offered Christian's address instead. When he brought up the book again months later, he admitted that he had not read it yet. On December 1st, Chris confessed to Panda Halo that he was looking forward to possibly making a new gal pal. I just went out to Golden Corral with my father. Mom stayed home because she didn't feel well. Anyway, I've made a new gal pal today, the server who served me and my father. She was cute. Her name is Caitlin. Eventually, she commented on the Family Guy episode I was playing on my PSP. I introduced myself to her, and there was a peaceful spark. I left her a note on a napkin. I noted my being internet famous and mentioned Sonichu.net.
Oh,
then
no.
in acquisition of being friends.
Can you imagine? You're a waiter, you're serving this guy food, and he's being nice to you, and then he goes, hey, by the way, I'll have you my napkin. You can go to my website, Sonichu.net, and then you discover all of this. Oh, no. Oh,
If I'm there again, I'll make a note to talk to her again, or ask about her among the staff. My family and I personally know a couple of the other Femol staff members, both older and taken. He never mentioned her again.
Great.
Throughout the last month of the year, Christian continued to make sporadic appearances in the Sonichu Fans IRC, in which he updated his fans on his personal goings-on and answered any questions. During these chats, Vivian confronted Chris with fake information that challenged his worldviews, such as asking him about non-Caucasian female fans and telling him that a gay fan found him attractive. In an IRC conversation from December 15th, a purportedly female user named Blue...
You know, at our school, this is kind of underrated. This, because, you know, at our school, there's like a thing, like they vote for like certain, like, I don't know how to describe it, like, but one of them is best couple. Like students vote for, and it's like a thing for like the school, right? And at our school, they're not allowing a gay couple to participate because they're gay in 2022. What the hell?
Blue Spike asked Chris whether he would film a tour of his house. He said he'd consider it. 3 days later, he revealed that he paid $35 to have Sonichu copyrighted. In the same chat, Vivian informed...
I don't think he's allowed to have Sonichu copyrighted. You can't just combine two characters and make a copyright out of it.
...of a Sonichu fan named Ryan Cash, who killed himself when he heard that there would be no more Sonichu comics released, as long as the ED page was still up. Christian said that he was saddened by it, but still made sure to advertise a virtual meeting place for Sonichu fans in PlayStation Home.
Oh no.
He added that he would consider making a tribute video for Ryan. On December 22nd, Vivian brought up Ryan Cash again, claiming that his family hoped that their son's death did not upset Chris too much. He confessed that he had an emotional moment, but was feeling better. He offered a message for the family. Try to move on and live life as peacefully as possible. I'm sure Ryan would have wanted his family to be happy as much as possible. I know that God and Jesus would have told them the same thing from the Bible. 5 days later, Christian and Panda Halo had an allegedly private chat during which she told him that Robert Simmons had come to Australia for a visit and that she met up with him. She constantly teased Christian, inciting jealousy by saying that Robert was a really nice guy and that they went to the beach together, where she got to try out her new bikini. When she asked about a possibility of a threesome involving Rob, Chris, and herself, Christian confessed that he was against it. They
Well, yeah, I'm sure anything involving any
discussed
pickles.
masturbation, which they referred to by Christian's preferred euphemism, masturbating. He admitted that he would be willing to be penetrated by a strap-on dildo when they're finally together.
What?
He admitted that he would be willing to be penetrated by a strap-on dildo.
Not something I would expect from someone so homophobic, not gonna lie.
When they're finally together.
Not
and
something I
also
expected.
said that he would have sex with a female dog for her, specifically a collie.
Huh?
Christian also revealed that he bought a chocolate condom for $1, which he will be saving for their first time. He also confessed that he loved her. The next day, they had another chat in which they discussed more private details, such as Chris's fecal incontinence. During the conversation, Panda confessed that she was having emotional and painful period pains, and unleashed a series of bizarre outbursts at Christian. It especially angered her when he said that he wasn't up for cybersex at the moment. Panda instructed Chris to fuck a dick you're a gay anal sex. He later revealed that he lacked inspiration for making YouTube videos due to his sudden internet fame. Panda said that he must suck being famous for fucking being a fucking retard with autism, you dumb dog fucker. He took little notice of her verbal eruptions and in general was growing distant in their interactions. Panda Halo finally managed to convince Chris to film his first video in over 2 months.
Captain's log. I wish to express my deepest appreciation for everybody who voted for me on the Guitar Hero Be a Star contest, and for allowing me to be the first to win the first of the $400 gift cards weekly there.
He also addresses Ryan Cash's family.
And for Ryan Cash and his family, I feel for you and I'm sorry, but best thing you could do for Ryan and yourselves, just to move on. Try to be happy in the future. Gee, so much power. That's a lot worse than when that child locked himself in the room after seeing Optimus Prime die in the original movie.
He informs his fans that Sonichu Issue 8 will be released in early January and
Let's
announces
go.
that the first meetup of the Sonichu Home Club over on the PlayStation Home Network will take place on January 2nd.
Do not leave me, fans, because you know more is to come, definitely. But you know, just depends on my inspiration. I get a lot of stress in my life, and it sometimes hinders me, and even my mental block. Yep, a little embarrassed from saying that, but it's a truth.
That's what you get embarrassed by, bro?
Depend on me to have the comics up as soon as possible at my own pace. So patience will be greatly rewarded. Thank y'all very much, and have a pleasant day, and talk to y'all again in 2009.
2 days later, Cassie Rosechew emailed Chris letting him know that she and her friend Sarah May created Sonichu Girls, a web forum dedicated to the female fanbase of Sonichu.
Okay.
He quickly came and introduced himself to everyone, and proclaimed that he empathized with the fairer sex. I feel that I am truly in touch with my feminine side, to the point where I'm capable of learning from that to better understand.
Truly in touch with your feminine side, that would come out.
How to treat women in a caring, nurturing, positive way.
I don't know about that
I've
one,
also
though.
learned from Red Skelton of how to be a gentleman. Sometimes I wonder between my caring attitude and the lack of a sweetheart if I was born the wrong gender.
Foreshadowing. I mean, that's the most blatant foreshadowing you can get. Alright.
I wonder what life would have been like if I had actually been born a girl. But afterwards, I'd realized that I should.
Okay, so this kind of brings up the thing, because this kind of supports the theory that he is actually trans. Do you believe that Chris Chan is actually trans, or that he just put it on? I think the main thing is that people say that he get lesbian women, is what I heard. That's one of the things I knew about Chris Chan before watching the series. So, yeah, so this is kind of making me believe maybe he is actually trans, but maybe we'll get into that later.
Should still appreciate being born a boy to gentleman. God gave me the package, and I signed for it.
God gave me the
He thanked his
package,
female
literally.
fandom for treating him like a king. On that same day, Gay 4 Sonichu, a web forum for the gay Sonichu fans, was founded by one named Ignatius J. Riley, named after a character from the novel A Confederacy of Dunces by John Kennedy Toole.
Nice.
On January 2nd, 2009, Christian held his first Sonichu Home Club get-together. This event was recorded and later transcribed, but that video has since disappeared and thought to be lost.
Ah, lost media.
On the same day,
Christian lost
he
media.
received an email from someone claiming to be Takashi Tezuka, a famous video game director associated with Nintendo.
Oh no.
He stated that Nintendo were going to introduce Sonichu and Rosechu as characters in the game Animal Crossing City Folk for the Nintendo Wii. But during development, they left their Wii Connect 24 feature on, and the characters wandered off into the network and were encountered by other players of the game. The following day, Christian participated in a 2-hour-long IRC chat with members of the Sonichu girls who persistently praised and complimented Chris to the point of collectively exclaiming about how they all wanted to lose their virginity to him. Towards the end, he confessed that he didn't get along well with his father, citing his unwillingness to wash his hands, the number of arguments he starts, and his homophobia as pressure points.
What?
Wait,
what? Really washes his hands. He starts more arguments than a garbage than flies at a garbage dump. Weird simile. He is just a major structure of my lifetime of shame, but how does that relate to homosexuality? Well, he can be civil, I'm so confused.
The number of arguments he starts, and his homophobia as pressure points. While getting...
So, is Chris Chan starting to get away from the homophobia? Because he said, my father's old-fashioned, he never gives thought to the homos, and he hates them too. While saying what things he doesn't like. So he's starting to become not homophobic now? Is he like trying to change his ways?
Asked why he didn't move out and live life on his own, he said he was feeling stressed. Blue Spike revealed that her real name was Julie. Behind the scenes, Christian and Julie's relationship was getting more heated, which came to a boil in an IRC chat a day later. Julie confronted Chris, upset to find out that he was still dating Sarah, and Chris was compelled to say that he loved her more than Panda. Then Sarah joined the chat and understandably felt betrayed.
Oh no.
Everyone in the chat called him a jerk. Julie was so hurt that she threatened to kill herself and left the chat. Christian responded with a somber, damn.
my man just said, oh, dang bro, that's crazy. Ain't no way bro, ain't no way.
That he loved her more than Julie. After a while, Blue Spike came back. Chris regrettably confessed that he got carried away and professed his love to both of them. Julie threatened to reveal his lying ways to the Sonichu girls. While Chris was still virtually being yelled at and branded as a heartbreaker, he confessed that he needed to finish the comic and left the chat. This day also marked the first documented Skype chat between Chris and Julie, with Julie revealing that she was moving to the United States from her home country, the fictitious Mulvania.
Oh no.
On January 5th, Christian finally released Sonichu Episode 18 to the public. The prologue of the story once more establishes that all the relevant characters are of legal age by showing the birthday parties of Sonichu, Rosechu, and the Chaotic Combo. At Jungle Beach, Bubble surprises Blake with a birthday cupcake, and they share a kiss. The episode itself begins with news reporters covering the spring break party, with the anchor of FQX News, Greta Squall, without warning, tearing off her suit to jump into the party herself. The scene cuts to DJ Jams to Sonichu, who thanks Mayor Chandler for keeping Quickville clean, noting that nobody has to go home drunk or Somkey. He then promotes Quick Cola and informs the listeners of the upcoming events. The scene then joins Jigglyami and Blanca backstage, excitedly waiting to perform. Sonichu and the Rosechus are at the beach enjoying the sun when they spot a mysterious Rosechu. Magichan telepathically informs Bubbles that there is a Sonichu crystal in the ocean, ordering her to fetch it. Sarah Mackenzie and the late Sarah Jackson make a cameo appearance.
Oh no.
Chris incorporates an illustration made by Panda Halo into the artwork. Bubbles brings Blake off to the side and tells him that after she receives the crystal, they will meet under Pier 969. After she leaves, the dark new character assumes Bubbles' likeness. Chris then tells the origin story of this new addition to the cast, claiming that one egg from the Rainbow Blast in episode 1 was launched into space and landed on the moon. After attached, Count Graduan appeared to mentor it into adulthood. He announced that she would not be able to give birth, but in return would acquire both male and female genitalia.
Oh,
She,
great.
or he, evolved into Sylvana Rosechew. Back in
Nice.
the present day, Bubbles is searching for the crystal, and Christian inserts a reference to the Disney animation The Little Mermaid. Meanwhile,
Nice.
Blake has just purchased a box of condoms labeled Jimmy. When Sylvana,
What?
disguised as Bubbles, surprises him, she convinces him to forego the condoms. They get to the pier and have sex.
No, no! Why is this comic? This does not start off as a sexual comic, but it's just getting
To
downward
Blake,
spiral.
Sylvana secretes a sleep-inducing nectar from her vagina, which
What?
tranquilizes him.
What?
Bubbles then texts Blake, letting him know that she will meet him soon. So Sylvana transforms into Blake. In the meantime, Punchy tells Wild how much he fancies Angelica, but can't seem to express his feelings for her. Wild informs him of a dating education class at Quickville University. They agree that they both will join it. Gigliami is backstage and discovers the sleeping body of the true Blake. Bubbles is about to meet with whom she thinks is Blake when Maggie-chan sends her a message telling her that he is an imposter. Skeptical, she tells him to use a thunderbolt attack on her. Unable to replicate the attack, she realizes that it's not the real Blake. But before Sylvana could destroy Bubbles, Maggie-chan teleports her to Blake's bedside. Finally, Gigliami gets to perform the song War of Love, written by Blanca Weiss.
Oh,
After
no.
she finishes, Christian informs his readership that Blanca found herself a boyfriend and moved back to Kentucky. He also mentions the difficulty
Has he not seen the Sonichu medallion video yet?
he had in choosing one out of 3 women he was flirting with over the internet. Fortunately, God and Jesus made the decision easier for him by killing Sarah Jackson in a car crash and revealing the other to be a troll, possibly referring to Jessie Ruddy. This left only Sarah Mackenzie unscathed, promising her his virginity and eternal loyalty.
Oh,
He gives
no.
a brief message of condolence to Ryan Cash. On the same day the comic was officially completed, Chris received an email from noted game designer and the then senior executive of Nintendo, Shigeru Miyamoto. An elaborate scheme of a troll. The fake Miyamoto
Great.
told him that he was interested in meeting Chris concerning the Sonichu video game. The same troll also assumed the role of James Zilberstein, the alleged lawyer for Nintendo of America, who was often referred to by the nickname Jay-Z. While very
That's a good.
flattered,
I like that.
Chris voiced his concern concerning the commute to Nintendo headquarters in Washington State. The following day, he expressed his elation in a video.
For those of you who own a Nintendo Wii and the Animal Crossing City Folk game, you'll be interested to know. Sonichu and Rosechew, actual villagers, coming to your town. February 24th, 2009, my 27th birthday. And also with that, I am definitely in talks. Aside from the Nintendo associate who has informed me about the Animal Crossing deal, as well as their lawyer, the lawyer in Nintendo of America, who I will not reveal their names. Keep them quiet there.
He talks about an issue concerning the names of some of his characters.
I am working on the edits among the comics, with name changes of some of the characters, because some of them are based on real life, but most are not. And also, I had to talk with the lawyer and sort out which were most relative to Sonichu himself and the franchise, as well as those that are only relative to me and my person, and those that were not relative to either one. And just let y'all see what I did with my Wiimote and nunchuck. Look, Sonichu colors.
Dude, if you're gonna give Chris one thing, he's really good at promoting Sonichu. You gotta admit it. He man puts it into every part of his life.
And I painted silver C's around the Wii. Make it more like Queek. And then, just keeping it CWC there. Okay, so enjoy. Continue to make Sonichu and Rosechew very popular and praise him very much. Then we can get the games made. Alright. That's about it for now. Have a good day.
Christian was told by Miyamoto and or Zilberstein that he was legally obliged to change the names of all the characters in his comics who were based on real people. He proceeded to go through the entire Sonichu back catalog, altering the names of people from his real life. Mary Lee Walsh, for instance, was reimagined as Sloweel Ryam, and sometimes
It's the same thing backwards.
Sloweel the Witch, the names of whom being based on the reverse spelling of Mary Lee Walsh.
Yeah.
Despite him manually altering all the instances of actual people being mentioned in his comic, he made no attempt at correcting the numerous spelling mistakes present throughout. Likewise, he was instructed to change his Kamehameha attack because the word curse was deemed too aggressive. Chris consequently changed it to a Shinyehameha, which was likely to have been a reference to the anime series Excel Saga director's name, Shinichi Nabeshin Watanabe, and is a similar use of wordplay to the Nabehameha, which is the iteration used in Excel Saga. This ongoing relationship between Christian and Miyamoto came to be referred to by the trolls as the Miyamoto Saga. They began to apply this label to other past interactions with Chris and particular people, be they real or fake. For example, his relationship with Megan became known as the Megan Saga. His conflict with Stackhouse was the Adam Stackhouse Saga, and his failed romance with Blanca became the Blanca Saga.
This man has chapters in his life!
This categorization system became common practice with future trolling endeavors and important life events. On January 6th, the same troll who posed as Miyamoto and his lawyer assumed the identity of Greg Mays, a web designer working for Nintendo, and emailed Chris informing him that he had been assigned with the task of redesigning the Sonichu website in anticipation of Sonichu and Rosechu's incorporation into Animal Crossing. After a few exchanges, Christian gave Greg the administrative password to Sonichu.net, which was swiftly changed so Chris could not access it anymore. His other themed websites were also blocked. Mays claimed that lawyers representing Sega suspended the site due to a copyright conflict. Despite Mays denying it, Chris accused him of being a troll. Now listen, sir. I want you to restore all the files you've deleted from Sonichu.net, the Sonichu and Rosechu fan site, Quick's Pokesite 2, and the other Quick sites that were on there, or I will have my lawyer, his people of Nintendo, and the people of Sega, even the power of Mr. Miyamoto himself, bring in a tracking team, track you down, and force you to restore Sonichu.net, and all with a cruel, beating up, terribly painful punishment. You do not want to remain on my bad side. My fangs are sharp, and I can thirst for blood.
Lightning bolt shoot from my fingertips.
Not a vampire. Greg Mays even showed Chris a mock-up of the proposed new design to prove that he was not a troll, only to be apparently fired by Nintendo. Look, thanks to a mistake on Sega's part, I've lost my job, and now I can't feed my kids for the next week. I offered to restore the site, but you wouldn't let me, so the client, you, has been lost, and my employer just fired me. I am crying right now. Thanks. Christian made a video addressing the issue.
Unfortunately, due to a troll having found access to the
I think he recognizes this one as a troll.
behind Sonichu.net, it is temporarily shut down, and I cannot change the password at the moment. But apparently, the guy said that it can't fix it, so pretty much forced him to do it. So, you know, Greg Mays at gmail.com with 3 G's in the Greg. If you do not re-upload Sonichu.net back to the way it was, I will come down at you with my boys from Nintendo and my lawyer man from Nintendo, Jay-Z. He's gonna come down with his boys from Nintendo and the boys at Sega. They're gonna track you down. We're gonna punish you for what you did if you don't bring my website back up to the way it was. Jay-Z, if you were the one of the trolls that wanted a response, you're getting it. So just listen to me, you jerk. Re-upload it, or we're gonna rain heckle on you, because I'm not afraid to show my fangs. But I digress. Peace and love to all the rest of the loyal Sonichu and Rosechu fans. Thank you for your patience.
Despite the troubles concerning his website, he continued to correspond with Shigeru Miyamoto, recounting the discussions he had with his parents. Mr. Miyamoto, my mother has given the issue much thought, and she feels that she should come with me to be my escort. Personally, I also would feel better and safer with her around. I'm sure you can understand, since upon my understanding based on your past story ideas with Pokemon at least, and Ash with his mother in the second and third movies, My mother and I felt the sense of those who worked on them had deep affections for their mothers as well.
Yeah,
We
but
were
yours might be
deeply
a little
moved.
bit too far.
My father, who has traveled with General Electric, says that Nintendo should pay for mine and my mother's tickets in advance. Then my mother and I can pick them up at the airport. Please let me know swiftly if it's possible. Due to our financial situation, and my father being a penny pincher, we need you to advance the tickets to me and my mother, please. Barbara herself contributed an email to Miyamoto. We apologize for any inconvenience. A rush request of this nature jams the thinking process and does not allow time for working out all details to travel from coast to coast and does not allow for necessary financial arrangements. We thank you for this opportunity and hopefully can come to the best solutions for all involved in this venture. Robert and Barbara, writer, have both had experience with big business with General Electric Company and Reynolds Metals. Of historic value to the computer world, Robert was in on the research and development from the beginning, and without his knowledge, NES might not have arrived so soon. We look forward to joining with you in this venture. Yours truly, Barbara Weston Chandler, mother. Robert Franklin Chandler Jr., father. After arranging a new date, Chris presented Zilberstein with new game ideas, talked about his vast game collection, and suggested that it would be no trouble for Miyamoto to send him $800 to cover the trip to Washington. He suggested a plan B, which involved flying Miyamoto to Chris's house instead, but understood that it would be challenging given his busy schedule. When suggested that he should sell off his games to pay for his trip, Chris stated that he couldn't due to the history he had with them. He also talked about receiving a monthly social security payment for his disability, and then talked about the numerous times in his life he overcame the odds.
Alright.
On January 12th, the troll behind Greg Mays told Chris that he was actually Jason Kendrick Howell, and said that in order to regain access to Sonichu.net, he had to make a video announcing that he was either straight or gay, leaving the choice up to Chris.
Oh no.
He made a 9-second long video stating that he was straight, holding up a poster of Britney Spears as proof.
Don't you forget it.
Insulted by its brevity,
Okay.
the one who called himself Jason ordered Chris to make a much longer video. He conceded, making a near 10-minute long video in which he professes that he is straight.
You know who I am.
Not this again, bro.
But I have randomly decided to make this video
Why isn't
because
this
I
on
am
such
sick of
higher
all the
quality?
false accusations and rumors and slanders that have been going around on the internet against me. So I tell you for sure and for true that I am straight. Most of my friends in my life have been female. I've had only few male acquaintances, and they definitely turn me off, the majority of them, because they are rude, crude, and inconsiderate, causing wars and such.
Wars?
But women are so kind and sweet. And you don't have to look at any of them in bikinis or in a nude to
You have to draw them.
Not to fail to see the beauty in each and every wonderful woman. You know, between them and me and the majority of the world, we all just want to be understood. And I understand the ladies. I understand the women. You could definitely see the sheer brilliance of their delightful personalities between each and every one of them. And just because they act in a harsh nature, even...
Dude, the thing is making me thinking he's not straight. He's enforcing the fact that he's straight so much that it makes me start thinking he's not straight.
When they should be calm and peaceful, they still care about the men in their lives. And especially the children that she and her husband put together. Like I will be putting together with my sweetheart. My sweet panda. Never gonna give you up. I appreciate the inner beauty more than the outer beauty. But yet, I am attracted to the outer beauty as well, as the majority of my gender should be able to appreciate. And Playboy has been able to
need to show that.
Help us in that sense to better relate and further our appreciation for the female species.
That's up. I mean, that's one way to describe it.
The women. the beautiful ladies.
With this guy, it's literally like when you try to like reach the word limit on your essay. This video. I don't want to see this, bro. Stop, bro.
But I digress with holding a Playboy. I still care about the women. And I even go as far as to stoop to one low level. Boobies. Vaginas.
What? No, bro, this is weird. I don't want to see this, bro. Don't stop imagining them.
Christian Weston Chandler. I am straight.
It's like he's manifesting it. He's trying to make himself to believe it. Stop doing these noises.
Peace.
After the video was completed, Hal asked one more thing of Chris. Saddened by the loss of both of his own parents, he wanted Chris to make a video with Bob and Barb and have them express how proud they are of him.
Oh,
he said that he
no.
would film it soon. He never did. On
Okay,
January
that's
15th,
good.
2009,
That's gonna be cringe.
Chris announced that SonicShoe.net was restored and also uploaded a video officially denouncing ED.
I am hereby making it official and making a statement that the majority to every single detail on that heinous page against me is all a pack of lies, bunch of slanders, twists of my own actual words and drawings and such.
Hans Newman be like.
For the trolls / internet bullies' own evil purposes. I'm a good person. I'm good-natured. But I will show my fangs.
Where did this fangs thing come from? You made this up like midway through this video, but they keep saying it.
When I have to. Only when I have to. I'm showing my fangs right now against that page.
He also thanks Sarah Mackenzie and the SonicShoe girls for their ability to appreciate and understand him for who he is.
So I'm making it official. Nobody will be allowed or ever able to use anything on that page, that Encyclopedia Dramatica page, with the name Chris Chan or something similar along the lines of running to Christian Weston Chandler or Christopher Weston Chandler, or even Christopher Christian Weston Chandler or Christian Christopher Weston Chandler, among those names. I curse y'all to bad luck and extreme misfortune. Shinye Hai
No.
Ha!
He kind of half-assed that one, not gonna lie.
The following day, Christian stated that Jason had seized control of SonicShoe.net once again and announced the conception of his new domain.
That bastard, Jason Kendrick Howe, the guy who originally started the Encyclopedia Dramatica page, hacked my tripod account the first time, and after recovering the password and full capability of the tripod account, he just had to do it again. So in the future, from this point on, it's SonicShoe.info. Info.
On January 17th, the troll masquerading as Jason Kendrick Howell revealed himself to be Ryan Cash's older brother, Clyde Cash. Refusing to believe this latest revelation, he continued to refer to the troll as Howl and left an angry message on his voice.
It's your nickname. For direct information, I have a police car home to report you. Hey, do me a huge favor, stand in the middle of the heaviest traffic and get run over. I pray to God and Jesus for your death, Jason Kendrick Howe. Burn. Oh, I left a message with on your ring.
Smell.
They made a whole plot for this. They made a character. They made a fake character who killed himself because they stopping the production of SonicShoe comics. Then Jason Kendrick Howe, was he the real person that created the SonicShoe comic? That created the ED page? And then they're just pretending to be him? Or Jason Kendrick Howe, a completely made up person? Either way, this person's pretending to be Jason Kendrick Howe, but then make a plot twist that he's actually the older brother of Ryan Cash, who committed suicide and is trolling him to get revenge? They've made a whole storyline off this by trolling Chris. What's going on, man?
He continued to refer to the troll as Howl and left an angry message on his voicemail.
Jason Kendrick Howe, you bastard!
Oh no, the ultimate rivalry is forming.
You have driven me so beyond the wall I can't even describe it. You have me now, but I pray you dead.
Whoa.
With Troll's moves and behavior becoming predictable,
Jason
Chris
Kendrick
could have had
Howell.
the sense to ignore them, as he had stated before, and not fuel the fire. He could have realized that the trolls only craved for attention and would grow in tenacity.
All I had to do was
once
ignore.
noticed.
That's all I had to
Quiet
do.
Cash would prove to be no different.
Oh no. Yeah, and that's the music. It's about to say end of part 7. Music's so great. End of part 7. The rivalry between Chris Chan and Jason Kendrick Howell, or Clyde Cash, is forming. They've made a whole storyline. And oh my, I don't know what's going on, bro. It just keeps getting worse. The trolling. I'm pretty sure he still thinks that Shigeru Miyamoto is making a freaking Sonic 2 game. He got his Sonic 2 page taken, and they made a whole storyline between Jason Kendrick Howell being Clyde Cash, older brother of the fake character who killed himself because of the stopping the production of Sonic 2 comics. I'm pretty sure he still has a fake girlfriend at this point. I'm pretty sure Panda's still with him. It just keeps getting worse, bro. Every episode, it keeps getting worse. Alright, well, that's the end of part 7. Like and subscribe if you want part 8. If you just watched a 40-minute video of me watching this, and you haven't at least even, like, commented or liked the video, bro, I mean, like, what are you doing? Also, subscribe so we can hit 1,000 subscribers end of the year. And if we do, previously on Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History, Bryant Cash, who committed suicide and is trolling him to get revenge. They've made a whole storyline off this by trolling Chris. What's going on, man?
He continued to refer to the troll as Howl and left an angry message on his voicemail.
Jason Kendrick Howell, you bastard!
Oh no, the ultimate rivalry is forming.
You have driven me so beyond the wall I can't even describe it. You have never. I pray you dead.
Whoa.
With Troll's moves and behavior becoming predictable,
Jason
Chris
Kendrick
could have
Howell.
the sense to ignore them, as he had stated before, and not fuel the fire. He could have realized that the trolls only craved for attention and would grow in tenacity.
All I had to do was
once
ignore.
noticed.
That's all I had to
Quiet
do.
Cash would prove to be no different.
Oh no. Yeah, and that's the music. It's about to say end of part 7. Music's so great. Now, on Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History. Hi, my name is Lyric, and today we are continuing with Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History. This is part 8. Last time it ended with Chris with a troll pretending that he was Jason Kendrick Howell, the guy who created the Encyclopedia Dramatica page, and then he pretended that he was actually Clyde Cash, brother of a Ryan Cash who killed himself, who was a fake story from a troll who killed himself because they stopped making Sonic 2 comics. And we ended with a real angry phone call from Chris. And yeah, I'm assuming the trolling's only gonna get worse from here. We keep going down a downward spiral every episode. It just keeps getting worse. The story just keeps going downward spiral. I don't know what's gonna come next, man. I don't know what's gonna come next. Alright, so if you like this series, me watching the series, make sure to subscribe so you get notifications, because we're gonna be watching the entire series. And make sure you like it, so I make you know that you like this specific series specifically on the channel, and comment your thoughts and stuff, because I like interacting with you guys. I try to respond to every comment that I have a decent response to, I think. And yeah, we're trying to hit 700 subscribers by the end of the year. We're at 644 as I'm recording this, so you know, do that. And yeah, Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History, Part 8. Let's begin. We're gonna hit the music. You ready? Duh, duh, duh.
What made him this way?
Duh, duh, duh.
What is the attraction?
Duh, duh, duh.
What keeps us fascinated?
Duh, duh,
This is the story of
duh,
Chris Chan.
duh, 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 duh. His music legendary. Chris Chan Part 8, boys. Here you go.
Ohio, Mr. Miyamoto-san.
Oh no. Right, we're in the Miyamoto saga. He still thinks that there's going to be a Sonic 2 video game created by Miyamoto. His parents believe it too. Oh no. He's like pretending they're gonna get flown over there.
I have decided to do this video standing up as I felt it more appropriate, so that I could also allow myself to bow for your presence and such.
On January 17th, 2009, Chris filmed a video to convince Shigeru Miyamoto that he was the true Christian Weston Chandler.
Alright.
I covered my number on there.
Well, you're showing a lot of your ID though.
In one point of view, you can see
You can
the
barely see anything though,
Virginia
the quality's so bad.
and the state numbers on there.
Is he wearing the Sonichu medallion in his ID photo? Oh my god.
Numbers on there.
That's legendary.
And also, Mr. Miyamoto, my Wii remote and nunchuck.
I'm not saying his name right even.
We would like to play, to quote the commercial in an honorable way, if I may. So, Mr. Miyamoto, please do not quote me as a troll, because I am the real deal.
Oh, and he's talking to a troll.
Me. And
Oh,
hopefully
no.
I will
The
be
irony.
able to meet with you in Redmond as soon as possible. I'll be talking to my church congregation tomorrow. And I wish you a pleasant day, Miyamoto-san. Sayonara for now.
Later in a Skype chat, Julie convinced Christian to make a video reasserting his heterosexuality.
Just to let everybody in my fan base and on the internet know, I am straight. I am straight.
You're saying it so much, I don't believe it, bro.
And no slanderous troll is gonna alter me in such way. I'm straight. Straight? Believe me. I have a subscription to Playboy.
That's
Look
how
at
you know.
my eyes, my face. I can't be more serious than how I am right now. Those damn slanderous trolls. Damn them all to hell. And another thing, you slanderous trolls. You can kiss my foot. And you know what else?
He stomps on an unused vibrator that he got as a free gift with a purchase from AdamEve.com.
And don't you forget it.
What?
How about the rest of y'all, the true good citizens? Peace and have a good day.
On that same day, Clyde Cash hacked into Chris's AOL account
Oh,
and
no.
sent an email to Cash's other persona, Miyamoto, posing as Christian.
Bro, who is this troll? He's doing every part. Wasn't he someone else earlier? What? Okay, so Clyde Cash he's playing as Clyde Cash, enemy destined trying to troll Chris Chan, he's playing as Clyde Cash, brother of fake character Ryan Cash, who killed himself because of the Sonichu comics being stopped, and he is trolling Chris Chan. And he is not hiding that he is a troll on Chris Chan, but he's putting up the part of Clyde Cash. And he's also playing the part of Shigeru Miyamoto. And now he's hacked into Chris's AOL account, and now he's communicating to himself. What? Why is this so? This is the most intricate troll I've ever seen. What the hell?
I just wanted to let you know that I, Christian Weston Chandler, have come out of the closet. I am gay. I've been ashamed to admit it for so long, but I don't think I need to hide it from y'all.
No.
I hope you understand and support me for the path I've chosen in life. And if anyone is offended by what I've decided, please forgive me. I am sorry, but I cannot live a lie any longer. I have never been straight. I am gay and always have been. Yours truly, Christian Weston Chandler. It was possibly around this time that a select few trolls, including Clyde Cash, Cogsdev, and Bluespike, among others, formed an alliance called the Private Villa of Corrupted Citizens, named after the villainous organization of the Sonichu comics.
Right.
They would secretly discuss future trolling schemes and organize and orchestrate interactions with Christian in order to effectively manipulate him into providing whatever kind of content they were seeking.
Oh,
They
God.
desired to be the sole manipulators of Chris, and eventually resisted acceptance of new members, at most having no more than 50 members at any one time. On January 19th, Chris let Julie know that he received a death threat against his family over the phone, attributing it to Clyde Cash. In response, he made a video begging that Clyde move on from tormenting him.
Clyde, I'm sorry your brother died. Well, that doesn't mean you have to go picking on me for the cause of his death, because I did not do it. I did not do it personally to him, and I did not mean to do it. I'm just an innocent bystander in all this. You don't have to do anything mean. I mean, would Ryan want you to go doing anything stupid as torturing other people or even go as far as killing them? You don't have to do this. Just live on your life and move on. You'll find yourself a girlfriend, and she'll make you happier than possibly.
That's the only way I can see people be happy.
Ryan could have done it. I mean, I feel for you, man. I mean, my dog died. I was sad. I cried for weeks. But yet, I got over it. I saw Patty in my dreams. And she reassured me that she was okay, and that God is taking good care of her. And with that, I was able to move on, live my life a little bit more happier and more luckily. Been over 2 years now since she died. You'll find a lot of other things that make you about as or greater than happy as you were with Ryan around. Just take it one day at a time, one moment at a time. You'll get over it. Peace, man.
He also wrote another email to Miyamoto, telling him that the previous email was penned by an imposter, and reasserted that he was actually a straight man. He let Miyamoto know that he had sent him a letter containing original Sonichu and Rosechu drawings, and a photocopy of his driver's license, enclosed in an envelope personalized with a hand-drawn Sonichu on it.
Where'd he send it to?
The following day, he completed his PowerPoint presentation about the history of Sonichu, with the intention of sending it to Nintendo.
Alright.
On January 20th, Christian took part in an IRC chat which included Clyde Cash, and someone who called himself Billy Mays, playing the part of the well-known infomercial salesperson, replicating the high volume of his voice by typing his messages in all caps. Chris tried to convince Clyde to stop threatening him by likening Cash's loss with the death of his dog, Patty. Clyde claimed that he raped Sarah Mackenzie. Chris didn't respond. While his detractors continued to call him lazy and deceitful, he said that he was bravely standing up to them, like a warrior. Clyde and Mays then proceeded to call him gay, citing the photo of him in his mother's underwear as proof. Chris defended himself by admitting that he owned numerous pairs of dirty crapped briefs, as a result of poop sliding out of him without his knowledge. He further defended his sexuality by proclaiming that he loved vaginas and hated dicks. He continued to argue about his alleged homosexuality for more than 10 minutes, with Billy Mays
Why is that half the story so far?
Point. You know, not for nothing, but I know I'm straight. If somebody calls me gay, I don't feel a need to rant about it for 10 minutes. Chris then discussed the legality of his comic, saying that Sonichu was legal on the grounds of it being a parody. Sarah May joined the chat in Christian's defense. Shortly after, Ignatius J. Riley, the founder of Gay for Sonichu, arrived as well. He mentioned a paper he wrote featuring Sonichu called Heterosexual Homoeroticism in Internet Subcultures, a case study, which would allegedly be published in a future issue of the Journal of Gay and Lesbian Subculture Studies. He also revealed via a fabricated image that the fan club had made a Sonichu float for San Francisco's Gay Pride Parade. Riley highlighted the supposed homosexual nuances featured in the comics, such as the significance of rainbow imagery, male-looking female characters, and his flamboyant fashion sense. He then revealed Christian's personals page on the Hook Cafe website. After the non-stop berating, Chris unleashed his frustrations. Get it through your thick skulls as you f***ing possibly can. I am f***ing straight for women, their vaginas, their breasts, and most importantly, I am straight for their individual sweetness. The following day, Chris and Clyde met again over IRC. Early in the chat, Panda herself appeared and confessed to Chris that Clyde Cash had raped her, taking her virginity. Christian hardly acknowledged it, allowing Sarah and Clyde to discuss it amongst themselves.
What? Isn't that like... I'm so what's going on, bro? There's nuances to this trolling. A troll is trolling that another troll raped her. And Chris just doesn't care, bro.
She revealed
you don't
that
care.
She got pregnant.
What?
Despite Cash admitting that he was willing to move in with her to support the baby, Christian said that he still loved her and would care for the child as if it were his own. He stated that he wouldn't object if Sarah chose to be with Clyde instead of him. Panda then told him that she will hand the child over to Cash if Sonichu became successful worldwide and would move in with Chris and have lots of sex with him. If this condition wasn't met, she would live with Clyde instead.
Okay.
On the same day, Christian addressed the recent hacks of his websites.
In addition to my previous denouncing of the ScienceU.net, I have also denounced ScienceU.info since that got hacked into on around the 18th of January. So as of the 18th, I've denounced ScienceU.info. But I promise every one of you, my loyal, true ScienceU fans, especially the ScienceU girls, and while I respect men in general, I hate the homos. I actually do have a past story. As I have realized from repressed memories back from the Greene County days. But I will not go further than that because y'all would have a field day. I'm straight and nothing
You're talking about
is
him getting sexually assaulted by the teacher?
going to change that.
We're talking about part 1.
Later that day, he informed Miyamoto that he will arrive in Redmond, Washington soon. He also attached his Sonichu PowerPoint presentation.
Nintendo.
The next day, Chris apparently left for Nintendo of America headquarters in Redmond to meet with Shigeru Miyamoto.
What?
There was no online activity from him until January 26th.
January 26, 2009. I just got back. I set off to Redmond. It was a good trip. Flew all the way there and all the way back. Boy, my arms are tired. That's no joke. Anyway, the
Where did he actually go?
The video game project. It's all off the ground, and it's all progressing. I'm not at liberty to discuss it any further beyond that, as I have made the agreement with Mr.
Is he just lying?
upon such.
Like, where did he go?
Anyway, that's it for now, and I will try to answer as many emails as possible.
Because he actually does believe that
at my earliest
he's working with
convenience
Nintendo.
within my busy hours. Thank you very much for your patience. Have a good day.
He quickly took the video offline, claiming he was ordered to do so by Nintendo. After being confronted by Miyamoto via email, Christian confessed that he never went to the supposed meeting.
Okay.
I am not lazy, Mr. Miyamoto, and I am terribly sorry for angering you. I meant no harm. Please, Mr. Miyamoto, do not cancel everything. I come from a mother and father who were of great business practices, and yet I lack a bunch of experiences that they had that I require. I have given greatest effort to perform to your wishes. I have given greatest effort to raise the money for the money locally.
Money
but
for the
I cannot
money.
find local emotional and financial support, even from my own mother and father, my church's congregation, and my attorney. I have worked very hard on that PowerPoint presentation, and worked very hard when I drew up the CAD plans for Quickville Shopping Mall. I did a hefty amount of thinking in that video and sending all that to Redmond, yet to see all that work fall into discarded abyss. I've worked my mind, my body, and my soul very hard in all my works, and I'm not lazy. Please, Mr. Miyamoto, grant me another chance to make up for my past mistakes from my hard work. I promise you that I, Christian Weston Chandler, can and will do a lot better than before, and be more capable of meeting with you in the near future. In response to this, Clyde Cash assumed the identity of the then president of Nintendo of America,
Bro!
Reggie Fils-Aimé,
He's playing
to
every
scold Chris.
character. He's playing every character,
I'm known
man.
to be a loudmouth. I don't take crap from anyone. So if you are easily offended, I suggest you stop reading.
Uh-oh.
But don't worry, I'll try to go easy on you. Keyword being try here. But with that out of the way, I just want to say something to you personally. May I kindly ask, what the hell is wrong with you?
Yikes.
Are you for real or what? I was there for everything. I saw Miyamoto waiting for up to 2 days in the bitter cold for you to show up, and you stood him up. I was even there trying to arrange everything for you, even setting up someone to escort you to our building complete with bodyguards and full security, because I knew you were concerned about safety. And for what? So you could just not show up? I mean, I don't even know what to think. It's just completely unbelievable. Think about what happened if you did go, and you had to ask mommy and daddy for an okay on everything. Imagine what a complete disaster that would be. I mean, listen. Simply put, you are not fit to do business with us, as you are not even in a position where you can make your own decisions, which is vital to survive in the workplace, and even life in general. After a few more exchanges, Reggie admitted that Nintendo had lost interest in Sonichu. We're not interested in your project. I've seen the PowerPoint. Apart from the fact that you are unable to manage for yourself, the PowerPoint really was the final straw. It was filled with gratuitous and shameless drawings with every other frame showing some form of partial nudity or characters making out with each other. This decision is final. We
Yeah.
are not going to do business with you, and that is all. Sort out your own life. We cannot help you. Christian disagreed with his assessment of the PowerPoint presentation. There was positively no nudity at all in the PowerPoint presentation. And what the heck is wrong with true love and kissing? Are you a virgin yourself? Have you had a bunch of bad dates?
Oh,
or
God.
are you so close-minded and red-necked? True love is a truly sacred bond between woman and man, and when they are together, they get attracted to each other very much to kiss and later make love. God and Jesus wants us all to experience and share true straight love. There is nothing
specifically
objectionable
straight.
from that. I am a man who stands for true love and honesty in comics and in real life, although I am still a frustrated virgin with autism on the side. At least I'm
Autism.
making a positive difference in keeping true love between only woman and man in my actions. On a side note, I despise all homosexual
I think we
males,
got that from
period.
the other part
Also,
of the
I bet you
paragraph.
probably smoke and drink, don't you? I speak against those as well, since they are tools to speed you to death with cancer, liver problems, bar fights, and automobile accidents. Give up the habits. They are
I
beyond
mean-
gross and disgusting. Sigh. On January 30th, Chris released a video addressing the events of the past few days.
I respectfully detract the previous statement I made, where I said where the wheels were rolling with Nintendo of America, because the president of the company, Reggie Phil-Imes, has blatantly canceled the project, and also I'm respectfully doing this retraction, but also I'm putting in my own 2 cents because Reggie has just made a step too far.
Ruh-roh.
Mr. Jaime has lost my respect because he objects true love.
I don't.
Between straight lovers.
He never said he wanted gay people.
Homo males are objectionable.
What does that
Very
mean?
Objectionable.
What does objectionable mean?
But when it's between straight.
If I don't know what that word means, I sure know you don't know what that word means, Chris.
A male and a female, it's true love and honesty. So, Mr. Imes, you've lost my respect. And you have crossed the line. And if you want to see me at court, I'll see you in Charlottesville court.
I'd love to see
I'm
that.
doing this parody of Sailor Moon in response to the Lost Sailor Moon title that would have been released to Japan for Nintendo Wii. Go ahead, come on. I'll see you. I'll see you, Reggie, and Mr. Miyamoto. I'll see you both in court. Charlottesville, Virginia court. I have a grand number of family and friends locally that will defend me in my character. So let's see what you got. Peace.
He swiftly removed this video as well, issuing another a day later in its place.
I respectfully retract the previous video I uploaded, and I wish to apologize humbly for it. I want Mr. Miyamoto, at least, to be able to, present himself personally, or at least to send something in the snail mail to prove that I have been talking to the real man himself, to my family. Because, my mommy and daddy, they love me and care about me very much, and they just get concerned when I talk to other people on the internet.
Understandably.
They're not sure about who they are. Please, do not cancel the project totally. I mean, uncancel it, just shelve it. Because as you can tell from my energy I have given, I am very ambitious about the project, and honestly, I'm a good guy, and y'all have the money. Y'all should be able to, find some.
Okay, we're in this part of the story. Oh, okay. I think I definitely said this before. There's no good guys in the story, bro. The trolls, they're trolling fucking up every part of this guy's life. Obviously, Chris is not good. Not a good person. He's treated every woman terribly. Mainly Megan. He's extremely homophobic, racist, everything. But, bro, and we know what he does later in the story, obviously, but I'm just talking about, right now in the story, right? But these trolls are just fucking up every part of his life. I mean, everything revolved around his life at this point now is a troll. Literally everything that he's doing in his life is just a troll. It's not real. He's living in a fabrication. He's living in a Truman Show for people to laugh at him. We're only on part 8.
Free time in your schedules, you know, come and visit some of your actual partial or full business associates in their homes. I mean, I showed y'all respect, but then, well, this happened, so hopefully, we just put all this behind us and start fresh, on a good note. Alright?
Later that day, Chris took part in his first chat with supposed admirers on Mumble, a voice chat application designed to be used by gamers. In the fan chat, he talked about Transformers, games, and gaming systems.
I used to hate both the PlayStation and the Xbox, but then I ended up getting the PlayStation 1 at a rummage sale, and then I just kind of like, you know, I test played it, and then I pretty much felt, and then I decided not to trade in. Oh, excuse me a second.
Alright. I'm actually wondering if I should stay online or go play Animal Crossing.
The conversation eventually moves on to other topics.
Women's bodies look... Let me try this again. Women's bodies look a bit...
Yes, they're more beautiful. They're more beautiful. They're like... They're truly like works of art in their own way. Just like, just like, the statues that were built in past times.
Chris admits to somewhat approve of sex between sisters.
I mean, it's not like we're gonna reproduce, so there's no messed up stuff there.
I don't know, I guess between sisters, but like, it's possibly okay. I'm not saying
That's not good foreshadowing for what you're okay with in the future, sir.
Alright, so anyway, I'm going to get something to eat, so I'll come back later. Yeah, I'll take care.
You too. Good night.
Bye now.
Bye. Wow.
I got most of that recorded. I got it all recorded from when I returned back.
It was possibly around this time that Chris sent Cassie Rosechew 23 locks of his own hair, enclosed in a bag, with each lock accompanied by an official seal of approval, intended to be shared amongst members of the Sonichu girls.
What?
He also attached a letter. I felt I should send you the sample of my hair locks I was able to divide.
Where did this come from?
Your friends, including Sarah May. Enclosed in are 23 locks of my hair. I felt bad for not making 200 cards in the time. I've been through a bunch of bad times, and some good. I trust that you can understand fully, and I deeply thank you for that. When she finally received the package, she stated that the hair was greasy and had an odd smell.
I mean,
on February 4th,
I don't know what else I would expect.
Christian held his second mumble chat. This time, he was joined by Clyde.
Or Hyman.
What?
What?
Was joined by Clyde.
Or Hyman.
Look, I know, it's a terrible mistake I made, but I plan to make it up to her.
Oh, I was talking about, oh no.
I'm doing the things that I should do.
Oh, and another thing, if she is really over there with you now, then put her on the mic, please.
She's very busy, okay? She's very busy.
During the lengthy chat, Chris answers many questions from the people involved.
You've been in an automobile accident. I mean, were you drunk?
No, I was distracted.
By what? I mean, it's kind of hard to be distracted. You gotta be focused on driving.
I was doing math in my head.
What?
Wait, math in your...
My mind got distracted by being its own calculator.
What?
What?
They also confront him about his CAD degree and why he has failed to use it to get a job. Towards the end, Chris is interrupted by Barbara.
Hi, Mom. You want a couple hot dogs? No thanks. I'm just answering a few questions, Mother.
You don't have to answer. Nobody's paying you to do that. It ain't none of their business, no way.
It's true.
I've never been asked questions like that by employers or anybody. Don't tell people what you think.
Good advice.
Chris, what's happening?
Well, obviously my mother is offering her input.
Tell her you're just
Listen to
talking
your
to
mama
friends.
now.
I don't need no back talk with somebody else on the other end of the phone.
I hear you, Mom.
These idiots who ain't had no reason, they don't have any idea of what's going on. Tell me where you been. Tell me where you been. Tell me where you been.
Your mother has a beautiful singing voice, Chris.
And Mom, you know what? Something else? They like your singing.
I don't sing.
You just did.
Somebody lied. Somebody lied because you couldn't hear me.
They heard you singing just now.
I can't sing.
You just did.
I told you. Did you write checks for all those bills and count everything over and keep that up?
Yeah. Yes, Mother, I did.
You're not telling me a story.
I'm not telling you a story.
Okay. Because you have to be honest with me. Because see, you're sitting.
I'm being honest.
Behind the scenes, Chris and Julie continued to chat on Skype, with Christian admitting that it had been about a week or two since he last heard directly from Sarah. Julie convinced him to join another mumble chat the following day.
Oh god.
It's you.
Yes, of course. Well, I have unfortunate news about Mulvania.
Mulvania, the best country.
Destroyed. I know that sounds strange, but I don't know what happened. I'm very worried.
Hang on, I'll Google Mulvania and see if I can
No,
find
it's alright. I'm pretty sure I know what happened.
It's alright.
Tell me in your own words, what do you think happened?
I don't know. It's just, I think the dictator of Mulvania, I think he was assassinated.
Clyde unexpectedly makes an appearance.
There's Clyde.
And who cares?
Clyde? What are you doing here?
I just wanted to stop by and say hi, Julie.
Get out.
Yep.
That's the one thing. Why haven't you killed me yet? Why haven't you killed me yet?
What?
You must be on your drugs again, you jerk.
Not this time. Not this time.
I'm so
I was being
confused.
too nice last time, obviously. That was me on drugs. I was too nice when I was on drugs.
Chris, I don't think he's gonna leave. I'm scared. What if he tells all the other jerks what we've been saying? What if he knows?
He knows nothing. He's been mostly out of this conversation.
I know everything, ever.
Oh, there you go. He got kicked out.
So anyway,
Clyde's
yes,
voice
I
is
do
creepy
see
as
someone
hell.
outside my house. I don't know who it is. I'm worried.
It's best not to try not to think about it.
Someone's pounding on my door. I'm
Oh,
gonna
no.
go lock it. I'm worried, Chris. I'm gonna go lock it.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, it was. I looked outside, Chris.
Uh-huh.
Turns out it was a salesman.
Oh, that's
Sorry,
a relief.
I acted so silly.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's only human. You're only human.
They talk
True.
about cars, Sonichu characters, and video games.
When I do go to Ruckusville, Virginia, I would love to play Guitar Hero with you and Burnout and all the games.
I'd like that too. Play with you.
You want to play with her in different ways,
You know,
Chris.
Guitar Hero Encore, rock the 80s. The Encore number was Play With Me.
Oh, cool. That's quite the coincidence.
So, come play. Come play.
Don't say it like that, please.
You know, there may be other things. Other fun things.
No, Chris,
continues
stop.
to elaborate on their first time together.
First we make out. Throughout that day, I would have eaten plenty of strawberries.
What?
I love strawberries. I'm masturbating right now to this thought. So please continue.
No,
I'd
I
let
don't.
you pull my pants down and let you warm me up a bit. You wouldn't mind
I don't
giving
want to
me
hear
a
this.
blowjob at the
I
start
wouldn't
there.
mind.
You might get, some of the
I don't-
premature stuff, but, at least that's out of the way.
No.
And we can continue after that, right?
Yeah, I still got a lot more tiger in my tank.
Tiger in my...
Chris talks about them engaging in sexual acts some more, and admits that because he would have been eating strawberries beforehand, upon ejaculating, his semen would taste like strawberries.
No, that's
There
pineapple,
you
my
go.
guy. That's the different thing.
In the mouth. You're enjoying that.
Clyde appears again, and threatens to fly over to visit Julie and play Russian roulette with her.
You really are a psychopath.
Why so serious?
You
need to be put in an institution.
More like you need to be put in an institution. I mean, you're
I mean,
obviously delusional.
he is in an institution now, I'm pretty
you
sure.
really believe that you can smite me and, I don't know, you can stop me with your words. You really think that?
I don't just think that, but I am confident.
Chris and Clyde continue to argue with each other until Clyde explodes and says that high-functioning autism is not a recognized diagnosis and that only Asperger's syndrome exists in its place.
What can you do that makes money? You're a parasite on America to America. You just leech off the government, getting money. They throw you money just because you're autistic, which you are not. People with actual jobs support your lazy ass.
I am capable of standing up and supporting myself when I am ready to.
Well, you're like 27, so I feel like you should be ready
You're
to.
26 years old. What do you mean you're not ready?
I like to feel like I have a woman by my side to help me make sound decisions at the right time.
Spoiler alert, you're never going to get a woman.
Yes, you
Damn.
will. Me.
Be quiet.
You're a jerk.
No, I'm trying to help him. You know my cousin Vivian? She's been trying to help this field. And guess what? Nothing has worked.
Wait, Vivian's this guy's cousin now? What lore is this?
What have you done?
Clyde Cash tells Chris that he won't harm Julie if he makes a video confessing that he is gay. Christian conceded and made the following video, apparently saying the word gay for the first time in his life.
You know, the word gay tends to be thrown around a lot. Especially
This Clyde troll is the
when,
most vicious
one's
one, man.
words is heavily understood one way or understood another way. It can mean so much.
In front of the camera, he left a series of clues that his true fans would spot and come to the conclusion that he was acting under duress. Firstly, he placed a Sailor
Speaking
Moon
of Morse
poster in
code.
the background, which also featured the prepubescent character Chibiusa. Secondly, he's
can't
seen
see that,
holding onto
so-
a transformer, Optimus Prime to be precise, due to its symbolic representation of masculinity, as Christian had explained in his 25th birthday video. Finally, he is not wearing his medallion, meaning that he is being dishonest. What's more, he acts as if he is in distress every time he says the word gay.
Simply put, and I'm willing to say this
It's like POWs, like blinking the word torture in Morse code.
in sound, mind, and body, I am a Gabian. Yep, you heard me. I am a gay. A male lesbian.
A male lesbian.
Thank you.
After the video was uploaded, Chris held a short mumble chat with Clyde and Julie.
Hey Chris, what is a Gabian? I have never heard this word in my life.
What the hell is a gay bee?
It's like
I've never heard it
lesbian,
either.
Except it's like guy and guy, but it basically means gay.
No, it means you're straight.
Okay, I'll accept that. I made an inferior product. I'll improve it. I'll improve it if you give me a bit, if you'll leave her alone.
Man, you sure look stunner. That's alright. I'll leave it alone, but I'm gonna send her some chocolates, okay? Is that okay?
Joey, is that okay with you if he sends you chocolates?
What's this storyline is? These trolls are making.
Okay, why?
Because I'm hitting on you. Come on, you are a dance woman.
Shortly after, Chris made another video in which he finally admits to being gay.
You know, the word gay in terms like coming out of the closet gets thrown around a lot. Anyway, so to get to the point, fine. I'm good. I'm gay. I'm gay.
I'm gay. Shout out iDubbbz.
Yep. I'm gay.
I'm gay.
So, do I really come out of the closet there? It just depends on y'all, how y'all understand it. Peace.
As the video was being uploaded,
I'm gay.
Chris rejoined the mumble chat. He admits to Clyde that he probably spent around $10,000 over the past 9 years on video games, and Clyde
my
states
God.
Chris is unable to save money in the long run. When asked, Chris couldn't name 5 typical household bills. Both Clyde and Chris say that they haven't heard from Sarah in a long time, and Clyde fears she might be dead. When talking about personal preferences for a girlfriend, Clyde accuses Chris of being racist.
I would care
I
about
mean, yeah.
a black woman as a friend, but you know, I would not want beyond just friendship.
You still have a lot to learn. That's about looks, not about personality. You're still being racist.
Hey, don't you blame me for no fool, man.
What?
What was that?
What was that?
You figure it out.
Oh, Jamaican accent?
I am no comment on what was that?
What was that?
Oh, not just be an imitation of a black person or somebody from Jamaica.
You do know those are different. Oh, Christ almighty. So you are racist. My God.
I mean, yeah, I thought that was pretty
Hey,
obvious.
Well, if it fits Archie Bunker's shoes, then let it be. But I am not totally racist, man. I am not racist.
What was that? What
was that?
You just threw a label at me, so I just imitate somebody who actually was.
Oh my Christ. Christ almighty. I don't know what to say to that.
I don't know what to say either, man.
Why don't you do a Donald Duck impersonation? But,
Thank you. I can 100% see why that kid cried at that Wendy's. That's terrifying.
Why do you enjoy scaring me like this?
Clyde Cash requests one more thing from Chris.
I want you to destroy every possession that you'd love to give up for Julie. That will show you your dedication for Julie. Material goods is nothing you need to hold on in this moral world. And you have tons of stuff. It is only when you lose everything is when you're free to do anything. You gotta show Julie you goddamn care about her. Sell your shit or destroy your shit. Just do something. Make your room look presentable. I mean, Christ almighty. You still look like a child.
I'm young at heart.
He's young at heart.
Everybody has to grow up.
Soon after, Christian made a video addressing his recent outing and Clyde's demands.
Hello. Some of you may have seen the video which I've recently uploaded, saying that I was
gay
of the wrong orientation. But I wanted to let y'all know that I did that to save the life of a trusted gal pal. So yes, as you can tell from my nonverbal clues, I was lying out of my ass. And also, I had to make another promise after that I get rid of some of my unnecessary possessions. I want to let him know anyway that I've already started. I destroyed
the vibrator?
This.
He claims to have filmed himself destroying his vibrator, when in fact, after struggling to snap it in half, he merely disassembles it.
Dun dun dun.
What were you gonna use that for anyways, Chris?
That deed is done.
I thought you already destroyed one.
I think I have proven myself well enough. I was holding on to my manhood, my straightness, by having Optimus Prime in my lap.
That's the straightest of characters.
And my Sailor Moon poster behind me that I look at every night to help keep me straight.
To help keep me straight. If I don't look at my Sailor Moon poster enough, I might turn gay, but you never know.
I was born straight, and I will never be changed that way. Thank you.
On February 7th, Chris, Clyde, and Julie took part in another short mumble chat.
His life is miserable. Look at it, Julie. Tell me, what have you done of merit today? What have you done today? Go through your daily routine.
I made contact with Julie and expressed my love for her a little bit more.
Yes, sir. Nice. Something productive.
Clyde grills him about his spending habits, his reluctance to find a job, and the state of the economy at the moment.
Alright, my mother wants me to go out and get her some bread, some orange juice, and a tuna sub from Sheets.
It's awfully late for that.
Sheets is open 24 hours.
That's nice. Okay, I can't believe you still live
Julie,
with
I'll talk to you later on the PlayStation Network. Goodbye,
Alright, are
Clyde.
you gonna come back to Mama?
That's something for me to think about. I'll see you later, Julie. Bye, Clyde.
Alright, I'll see you later. Oh, could have been better. Could have been awfully better. That's all I can really say. I'm disappointed. And before you all unmute yourself.
Cogs, I'm sorry, I was still set to stereo mix instead of my microphone, because I was recording Chris.
Oh, hearing the trolls actually talk to each other now.
Conditions are still extremely dangerous. Winds are shifting. Some towns are coming under ember attack. Emergency services have blocked some...
On February 7th, raging bushfires began to spread across the Australian state of Victoria, eventually killing nearly 200 people. Even though she was known to be living in the state of South Australia, Chris believed that Sarah may have been lost to the fire.
Wait, what?
Was known to be living in the state of South Australia.
Oh, she's living in a different
Chris
state.
believed that Sarah may have been lost to the fire.
Alright, man. End of part 8, I'm gonna say. Alright, that is the end of part 8. The trolls are getting more extreme. The storyline within the trolling is becoming more concise and more complicated between Clyde and Julie and stuff. Let's look at some of the comment section here. What are the comments saying in this video? Chris unnecessarily confessing he shits himself, and Billy Mays running, but why the fuck would you offer that information? I feel like the trolls could easily send a normal Asian dude to meet Chris, and he would have believed it was Miyamoto. Honestly, 100%. Clyde's being fucking baffled and confused at Chris' Jamaican accent. Yeah, I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was. Chris doing that Sailor Moon pose when threatening legal action is just so sick and never fails to make me laugh. As fascinating as the series is, I honestly feel emotionally drained by watching all of this up to this point. It's crazy to think that I'm not even 1/6 through the series and I'm already feeling this way. I think what gets me is that knowing there's 50 plus more episodes where Chris will repeat the same mistakes he made in the past over and over again, and to know how it all ends makes it so much worse. Oh no. The fact that Chen told him to find the girlfriend to get over his brother killing himself, and then tries to empathize by mentioning his damn dog. I still smile every time I imagine Miyamoto shivering on a park bench for 2 days and nights waiting for Sonic Shoe. These are some elite comments. I start reading the comments every video. He's not wearing his medallion, meaning he's being dishonest. I fucking love that shit. Like, this can honestly be I fucking love that shit like this can be easily pointed out and widely understood. Alright, so that's the end of Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History Part 8. And yeah, make sure to like if you like the series and want me to do Part 9. Subscribe if you want to get the notification for Part 9 and all the other future parts and stuff. Try to hit 700 subscribers by the end of the year. Bye. Previously on Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History.
Before you all unmute yourself.
Cogs, I'm sorry, I was still set to stereo mix instead of my microphone, because I was recording Chris.
Oh, hearing the trolls actually talk to each other now.
Conditions are still extremely dangerous. Winds are shifting. Some towns are coming under ember attack. Emergency services have blocked some...
On February 7th, raging bushfires began to spread across the Australian state of Victoria, eventually killing nearly 200 people. Even though she was known to be living in the state of South Australia, Chris believed that Sarah may have been lost to the fire.
Wait, what?
Was known to be living in the state of South Australia.
Oh, she's living in a different
Chris
state.
believed that Sarah may have been lost to the fire.
Alright, man. End of part 8, I'm gonna say. Now, on Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History. Hi, my name is Lyric, and today we are going to be reacting to Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History, Part 9. We are on the 9th part of this series. There's an entire link to the entire playlist. If you haven't watched any of the rest of the parts in the description. It's been quite a bit. We've had quite a few setbacks when I've been able to record my reactions to these, but Yeah, I watched the previous 3 episodes in the series beforehand, just so I can refresh on what's happening. Basically, Chris's life at this point, he's become like, I don't even know how to describe it. His entire life's a lie, basically, is how I would describe it. Like, literally everything is a troll. Like, literally everything is a troll at this point. It's insane. We're on to part 9. If you're on part 9 of watching a series, by the way, and you haven't even subscribed, bro, you are honestly, I don't understand you as a human being. You watched, like, multiple hours worth of content of me watching the series, and you haven't even, like, spent the 1 second to hit the subscribe button. Like, like, I honestly go into a psych ward, bro. You're honestly more insane than Chris Chan, bro. Like, what are you doing? But, yeah, let's go, part 9. Not waste time with that long of an intro. Let's go. This video's already 41 minutes, as all of Chris Chan parts are. Iconic intro.
Made him this way.
Oh, I miss this music. It's so good.
What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan. The music gets more haunting the more you go into the series, because the series gets more haunting. It makes the music at the beginning where you're like, oh fuck, what's gonna happen this time? It makes it like more haunting, which is what I kind of like about it. I didn't realize how haunting the music was until like the recent episodes. Part 9. Oh god.
Captain's log. Stardate February 8th, 2009.
I am 2 years old at this
Christian
point.
uploaded a video announcing his new website domain.
The Sonichu site is back up.
It's not like you keep getting hacked
It's
into.
at Sonichu and Rosechew.com.
He's gonna have to start getting real creative with these website names pretty soon.
That's what it is now. Yeah, I've been under distress lately.
You always
the
are,
recent
man.
one where y'all may have watched the videos, last 2 videos before this one. Yeah, forced into doing
I didn't like that lip thing.
I won't be repeating that again. Hopefully not.
Oh yeah, wasn't that the one where he was that the one where he was forced to say that he was gay? I think that was the
Hopefully
one.
I won't be repeating that. Use that take. Anyway, also, feeling the after pains from that, I find out that there's been some brush fire or wildfire.
Right, last episode ended. You've probably seen it's probably the beginning of this video, but last video ended. He thinks his girlfriend died in the fires in Australia.
That sort of stuff going on in the southern Australia area, where my sweetheart Sarah Cassandra McKenzie, Panda Halo.
I don't like these noises, and I don't like that he keeps licking his lips.
She was in that neck of the woods, and I haven't heard from her in like over 2 weeks. And the fire's been going on for like during the past few weeks, so I pray that she's still alive. I hope she didn't die in the fire. Sarah, if you are hearing this message, please let me know that you're safe. And also let me.
For a guy that doesn't have a job, he has so many things in his room.
No.
Like, it's actually insane.
Still expect you over at my house, or are you going to go to Clyde? Please let me know, because I miss you. I still care deeply about you, Sarah. Sarah Hart.
Stop licking your lips,
2 days
please.
later, he posted a video in which he attempted to showcase that the promise he made to Clyde Cash about clean.
Why does his video quality change so drastically? Look at this. This video quality isn't that bad. Like, this is arguably better than my video quality. Not gonna lie to you, but this looks like he was filming it in 1972.
A video in which he attempted to showcase that the promise he made to Clyde Cash about cleaning up his room had been fulfilled.
For example, there's more walking space.
This was filmed on a damn
But right
toenail.
here, there's definitely space between that and the bed. And you look over here, more walking space to the door. And I got that tub off the top of my couch, so it don't fall down and hit anyone. I had to leave other stuff up there. But at least I didn't have to compromise much. But also, after talking about that and making Clyde know that I've kept my promise. Ik ben schwel, Julie. Ik ben schwel.
Chris was under the misapprehension that the phrase meant I love you in Malvanian, when in fact, it was the German equivalent for I am gay.
I have
Boy, ain't no way, boy. Boy, ain't no way, boy.
When in Chris was under the misapprehension that the phrase meant "I love you."
That's hilarious.
Albanian, when in fact,
that's the funniest lighthearted troll that's been going on so far. That's fucking hilarious.
I have received in the mail today a letter from Nintendo of America.
Oh yeah, I forgot this storyline keeps going on.
In response to the piece I sent in the snail mail.
In the snail mail.
From Mike Chandler over there, no relation. At least as far as I know. It has proven my family and my congregations as well as my own theories. I shall read it to you from beginning to end. Mr. Shigeru Miyamoto did not have a meeting scheduled with you, nor has he been corresponding with you. Mr. Miyamoto speaks and writes only very limited English, and our game development teams do not accept unsolicited game suggestions or ideas. Although Mr. Miyamoto makes occasional business trips to the US, he spends the majority of his time in Japan at Nintendo's headquarters. So, I was never in correspondence with Mr. Miyamoto or Reggie Fils-Aimé at all.
So you figured it out now?
I thought as much. So, there it was, black and white, from Nintendo of America.
He later joined a mumble chat and recapped the latest development concerning Nintendo.
Well, anyway, it's an official letter from Nintendo of America, because the envelope is just like the previous envelopes I got from Nintendo of America, as well as the letterhead on the letter.
Yeah, it's easy to forge.
Yeah, my guy.
It's typed, and it has a signature on there.
Just because it's typed and it has a signature doesn't mean it's real.
Right.
In fact, wouldn't typing it make it even more easy to forge since it's not handwriting?
Later on, one of Chris's cats, Lucy, arrives.
Hi, Lucy.
Lucy?
My cat, excuse me.
Oh, can I talk to the kitty?
I feel bad for that cat, bro.
Hi, Lucy. There you go.
2 days later, convinced by Julie, Christian created a new section on.
Why did it sound like he was screaming?
2 days later, convinced by Julie, Christian created a new section on his Sonichu.com website called Sonichu and Rosechu's Love Shack, which consisted of sexual imagery concerning his Sonichu characters. It was designed to be protected by an age restriction. Most of the drawings were simply pages from the Sonichu comics, but as time went on, he updated the section regularly with new...
You know, he's actually pretty, at least decently talented at making websites. It's just what he puts on the websites. That's not good.
On February 13th, audio of a sex chat on Skype between Chris and Julie emerged.
Oh
During
no.
the 20-minute-long virtual intercourse, Julie's voice cannot be heard, but it can be determined that they are role-playing, with Julie possibly as a cat, and Chris as Sonichu. Sounds of Chris masturbating can be heard throughout.
I don't want to hear that.
I sent a few short static shocks up your pussy. Not enough to hurt you too bad, but make you feel good.
What?
Get my milk, kitty cat.
After Christian's climax, he is heard drinking a carbonated drink, and consequently belches.
Excuse me. Might say I'm burping because I've quite enjoyed you.
Oh, this is the worst thing I've ever seen.
Day, Christian took part in another mumble chat, during which he reveals the idea Julie had for a video.
It's basically a video of me standing up to Clyde and showing him how strong I am, doing a few kicks for the camera.
Yeah, you should throw some punches, show them what you're made of. You know? Come on.
I pretty much already proved my strength when I ripped that dildo in half.
Chris tells a fan that the original She Came for Quick Pick was torn
Only the strongest people can rip apart a dildo in half,
small
okay?
squares and placed into an envelope. The
And by
original
ripping it in half, you mean probably like slowly
She Came for
disassemble.
Quick Pick was torn up into small squares and placed. Chris
Wait,
tells
what?
a fan that the original She Came for Quick Pick was torn up into small squares and placed into an envelope.
Why'd you do that?
Oh no.
I understand blows at you, but like, you know, why something that's from real life?
It's not necessarily from real life. It depends on your interpretation. I mean, it's hardly. I mean, most women have long brown hair, and the eyes are censored. So.
Women?
Yeah, but I remember that one video you were saying is Megan.
Because in the end, it broke
Yeah,
up my friendship with Megan.
On Valentine's Day 2009, Chris and Julie had another sex chat together, much in the same vein as the one a day prior.
Okay, I'm licking your pussy while you're sitting on my face.
Oh, I
Trolls
don't
were
want to
made
hear
aware
this.
of the cybersex session taking place, and some decided to make use of that knowledge. While Christian was masturbating, 4 calls were made to the family phone by trolls attempting to convince Bob to walk in on his son.
Oh
the
no.
first 3 callers were
Oh no.
dismissed by Bob, who told him that Chris was sleeping. The 4th caller exclaimed that Chris had posted a video on YouTube saying that he was going to kill himself. Understandably concerned, Bob went in to check on him.
So what are you doing? Nothing. I'm getting all these crazy damn calls. What are you doing?
No, not Bob, bro.
Now what's going on? Dad, will you get out of here? No, I will not. People telling me that you're about to kill yourself on YouTube. What? What is your trouble? I'm not going to kill myself. Get away from that TV. Fine. Get away from the internet. I'm cutting it down right now. No! Dad, no!
You need to do that a lot more, man.
Yes. No! Don't do it, Dad. I'm going to shut this thing right down. No. Yes. No. Go wake your mother up. Don't bother me. You tell her what's going on. This thing is going to go down. No. Yes.
Due to Bob creatively proclaiming that he would cut down the internet, trolls became inspired by his quote and began referring to him as the internet lumberjack. After they were disconnected, Christian called Julie again, telling her what happened.
Hello, Julie. Yeah, listen, we'll have to talk to...
Called Julie again, telling her what happened.
Hello, Julie. Yeah, listen, you'll have to talk to me. I'm calling you from my PSP. It does not accept type feedback. I told my mother about you. Yeah. She says she'll believe it when she sees you in person. Am I going to do that?
Yeah, it makes sense.
No. Well, pretty much my erection has been unmoved. And I'm not feeling in the mood for it right now, but, you know, hey, on the bright side, we still had our Thunder Valentine's Day date in the Big Planet.
2 days later, Christian found out that his Aunt Karina was in a very ill state, and it was very likely
pause the
that she
damn
would pass
video.
away soon.
Pressing every button. I pressed the pause, I clicked, and didn't do anything. I was gonna say, having a date in Little Big Planet is actually pretty cute. If not for the fact he's like 27 at this point, and also all the other context that his girlfriend's not real and everything else. But if you took it at face value, I think that's kind of cute.
2 days later.
Also, these pictures in the background fit everything perfectly. They're all from that same photo shoot that he sent to that one girl. And they all fit the situation perfectly every time they're in the background of these chats.
2 days later, Christian found out that his Aunt Karina was in a very ill state, and it was very likely that she would pass away soon. Later on, Chris and Julie chatted on the PlayStation Network, where
See?
they
This looks
discussed his
perfectly.
aunt's condition.
My mom was to go visit Aunt Korea this weekend, but she did not invite me along because I need to stay home, help, be here for my father in case something happens to him, and I had to take care of the cats. Yeah.
She also addresses his job prospects, with Chris claiming that he would look for paid volunteer work, and Julie questioning his use of the word volunteer. The next day, Chris and Julie had another PSN chat, covering many of the same topics.
So, hey, Mom, be sure you listen to Way to go see Aunt Fran tonight so I give her the last hug. She won't even know you're there. Yeah, well, at least I was able to give her my last I love you when I called her the other day. That's right. So that's always fun. Yeah. All right, Mom, I'll talk to you later. Did you get that, Julie?
Yeah, could you ask your mother if I talk to her?
Oh no.
Use spell summon Snorlax.
Oh no.
Julie on the PSN network.
Oh no.
To say hello to you. I'm not able to talk to anybody.
Okay, thank God.
I am not able to talk to anybody right now. Will you leave the room? Thank you. I'll see you later.
Oh, that noise.
Someone failed.
No.
Julie encourages him to make a video with one of his inflatable sex dolls.
What about that ball doll? Don't you have like
Oh
two
no.
of these?
Please no.
Oh, the blow-up doll. Yeah, I did have two. One for backup, but
One for backup.
like a few weeks ago, when I was doing a thing with it.
I was thinking about Bill Burr's bit of the act of buying a blow-up doll.
Like a few weeks
That's
ago,
fun. That was funny as
when
fuck.
I
Look it up.
was doing a thing with it. It got an internal injury and deflated.
An internal injury. My man, Mr. Hands, the fucking. My man pulled a Mr. Hands on a blow-up doll. Ain't no way.
Wait, how did it get punctured though? Was it punctured with your...
You know, too much pressure, too much humping force, you might say.
Humping
If you
force.
want to call it that. Or like, you know, possibly some weight. But you know, I had a good run.
From weight. I had a good run.
Try to make that video, you know, of you doing your thing with the blow doll for me.
No. Please
I'll make
no.
that video for you tonight.
No, Chris. It just keeps getting worse. I just keep thinking, there's no way it gets worse, right? There's no way it get worse. It keeps getting worse. I feel like this is gonna be every episode. Is it legit gonna be worse every single episode? If so, I don't know if I can handle this series, man. It's like insane.
Christian took part in a group chat on Mumble.
I can't believe it's a Christian channel. It's bad.
Well, take a deep breath and accept it, because it's real.
A little while later, he talks about how he recycles his semen.
Oh, bro, I just did a whole statement about how it can't get any worse. What does that even mean? What does that mean? What do you mean? What does that
A little while
mean?
later, he talks about how he recycles his semen.
I have this friend, I think he might be gay. After he's done masturbating, he drinks his own semen. Is that gay?
No, I don't think so. I think so because I've done that. It's called recycling it.
You don't need to recycle your semen, bro. You produce like 20 million a second, man. You don't need. It doesn't even go back to your balls, bro. It goes to your digestive system, man. Anatomy, man. When did you go to college, Chris? Come on now. What were you doing in college? In high school?
So it's like he doesn't necessarily have to lose it. I mean, because you know, you think of it as a waste. If you banged it out and then you put it, it's like you flush it down the commode or leave it in the condom and put it in the garbage can. Sponges and sponges by stomach acid. Yeah. Well, still, it's fuel for the new sperm cells. Plus, also, I've learned on the internet that there's vitamins in the sperm cells as well. But so it's like,
God damn it.
you're helping yourself.
I just said it couldn't get worse. And then he just says this. What?
Although personally, I'm kind of sick of on my own. So lately, I
You think?
disposing of them. I mean, it's
Good.
It just depends on your own individual decides.
Chris discusses
I ate pineapple to make my own semen taste good.
the prospects of a threesome.
My name's Emily.
Oh, hi, Emily.
I don't understand why you're still saying that, honestly.
Tell me about it. Oh, I am in love with Julie right there, who just spoke just now.
Oh, she sounds like she's really pretty.
She sounds really pretty.
Oh, wow.
Chris also tells Julie that he would be willing to participate in a threesome with another man. The other members of the chat responded by accusing him of wanting to engage in homosexual activity, but he did.
Chris, there's no way you thought you would say that and not get that response, bro. There's no way you could say that and not know you were gonna get that response, bro. Come on
by
now.
stating that it isn't gay as long as their testicles do not come in contact with each other.
I guess I would accept a threesome
Only
with
their
2
testicles.
women.
It's not gay, guys. My balls are slapping against a dude's ass, bro. Just the testicles don't touch. It's fine.
I guess I would accept a threesome with 2 women. You hear that, Emily? After Julie and I done a few times, we can invite you.
That'd be really cool. I mean, we can go shopping at a sex store beforehand.
Chris. It's me. It's May.
Hi, Sarah.
I thought you were gonna bring Lou and Julie to have a threesome. I thought it was gonna be special.
It can't be special, Sarah. It can't be.
Okay. I'm really upset right now.
So Chris at this point thinks he's like rolling in bitches. Like he thinks he has risen up, bro. He's got 3 chicks in the call, all trying to have a threesome.
I feel like
He's like, okay, I gotta get one of these. I gotta eliminate one, man.
Sarah, I do care about you. I'm sorry I upset you.
Thank you, Chris.
Emily asks a question about genital piercings, referring to penises by the euphemism ducks.
Would you ever get
What?
yourself pierced if your sweetheart thought it would be really hot and would improve your sex life?
No, please no.
I would never have.
Okay, good. Good.
Increase the pleasure.
Even that considering, I still would not get any piercings.
Good.
It's like replacing the I with a U in the word dick. So, euphemism.
He doesn't know what that word means.
YOOPHIMESM. Yeah, excuse me, I'll be right back.
Julie asks Chris about his penis.
Because of course he does.
Yes, Julie. So that down there, your duck? I know what I thought about. What is it? Tell me about why your duck is bent. Well, I don't.
You got the crowbar?
I don't know why it's bent down, but I just assumed it was natural.
I didn't know this.
Well, maybe because I've been wearing briefs all my life, and that could have forced it to be bent downward when it gets.
Wait, you wear briefs and then you forcibly put your dick downwards? In the Wait, even when it's... I'm not gonna go into the details of that, but that's kind of strange.
Stiff. Chris, I don't know. Chris, have you ever used the penis one? Yes, I have.
Oh no.
But my penis was already bent downward before I used the pump. I never took Viagra. For the record, I did not take Viagra. I took Extends. And my
What is Extends?
was bent downward before I took that as well.
He was born with a bent downward dick, man.
Extends. Well, it felt like my dick could be longer.
Yeah, those don't actually work. They can actually cause damage to your penis and cause it to bend.
What, the pump?
Yes.
Yes. Well, for the record, mine does go up to a maximum of 7 inches.
7 inches? Look at that.
Well, I used a ruler. Yeah, first against the bent part, I get straight. So it does go a maximum of 7 inches in length.
Damn, Chris.
My dad was a doctor. He always told me to stay away from these things.
Christian and Sarah May get into a heated argument because Julie had second thoughts about her involvement in a possible threesome scenario.
I swear, I will not have sex with Sarah May.
It's not fair, Chris. It's not fair. Why would you do this to me?
I didn't know back then. I'm sorry.
I feel so broken right now.
Julie and Chris agree that adultery is frowned upon in the Bible.
Well, I'm Jewish. Is that okay?
Oh, you're Jewish. I did not know that. But yes, that's okay, Julie.
I was really
Already better than... Well, he's better than Kanye, at least.
afraid that you would get really upset with me.
No, it's okay. I'm not upset with you, Julie. And I accept the fact that you are Jewish. And also, I finally offer an input.
I think possibly the... Could you make a... You can probably make a pretty damn long comprehensive history series on Kanye.
People who are Jewish were not supposed to have sex outside their religion?
Yeah, some people believe that, but not all of them.
Do you believe in it?
Yeah, I think as long as the people love each other, then it's okay.
Well, then, Julie, you are right.
Christian calls Sarah May
Okay.
by the wrong name 4 times in a row.
That was me, Julie. Why are you calling me Julie, Chris?
I said yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you pretending that I'm Julie?
No, Sarah. No, I'm not.
Why would you do that to me?
I'm sorry, it was an accident.
4 straight
Why
times.
did you make a stupid accident like that, Chris?
I'm not perfect. We're not perfect.
We're all human. Everyone likes to make mistakes. I am this.
I love this pondering face in the background.
Obsessed with somebody and whispering somebody else's name. Do you know what that would feel like? Do you know what this is doing to me right now, Chris?
Sarah, I do understand because I have seen that situation on television.
Sarah May threatens to kill herself.
I do because I've seen the situation on television.
Cutting myself like,
No.
I cut the blade. You can't stop me.
No, Sarah, put the knife down.
I'm doing it.
Put the knife down, Sarah. You don't need to do this. You have a lot to live for, Sarah. Sarah, you have a lot to live for. Your family.
Saying the same thing.
You have your family. You have your friends. You have your future. Also, Sarah, I sent Cassie 23 samples of my locks of hair.
What?
Why are you telling me?
What? Okay, this gotta be the most ridiculous thing I've seen. I swear, every 5 minutes, I'm like, okay, now this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Kim, it was like, alright. What was the thing I said before, something at the beginning of the video, I was like, alright, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. And then it was like, okay, he's drinking his own semen now. Okay, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Now he legit thinks that this girl is about to kill herself, and he just randomly says, "Hey, by the way, I sent this person 23 samples of my locks of hair." What?
23 samples of my locks of hair.
What?
Why are you telling me this?
That's so funny.
Because, I know from Cassie's promise, she will send you one of those locks.
What?
Sarah, I'm trying to make it feel better.
Fucking boogies flew out my nose, but that was gross as hell.
Sarah, I'm trying to make it feel better. I'm trying to help you.
I have to go now. I can't take this anymore.
Sarah?
I can't take this anymore.
This is ridiculous.
No, I'm ending it right now. Goodbye, Chris. Goodbye.
Sarah, I love you as a friend. Oh. Sorry, Chris. I'm sorry. None of this is my fault. Chris? Yeah. Sarah May, maybe know that all my blessings I still have you. Thank you.
After the chat ended,
That locks of hair
Christian
thing.
made
What?
a video addressing his concern for Sarah May.
Sarah, I feel terrible about the big mistake I made.
Once again,
in
with the
that-
video
in our
quality. It
conversation.
was so good at the beginning of the video.
I hope you don't do anything stupid. I pray you're still alive and well. Because if you committed suicide, you're
Submitted
yourself.
suicide.
Because of my actions, I feel terrible. I care about you as a friend, and you are a sweet friend. You are a sweetest among my sweetest friends that I have made in my lifetime. And I just cried I lost you. Hopefully I'll get to talk to you again soon. I love you, Sarah May. I love you as my friend.
Immediately after, he made another video talking about the choice language he had used concerning homosexual men, possibly as a response to allegations of hypocrisy emanating from participants of the recent Mumble chat.
Oh yeah.
Captain's log, stardate, February 18th, 2009. Forgive my sniffles, I just did video dedication. I just wanted to make a statement. I retract using the word hate
Wow.
among the
This is a big step.
gay
Okay.
populace. I was under a lot of stress, and I'll admit I made a bad word choice when I chose that word. I am capable of associating and being friends and respecting all
This is a huge
gays.
step. He's been, because he hasn't even shown a little bit of
It's not my
respect this entire
heart.
time.
Believe me. But hey, but you know, beyond respect and friendship, no. But I do not hate the gay population.
Big steps,
The
big
following
steps.
day, Chris and Julie met again over PSN, where they discuss the voices Chris hears in his head.
I also give
What?
random audio and word thoughts between my audio and my photographic memory, where
Philopathic.
it's like, other people saying, Christian is gay.
What did I say?
He hears voices in his head that say he's gay. I mean, if he's heard that his entire life, then maybe I understand why he wouldn't like people saying that he's gay. I mean, I get pretty annoyed by that if I had voices in my head saying that, People get voices inside their head telling them to shoot up a school or something. This guy gets voices in his head saying, just insulting him, saying he's gay.
Christian
Well, not an insult, but like at the time, obviously. Chris would obviously say that as an insult.
is gay.
Do you really think you're gay?
No, I do not. I'm straight.
When questioned about the dubious sex toys in his possession, Chris responds truthfully.
I put a condom on the
I'm telling you, he behaves this entire time like he's a gay person closeted. Like he behaves like he's really trying to convince people that he's
Dubious sex
straight when he's
toys in
not.
his possession, Chris responds truthfully.
I put a condom on the dildo, and I actually did put up my a-hole.
What did I just say? What did I just say? Chris is gay, bruh. Chris is gay. Ain't no way.
In my humble opinion, it just did not feel right to me.
You didn't hear your G-spot, man.
Yeah, I put him with my a-hole the one time, and didn't really know how they worked, so, I just, was like winging
You gotta learn how to work before. Don't wing that, man.
really,
That's gonna hurt if you
or
do bad.
anything, So, I pulled them out, and the string and the beads were covered in poo, so I just put them in the trash can and forget
You
about
didn't
it.
take a shower before, man? What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Thank you for telling me this. I'm happy that you're able to share these secrets with me. I mean that as in I'm happy that we have a trusting relationship between you and I.
This series simultaneously gets better and worse each episode.
I can see you smile. I truly love you, Chris.
I love you too, Julie.
After a lengthy chat concerning Chris's sexual activities, he disclosed his PSN account password to Julie. Later again,
Oh,
Bob
no.
joined the chat, inquiring
Oh, no.
about her home country.
Here's my
No.
Hello.
Oh no.
That's Julie Novanya. She came all the way from Mulvania. Mulvania. We were just looking at it on the map. It's next to former part of the former Soviet.
Oh, he doesn't know it's not. What?
USSR.
He's getting confused.
Gypsy country.
Ah.
You have any gypsy violins there?
Yeah, I see. Because the thing is, I quit a while ago, Chris, because I don't know why. People doubt Mulvania so much.
Well, all the countries keep changing. And I keep telling Christian, I've been around for 81 years, and I've seen this world change a lot. And it's hard to keep track of which countries or what countries anymore of what they were earlier. Very few people, particularly in this country, really understand the makeup of the world. I have been
That's some
very
deep
interested in
knowledge
the
now.
world since I was 10 years old. I'm very fond of, and I really truly believe in the United Nations. But you won't find anybody else in my countryside around here, I think, that does. But
Bob seems
anyway,
like Bob seems like an intelligent guy, bro. It's just the situation he's been put in. Like I truly feel bad for him.
very world conscious.
Yes.
And I've tried to train Christian, but it's awful hard for him to understand because he knows about Charlottesville and he knows about our little county here in Greene and he knows about places that are 50, 100 miles away, but he doesn't really comprehend, I think, countries or cities or anything that's really farther away. Like, I don't think he really comprehends Europe or Asia or anywhere like that. And
He seems really intelligent, man. Maybe I think he sounds really intelligent because I've just been hearing fucking Chris Chan the entire time, but like, Bro, oh, I feel bad for him, bro. He's been put in this situation, bro. He's 81.
It's hard to have most people think about that or comprehend that. Because I'm kind of a loner. It was an interesting life I had, but I'm still much more world conscious than I think most of the people in this country anyway. At least I think so.
Yeah.
You won't find many people like me around. I'm since I've retired, which has been now for 20 years, I guess, I really haven't had much contact with people, so I don't get to talk about all this much.
Yeah.
I've tried to teach Christian, and whether he's got any comprehension of the world or not, I don't know. He had a tough time with Australia a few months back. Finally got it through his head where Australia was. But I love all the foreign countries and all the foreign music, because I love music. And I've got maybe 15 to 20,000 long play records of classical music and semi-classical music and jazz and blues.
The recording abruptly ends. On February 20th, a video called For Julie's Eyes Only, which featured Chris.
Man, the Bob's part's getting me emotional, man. I feel so bad for him.
Having sex with a sex doll, Kimmy.
What? Oh, no, I was just getting emotional over Bob, and then what?
The recording abruptly ends. On February 20th, a video called For Julie's Eyes Only, which featured Christian having sex with a sex doll, Kimmy, was uploaded onto the porn aggregate Slutload. Allegedly, sex with a sex doll, Kimmy, was uploaded onto the porn aggregate Slutload, allegedly by Julie's brother, Max. Aside from
that was the first thing in the video that I was talking about that I couldn't remember what it was. It came back, literally.
From his white socks, Chris is naked, allegedly by Julie's brother, Max. Aside from his white socks, Chris is naked throughout. He uses the sex doll to simulate intercourse with Julie, calling out her name many times. After the video was recorded,
I don't want to hear this.
Julie that his condom broke during the recording, and he had to replace it. The video eventually
That's not a good
amassed
sign.
over 3 million views.
That's a lot of views. God
The
damn it.
following day, Aunt Karina passed away. Christian informed Julie about this over Skype and revealed that her funeral would take place on his birthday, which unfortunately clashed with a pancake dinner he was hoping to go to with his church congregation. He also began planning a trip to Julie's residence in Ohio. She convinced him to make a video professing his love for her. Chris delivered his 10-minute long offering with a pseudo-Shakespearean panache.
I love you, Julie, so very much. You strike my thought at every moment, and it makes me ponder with such love and desire. I love you so much. And we yet have a similar storyline to Romeo and Juliet. Only one syllable missing. It'd be like, if we had that syllable, it'd be like Cristiano and Juliet. But every night you may cry, Cristiano, Cristiano, wherefore art thou, Cristiano? And I would be there, in your heart.
She has such a way of words.
For my heart is with you. For if I call you out, I would be there in your heart, and I would personally be calling out, I am here, O fair Juliet. 'Tis no word thy name be heard every waking moment. And the sun is in the east, and Juliet is the sun. Though I know not much Shakespeare, but at least I know enough to get it by. And let's not forget my past. I will only mention her once, but Panda, I know that you are somewhere up there after the fire, and we will not forget you.
He thinks 2 of his previous girlfriends have died. 3! He had the other girl that, like,
Julie,
died in a car
that
crash, quote
in the near
unquote.
future, hopefully with the power of God at our sides, we'll be together very soon.
He seems really, like, desensitized to people dying. Like, he doesn't have that big of a reaction to it. That's probably an autism thing. Like, because he really believes these people are, like, real people. and that they're actually dying. He doesn't seem to have like that big of a reaction to it.
For the power of God can influence
At least from what we see in the
even
videos.
most paranoid of souls, I'm sure. So I prayed to him every night that you and I would be together with full emotional support from everyone within our respective reach. I'm hugging you, Julie.
Don't eat her girl, blow up doll. Okay, goddamn it.
I'll talk to you later.
On the same day, the Sonichu girl's form was revealed to be a ruse, the creation
Oh,
of
no.
which attributed to Clyde Cash.
Ruh-roh.
This confronted Clyde in a mumble chat. To Christian's surprise,
The ultimate
troll
battle.
was accompanied by a veritable squadron of trolls who called themselves the Miscreants, who are
The
all
Miscreants.
members of the PVCC trolling group.
Welcome to the brothers, Miscreants.
Brother.
We've met the... Bro, he's... Oh... Mike has met his arch nemesis. And his army, his evil army.
Stop this. Look, first off, I did that video just for Julie, and her brother found it on her computer and uploaded it to the YouTube without neither of our consent.
Do you understand what the Miscreants are? And her brother is part of it. He's been a very valuable member. Do you understand what the Miscreants are, Chris?
Let me guess, y'all are a bunch of trolls,
I hate how he's talking like an evil villain, but it makes it so much better.
aren't you?
No. Look, ever since Evan posted those gay pictures with the masturbating and squirting, we have been there from the beginning. Do you remember Jason? Always a valuable member, always willing to take the fall for me. Creating the ED page, getting
Jason
your
Ketchakal.
emails. He was a good member too. And can't you remember Blanca, the one who destroyed your medallion?
Oh, everyone he's been trolled by.
All part of the Miscreants, Chris. And the latest member, Stella McKenzie, or you know her as Panda. She's not dead. She's alive at my side. Kind of sleeping right now, I can't be talking so loud. But anyway, I can't believe you fell for her. We've been here from the beginning. Do you know why, Chris?
They're trying to make a slander out of me and a fool.
No, the goal is to make sure you never get laid. That is the goal of the Miscreants.
Ain't no way.
Virginia's for virgins.
Dude, can you imagine, bro, if you had an entire group of people specifically working against you, you figured out your entire life was a lie, created by trolls, every relationship you had is not real, and they're just trying to make sure you never get laid, bro? Like, how did this happen, bro? How did you end up in this situation?
Forever. I left you. Why do y'all have to pick on me like this?
You don't care about women.
I
That
do
is
care
why.
about women.
He must be made an example of a horrible man, destined to never to ever have a wife or even girlfriend.
Shut up! Why do you have to pick on me like this? You don't need to do this. Don't y'all have lives of your own? Can't you go find your own sweethearts to do with?
Why do you think a sweetheart will solve everything?
Look, I care about
He's
the
spitting.
women for their own personalities. I
No,
care
you
about all my life.
No, you don't.
That's fair.
You don't respect.
One woman
care about
that
their
you proclaim
personalities,
your
you
love.
bastards.
What?
I care about their personalities. I care about them, about how they feel. I care about everything about them.
Chris, you don't respect them. You only respect their cunts.
What?
You gotta respect the ladies, man.
I do respect the ladies.
No, you don't.
You're a fucking fuzz bucket, you stupid fag. What the fuck are you doing here right now, Chris? What the hell?
Origin, settle down.
They got all types
Hang
of people
yourself,
in this
Chris.
group.
Kill yourself,
Hey, whoa.
spare us.
No, we don't want him to die. No. That's not part of the plan.
Settle down.
I got my Aunt Karina's death to worry about in her funeral tomorrow.
You don't care.
Oh, you don't care.
So much.
You don't care about
You
you stupid cunt.
Fuck off.
Cunt.
He's done with everything, bro.
Goddamn, shut up.
Arjun, you're fucking abusing him.
Arjun, you just went
God
overboard.
I mean, we're basically just taunting him. We weren't actually, like,
Tell him
you know,
well,
Don't worry, Chris will come back when he realizes Julie's in danger.
Yes. What we should do is have, like, quote, Julie, unquote, be like, oh no, my brother's, like, with the miscreants, and no, they're holding me hostage. Like,
After a short while, Chris indeed comes back.
Look, I'm sorry about a lot of my past mistakes, about not listening to everyone, okay? But I have been under a lot of stress.
What is the stress? You always fight stress over
I have a lot of stress in my life. My Aunt Karina just died, and I have to go to her funeral, and I'm going to be very sad that day. And it's happening, the funeral is happening on my birthday of all days.
Shouldn't you be more sad about her than your birthday?
I am very upset about my Aunt Karina. She was a very sweet woman.
But you seem to complain about it being on your birthday.
That's true.
I feel sympathy for my Aunt Karina. She smoked, and and when she went to the hospital, she died at the age of 75. Her cancer deteriorated her left lung and her liver and her brain. And they kept her alive for as long as they could until she breathed the last breath. The year that she was dying, the year that she died,
This is delicious. Chris, silence. Let him cry. But this still does not excuse you for all your other past actions.
Look, I'll admit, I'm possibly retarded, okay? My mind doesn't think so swiftly.
That was like an emotional moment. I don't know if he was really crying or not, but that's an amazing clip. That's an amazing audio clip right there. Just.
I'll admit, I'm possibly retarded, okay?
I can use that clip in so many situations. Look, I'll admit, I'm possibly retarded.
My mind doesn't think so swiftly. I'm likely to even make mistakes on flying without even realizing it. I sometimes don't even give thought to some of the actions that I do before I do, but I gave a lot of thought before when I moved from Panda to Julie, because I thought she had died in that fire.
As the miscreants continued to insult Chris, he was simultaneously chatting with Julie's brother, Max, who took over her Skype account. Max told Christian that he had kidnapped her and was taking her to the miscreants' HQ in Ohio, giving Chris 5 days to come rescue her.
HQ?
This is the sad truth. You are going to grow up.
And of course, the most evil place of all time, Ohio.
Sad truth. You are going to grow up and die in hell. I'm sorry to tell you.
I mean, predicted it.
Look, just shut up, leave me alone, leave me alone.
We're trying to help.
Leave my love life alone.
Oh.
We're still, I think for the rest of the series, we're gonna be in a situation where no one's in the right. Chris is obviously not in the right. He's done a lot of fucked up things, right? And he's not the greatest person. But these trolls are not even nearly in the right either, bro. They go way too far. They've fucked up this guy's entire life more than it already was before. Way more than it already was before, and he was already pretty fucked up before. Like,
I just think we went too far. That was a little.
I apologize for that, and I apologize for nothing.
I regret even less. I can't even say funny. I feel sympathy for the lower beings.
I feel sympathy towards the parents.
Well, I feel sympathy towards Bob. Bob would kill herself. Yeah.
I feel the most sympathy, yes and no.
Yeah, was he really crying? Because I like.
Christian returns once again to inform the miscreants that Julie was taken to their headquarters.
Matt's Julie's brother pretty much spirited away Julie, took her to the HQ, to the headquarters, where the miscreant.
He really believes there's a super team of people, which there kind of is a super team of people running against him, but he thinks it's like a super villain group that's taken his girlfriend to their HQ, and like.
And now Max wants me to come over to Cleveland within the next 5 days to pick up Julie from the headquarters. And I'm just trying to find out what Clyde is planning, if he's going to try to force me in jail or hurt me or anything like that.
That's very unfortunate.
So listen, that's another thing that, my mom is like, she's going to be telling me, don't go, I worry about you. She's watched a lot of television. It's like I've been trying to convince her to let me go to Julie, but then my mom. mom is also a bit jealous of me loving another woman more than her. I mean, I understand she's in a situation like cut the umbilical cord, you would say, I'm sure. But still, I have to respect my mother.
Bro, you're like in your late 20s at this point, bro.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. Sonichu. Happy birthday to you.
He did that evil villain song perfectly. That was some Scar shit, bro.
I've been drinking.
Well, anyway, you just basically want me to test my love for Julie, and you just want me to finally show that I am a man and I can stand up for myself and do what I want like a man should. And that's basically it in a nutshell, isn't it?
Sure, that's perfect.
Okay, well, I'll talk to my mom about it later and put my foot down. Because right now she's sleeping, and then I have the funeral to worry about. So after the funeral, I will talk to my mom and put my foot down. Yeah, okay. Well, majority of y'all take care, and
Majority.
just mingle amongst yourselves for now. Take.
Wow.
God.
It's a fucking dragon. God.
What if he pulls another shit like he did with Redmond when he was like, oh yeah, it just got back and now Julie's laying in my bed, but I'm not gonna put her on camera.
After he left the chat, Christian began preparing for Aunt Karina's funeral and his eventual trip into uncertainty awaiting him in Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh no, he's actually gonna go to
Without a
Cleveland.
doubt,
God
this
damn it.
would prove to be the most trying birthday of his life.
And that's the music. About to say it. End of part 9. God damn it. Well, that was it just keeps getting worse. It's a downward spiral, employment downward spiral, it keeps getting worse. Alright, if you want me to go on to part 10, make sure to, like, subscribe. It takes about 1/1 millionth of the time it took you to actually watch the video, so yeah. I have nothing else to say. Goodbye. Previously on Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History.
That's perfect.
Okay, well, I'll talk to my mom about it later and put my foot down. Because right now she's sleeping, and then I have the funeral to worry about. So after the funeral, I will talk to my mom and put my foot down. Yeah, okay. Well, majority of y'all take care, and
Majority.
just mingle amongst yourselves for now. Take.
Wow.
God.
It's a fucking dragon. God.
What if he pulls another shit like he did with Redmond when he was like, oh yeah, it just got back and now Julie's laying in my bed, but I'm not gonna put her on camera.
After he left the chat, Christian began preparing for Aunt Karina's funeral and his eventual trip into uncertainty awaiting him in Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh no, he's actually gonna go to
Without a
Cleveland.
doubt,
God
this
damn it.
would prove to be the most trying birthday of his life.
And that's the music. About to say it. Now, on Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History. Hi, my name is Lyric, and today we're going to react to Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History, Part 10. We're into double digits now. This one I'm very scared about. Because someone warned me in the comment section on a previous video to prepare myself for Part 10. Which makes me really scared, because I feel like I didn't prepare myself enough for all the other parts before I watched them. This one's shorter than most of them. It's 38 minutes, but I'm assuming we're gonna get something hard hitting. In the last episode, it's gonna be Chris's big birthday. He has to go to a funeral, and then he's gonna try to save Julie, whatever. He's gonna go on a trip. Oh no, terrible things are gonna happen, I bet. I don't think I'm mentally prepared, but you know what? It's gonna have to happen. So, if you've made it 10 parts into the series with me, I don't know how you wouldn't have at least liked one of them. At the very least subscribed if you're watching all 10 parts, because if you want to know when one of these are uploaded, because I'm doing every single part of this series, everyone, and we're on part 10, so yeah, let's not waste any more time. Let's get into it with the music. Oh no, there is an extra. Okay, I'm already not prepared. I'm already not prepared. There's already an extra warning. There's already an extra warning. The following video contains audio recordings of actual emotional abuse, which some viewers may find disturbing. That was not a warning on any other part. And there's been a lot of things that you could classify as emotional abuse in this, so I cannot imagine what's about to happen. Oh no, I'm not prepared. I'm just not prepared. Let me make sure I'm recording. Yeah, okay. I had to make sure I was recording, so I knew if I was fully prepared or not. I didn't want to have an emotional breakdown and realize I wasn't recording. Okay. Come on now. Oh god. I'm so not prepared. The music's about to kick in. Oh no, oh no. I don't like that warning. I don't like the second warning, man.
What made him this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan.
You think I'm gonna get really emotional on any of these parts of this documentary? I mean, I'm gonna get so invested in it with so many parts there are. I might. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe some emotional parts in this. Maybe this episode, considering that warning and what the comment told me. I'm not ready. Oh no. Oh no, no.
On February 24th, 2009, Christian spent his 27th birthday attending his Aunt Karina's funeral. Later in the day, Clyde Cash sent him a troubling email. We're sending Julie off to China in 9 hours. You have failed me yet again, Chris Chan. To which Chris replied, I've not failed you, sir. As a matter of fact, I'm coming to Cleveland tomorrow.
He's actually gonna go to Cleveland,
for my
oh
journey.
no.
My mind is set, and I have the support of God, my relatives, and my friends. So quit trying to scare me, because it is not working. Tomorrow morning, I am coming to Cleveland, Ohio for Julie.
I think up to this point, obviously the trolls are very much not good, and Chris is very much not good, but I think up to this point in the story, right, the trolls are the bigger villain in here. I don't think Chris is as bad as these people, what these people are doing to him. Alright, it isn't until, you know, what happens later that he becomes like the super villain. That he becomes like, okay, yeah, terrible person. But he's not a great person, obviously, but at this point, I think the trolls are worse.
Following day, he had
a
a
lot
Skype
worse.
chat with Sarah May, who was still alive and well. He expressed his grief concerning his aunt, and claimed that God and Jesus and the spirits of Aunt Karina and other past Chandlers voiced their support for his upcoming trip to Cleveland. The next morning, at 5:30 a.m., Christian embarked on his trip to Ohio. He departed without informing his parents,
He did a
but
6-hour
left a note
drive.
detailing his intentions, along with a map of his route for them to discover. When they
Oh my
did,
God.
they called the police and attempted to report Chris as a missing person. This was in
That's
fact
understandable.
the first time he had driven more than 50 miles outside of town. While on a
Wow.
break from driving, Christian locked himself out of his
He has a Sonic shoe plate.
car,
That's kinda sick.
requiring assistance from the American break from driving. Christian locked himself out of his car, requiring assistance from the American Automobile Association.
I'm not surprised.
He made a stop at a Sonic and bought himself a hamburger and a lemon
Of course, of all restaurants, he goes to a Sonic.
and berry slushy. He also bought $11 worth of gas from Sheetz. He made another stop.
Why do we know the exact? I hate that we know. Why do we have a receipt? Why do we have the receipt of what he bought when he went to a Sonic and a gas station? Why do we know this?
He also bought $11 worth of gas from Sheetz. He made another stop just outside of Cleveland to call his parents. When he finally got to the address he was given, it turned out to be an old, run-down red house, occupied by an elderly woman who had no knowledge of a Max or Julie. After the encounter, he turned around and made his return trip back to Ruckersville. Finally,
They made him drive 6 hours to go to some random present house.
arriving back home at 3 a.m. He
Oh my
later
God.
chatted with Blue Spike, who was posing as Max, and told him about his ordeal, admitting that he enjoyed it. Chris showed little interest in Julie's supposedly perilous situation. Around the end of February, a troll produced a postcard featuring a still image from the For Julie's Eyes Only video and sent it to Christian's home address, where it was
Oh my
seen
God.
by his father.
Oh no. No, Bob, the internet lumberjack,
As a
no.
result, Bob took away Chris's video recording equipment.
That's understandable.
On March 3rd, Christian discovered that Max had seized control of his Yahoo and PSN accounts, as well as Christian discovered that
What?
Max had seized control of his Yahoo and PSN
Bro, Chris, bro, you gotta your passwords, man. They keep getting into them.
accounts, as well as the Sonichu and Rosechu website.
Again,
Called Max
there's like the 5th website you've had that's been hacked
on
into,
Skype,
man.
begging him to give his accounts back to him, even though only an audio
It's all about like the same guy, or like the same
recording
two
exists.
guys.
It can be determined that Christian was broadcasting video to Blue Spike via his webcam.
Look, quit messing around. Oh, Jesus Christ. Julie, this brother found out how I could get my PSN account and the Paramount Yahoo account back. Made me have to make a choice, you or my PSN and my Yahoo accounts. Now it says you.
Max resists and states that he doesn't want to give back Chris's Yahoo and PSN accounts.
Max! No! Because it's taken so much that I've invested a whole lot of time and effort into. Yeah, you're stealing that from me. Look, you let me show you my pic?
Be an odd thing for him to want. I mean, to be fair.
I was just showing. No, you asked me to do it, and I was just showing you that I would do that to get my.
Pause, bro.
Well, you were kidding, so. But still, I was just letting you know I would do that. So, alright. Well, I will not show it to you, bud.
Again.
Yeah, but seriously, please. Had so much bad times in my life. Please, give me back everything. Yeah, how much after this? After Julie, I will mail you back a copy of Street Fighter 4 after I get them.
This man's got deals. Street Fighter 4.
No. Look, what do you want? What do you truly want from me? No.
What'd he say?
No.
What'd he say?
Stop it! Man, you stop it right now, you bastard! Stop it! Stop it right now! You're really making me angry!
What did he say, bro?
Okay, so you can't change everything to go back to the way it was. Look, I want Julie and I want my stuff safe and sound. I want Julie. Yeah, love is my first priority, but then I want my stuff back.
You seem to get a lot more angry about your stuff, to be fair.
You're making me so angry! You fucking suck so hard!
Oh no.
You do not put it on eBay! I lost Sonic.net that way! Now I'm not gonna lose my PSN account this way! No. I'm calming down. I want Julie.
You gonna put Julie on eBay?
I feel like I'm gonna cry.
This is
Chris
uncomfortable.
departs from the chat and comes back a little while later. Unbeknownst to him, other trolls were quietly listening in on the conversation.
I'll give you one last
no.
chance to pick. Make your choice in 5 seconds. Julie or the
What'd you say? I want Julie.
Really? You sincerely mean it?
Yeah.
Well, if you don't yell at me one more time, you're not gonna get either, so start yelling. I wanna see your fangs!
Oh no, nice fangs.
Are you constipated? I think you're constipated. You're not mad, you pathetic wimp. You disgust me.
You want me to get angry? I got angry.
That's not angry. You're a pussy. That's not angry. You're not gonna get your PSN if you act like that.
No,
it's going on eBay.
No.
Yes.
No.
eBay.
No. No.
Hey, Chris, something that will help you get the PSN. Say something for me.
Oh no.
Okay.
Say that I'm a homo. No, say it loud and proud and do pelvic.
Hey, he doesn't. Oh no, not the pelvic thrust. He doesn't hate gay people anymore. Okay, according to his other videos. Okay.
Oh, that's how you get the PSN.
I picked Julie.
No.
Give me I picked the right choice.
No, you picked Julie. That doesn't mean you're gonna get the PSN if you pick Julie.
No, stop. Just listen to me.
How should I label this? Oh, $1,000 worth PSN.
Stop.
By Max Mobile.
You take it. Just leave it on me, please.
Here, I'll give you the PSN if you can do one thing.
All right.
Suck my dick.
How can I do yours when you're all the way over there?
I'll go all the way to Virginia.
I like how his question isn't, nah, bro, I ain't gay, I'm not gonna suck your dick. But his first response is, well, how?
Will you do it? Will you suck a dick? No, wait, even better. No, I want you to go to the gay place, apologize to the manager, and suck his dick. I want you to record it and put it on YouTube.
Please no.
Please, don't be such a meanie.
I'm like making kind of laughing at stuff, but this is seriously fucked up.
Fuck you! Suck your manager's dick.
Listen.
Listen to what?
Max, you are a great being. You are a humble person, please. I'm only a
that one.
servant among your trestles. I only ask for your sister's true love and honesty.
Shut up! You can have my sister. You just can't have the PSN.
Put yourself in your mercy here, please. Just leave it off of eBay.
Alright, do a dance. Do a dance for me. Dance, you fucking mock. Alright, stop. Stop, right now. No, sit like that like a bitch. You speak like a bitch. You have the boobs of a bitch. And you look like a bitch. I don't bet you don't even have a dick down there. You are a bitch. Got a big old set of ovaries. No, don't. Okay. You have
Oh no, oh god, okay.
Don't fucking show me. You pedo fork. What the fuck is wrong with you trying to show me that? Don't.
It was actually exposed.
Well, whatever. Don't show me your dick, please.
That bent ass.
Yell
Bent downwards.
one thing for me, really loud. Say that Billy Mays is the mayor of Quickville.
Billy Mays?
Say it. Billy Mays is the mayor of Quickville. Say it before I sell your fucking PSN.
Billy Mays is the new mayor of Quickville.
Louder, you fucking pussy.
Billy Mays is the new mayor of Quickville.
Stop saying it in your fucking dumbass voice, you stupid bitch. I'm not gonna send Julie over there if you use that voice again.
Billy Mays is the new mayor of Quickville.
Yeah, and also say that Kristen Chandler will be thrown in jail. Quickville jail.
And Christian Chandler will be thrown in Quickville jail.
Where he will be raped by a bunch of niggers. Say
Oh,
this one really
God.
loud.
Will be raped by a bunch of niggos.
No, say niggers, you stupid twat.
Niggers.
Louder.
Niggers.
Louder.
Don't trust them
No.
niggers over there.
No, shut up. You ruined that fucking show.
Max tries to convince Chris to ejaculate onto his Sonichu medallion and set it on fire.
I'd rather just burn it.
No,
please.
bro.
No, you have to
Yeah, okay, this is gonna just... What I say, I literally think every episode is gonna get worse. I literally think every episode is gonna get worse. How is this already worse?
spoon on it, then burn it.
Are you kidding me?
Get a hard one when I'm under a lot of stress.
Now you have it all.
Chris is a real one. Chris is a real one.
Either burn it or shove it up your butt.
Shove it up my butt.
You're gonna shove it up your butt.
Please no, Chris.
Alright, shove it up.
Shove it up my butt. I have to divide
Oh no.
Cut it into two.
No, Chris, please no. Please no. Please no. Please.
I didn't know that autistics have sharp cutters. How does it feel, Chris, to be destroying something you worked so hard on? How does it feel? Tell me.
Max has a fucking, Max is just weird, man. He's just a fucking weirdo. Person has like a fetish or something for this shit. Like, what the hell?
Heartless.
Oh, me? I'm heartless?
No.
Yeah.
Just act quiet, harmless.
I mean, it's pretty hard. I mean, it's a pretty weird act.
And make sure you take pictures for prosperity.
No problem. There's a camera on.
Oh God, you're recording it and showing it live. Really?
No, please, Chris. I swear to fucking God.
Hey Chris, while you shove it up your ass, scream, zap him to the extreme, okay? Or I won't send Julie over, okay? I can see you shooting up the over, man. It's a fact, my child. Chris, are you really gonna do this? Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh God damn it! Oh God damn it! Oh, I see brown stains. Did you crap your pants, really?
Yeah.
Whatever. just.
All this is going on, and then he's just, yeah, just, hey, I got it. Hey, the man's honest, okay?
Yeah, just put it in there.
No,
Just
please.
hurry up, please.
Chris, no.
Don't make me watch this for too long, please.
Oh my God.
Come on, more.
Oh my God, he's actually doing it. Oh my God.
More, as far as you possibly can. More. More.
I don't want to hear that noise. I don't want to hear that noise.
Oh, I can't wait to see how brown it is when you take it out. Chris, is your hand stuck?
No.
No, keep going. You're not gonna fucking chicken out. How does this make you feel, Chris?
I can't believe this. He's actually shoving the damn I remember how shocked I was when they fucking the trolls took it and burned it. Like 4 episodes later, he's literally shoving it up his ass. I cannot believe this shit. On video.
Miserable.
How miserable?
Completely miserable.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's too bad. You miserable pile of dick. Oh, God.
How does Max explain to his parents that they came in right now what he's doing? Like, hey, what are you doing? Oh, son, I'm just, Dad, I'm just telling this guy to sub his fucking Sonic Shoe medallion up his ass while I, fucking, well, I fucking degrade him and shit. You think, damn, my son's kinky as hell. But like, what the fuck? What the hell is this? What are you actually doing right now? What are you doing?
God, more. Shove it until I can't see it. Oh, God. Poor Sonic.
Blue Spike, no more.
Keep going.
Blue Spike, stop this shit.
You don't want to go in.
Then keep trying. Make some room in there.
Oh my
Stop
God.
this shit.
Stop it. Really?
Even the trolls are like, what are you doing? Are you
Yeah,
fucking,
sure.
what the fuck?
Don't take them out, though. I want them to be in there the whole rest of the time I talk with you.
Blue, tell me
No,
how to
man.
Damn it, Blue Spike.
Chris,
God
Chris.
damn.
Stop, don't worry.
Excuse me.
Chris,
Blue
what
Spike
the
is
fuck?
just,
Seriously, man.
Blue Spike's just a terrible person. Like, what the fuck?
No, you can't wash your hands. You're a bitch, you know that? Doing this? Whatever. I wonder, what should I make you do next?
No, this is enough.
No, you're not the one making the choices.
Please, this is enough. I'm
I understand the warning now. What the fuck am I actually watching?
tired.
No, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if you feel tired. You're not the one calling the shots, you fucking prick. So shut up and do what I tell you. I have a good idea. Burn your house down.
God damn it, you.
No.
Burn my house down.
Then the PSN is going on
That
eBay.
one?
And the money is going to
That
ED.
one? If I burn my house down, then she won't have a place to come to.
You have a point.
Blue Spike.
Chris,
Thank
there is
God.
something-
Stop it.
There is something. Alright.
Even the trolls are like, what are you actually doing? What are you
I
doing?
want you to be in the mumble. Julie's gonna talk to you there.
It's not even funny anymore.
After
Like,
about
what?
10 minutes, Chris manages to get a microphone set up to work on Mumble so he could talk to Julie.
Chris, I'm happy you're here. Hi.
Hey.
Hey,
Chris,
Julie?
there's something I've been trying to tell you for a while.
Yes?
Well, I'm gonna be there tomorrow, and I think it's safe to say that I can tell you this with my heartfelt love.
Alright, yes, go ahead and tell me now.
Do you really want to know?
Yeah.
This whole
Shout out
time,
Arctic
Chris,
Monkeys.
You've been having sex with a 13-year-old boy, you sick fuck.
What?
Yeah, I'm a 13-year-old boy, Chris, and you've been having sex with me this entire time. I'm gonna give all your fucking data to Chris Hansen, you fucking pedo fork. So you better get the fuck out now.
Pedo fork. He's done that multiple times now.
Feds. Get out.
Now wait a
Alright.
minute. I did not know you were a 13-year-old.
Yes, you did. They're not gonna believe you. They're gonna fucking put you away.
So, let me guess, you were Max the whole time, weren't you?
And Julie, yes, both of them. Both figments of my imagination. There is no Julie. She never existed, Chris. She died 5 years ago. Who have you been talking to? You drove to Ohio for no reason. It was a trick. I was able to fool you, you dumb man. How does
I don't
this
even.
make you
Okay, I feel like I'm not saying enough, but like I don't know what do I say to this? This is just I'm just watching someone emotionally abuse someone, and just like for no reason. Like it's not even funny anymore,
I feel
man.
terrible.
Like the first 2 episodes of the trolling, when the trolling first started, like the first 2 episodes, it was funny, right? When they were like making pickle drawings and shit, you know. But like what? Like this is just.
Now, if you really want yourself
Like, I can understand, like, oh my god, bro. There's 60 more parts of this.
dignity, if you truly want your self-dignity to be remained, then you will send me that video of you shoving that medallion up your anus. Or I will tell everyone what you've been doing, and all the fans will believe that you are a pedophile.
Okay, see, the thing is, I was lying, so I hope you've been recording on your end, because I wasn't recording on my end.
Well, I'm sorry then, because this is going out to everyone. So what's it going to be, Chris? Are you going to do it again, or am I going to have to give everything to everyone?
It's kind of hard to do an encore performance at this point.
Wait. First of all, Clyde.
What up?
Yeah, so he finally found out I expected a bit more of a shitstorm. He's been having sex with a 13-year-old boy like a sick fuck.
Whatever. Look, Chris, man, on that trip to Ohio, you had a cell phone. We were calling you, trying to, give you directions.
Because, Chris, let me tell you, there was a Julie. There truly is a Julie. But
Yeah, there is.
there was. But she died.
Yeah, we don't have to go with the diet. She's real. She's actually in Ohio, but...
Let me tell you something, Chris. About the wildfires I told you about. I truly was the one who started them.
Okay, you're going crazy. Yeah, we don't have to do the full wildfire thing anymore.
Yeah, this is going kind of crazy. I mean, you sounded like a 13-year-old boy, and Chris just kind of fell for that.
Right.
How do I sound like a girl to you, motherfucker?
You just sound... I know what a woman sounds like.
To be fair, Chris probably easily mistakable because he has a very feminine voice.
And I talk to you in my normal voice, and I can say I'm Julie. I can talk to you in the exactly same voice, and I can tell you...
I was about to say that earlier. Why does Max sound exactly like Julie? Like, you didn't even change the voice?
Max, you fucking believe it. You're dense. You're truly dense, and you don't deserve to live in this fucking world. Now tell
Holy
me,
fuck.
What do you want? Do you want your kids
Bro.
Yes.
Well, that's too bad, because it's going to be sold.
Oh, come on, please.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
There's no way you say all this to him and you feel happy about yourself afterwards.
There's more things. No, okay. I'm in this whole goddamn operation. Look, Chris. There are more things to life than your PS3 and whatever. Your whole internet life has been a lie. There are no Sonic 2 fans. No one gives two shits about you. The best thing you can do is go outside for the love of God, okay? I mean, you say you learn from your mistakes, but you never seem to. Ever.
Oh, Julie!
Julie!
Look, Chris, you can appeal to your, what's left of the fans at least.
I think he's crying. Why don't we just let the
Whatever.
baby cry?
I'm not crying.
Yes, you are. You pathetic fuck.
I am
Okay, Blue
not.
Spike, you're making your little too mean. That's...
Clyde has done so much fucked up shit. And yet he's somehow the reasonable one in this, because Blue Spike's just so fucked up.
Inform you, Chris? I know you may have been told this before, but how does it feel to know that this is your entire fan base? Every girl, so far, every girl has been a troll. We try to tell you this, and then we just get sick of it and
You
do
know how many
this.
people have told you this, that Blue Spike is a boy? I can't believe how many times. And you
I
still
believe you because I've heard your honest and true voice.
Goodbye.
Okay.
That's a good solution to that.
Yeah.
Well, we kind of completely blew
Yeah.
Chris's mind right there.
Can I stop recording?
Yes.
On March
What the
4th,
fuck?
recuperating from the events of the previous day, Christian made a video attempting to dispel any rumors that trolls might be spreading concerning what he had told to Blue Spike.
I have been under so much stress lately, and I've been suffering from
That's
a
understandable.
bug, you know. Do not believe anything that the trolls say or talk about. That's given. It's a given right there. And you notice I'm not wearing my medallion. I've decided I'm setting a new fashion trend. I'm wearing my high school ring. My high school ring.
He actually shoved it in his ass. Oh my god.
It has the memories that have gone from medallion to medallion, believe me. So my high school ring is forever from this point. And also, I, Christian Weston Chandler, am still the mayor of Quickville. Although rumors have been flying around, I noticed about some guy named Billy Mays. I don't even know who that guy is.
How do you watch so much TV you don't know who Billy Mays
I'm still
is?
the mayor of Quickville. Until I say in the comics or in the video otherwise.
He followed up with another short video, singling out Blue Spike.
I wish to announce the culprit who has gotten into my Yahoo account and took down the Sci-Chin Rose Juice site. His name is Max Silvania, as he last told me. And he has made me do certain things, like in order to get my Yahoo back, but he has failed to give me back my Yahoo after doing such things.
It's gotta be something illegal in there, right? In the act of hacking into someone's things and then to blackmailing them to get it back to like violate themselves and recording it and putting it online. I swear, like, most of the things in that realm of a story are illegal in some way. Like, come on.
He asked me to cut up my medallion and shove it up my ass. He asked me to show him off my dick, which I have not.
Thank God, that would be gruesome.
And he's just a nuisance. A bad nuisance. Terrible. If you come in contact with him, tell him to give me back my Yahoo, and also, somebody, please, give him a cold virus for me.
I love that threat. Yo, if someone sees this motherfucker, I swear to God, give him a cold. Gotta start using that.
He rejoined Mumble.
No,
Well,
not
I'm
again.
not cold. That's one thing I'm doing.
Yeah, orange juice. Recently,
yeah, I know. I'm drinking plenty of orange juice, and I'm eating plenty of chicken noodle soup. But anyway, yes.
Be quiet. Shut up.
Yeah, put that 13-year-old brat back in the retarded room.
Yeah. That's where he belongs.
Then you're not getting the yellow.
And somebody mute him, please.
Yeah, mute him.
Shut up.
Alright, I hope you have fun.
Thank you.
So what's up, Chris?
Mr. 13-year-old brat over there stole my Yahoo account. He told me,
Oh, wow.
Really? Terrible.
He told me to give him the password to that to prove my love for Julie, only to find out that he's been Julie this whole time.
Oh.
Whoa!
That's true and honest love.
That's so horrible.
He remained on Mumble for a while longer, expressing his disdain for Blue Spike and Billy Mays. Afterwards,
Why does he hate Billy Mays?
engaged in a chat with Sarah May,
All because he made him say it was a matter of Quickville?
letting her know that he
Come on, man.
reported his PSN account as compromised to Sony, who then in turn denied Blue Spike any access to it.
That's okay. There you go. Let's go crispy and
Told him
smart.
that she broke up with her boyfriend, and Christian responded by letting her know that she was welcome to.
You know Blue Spike has pissed me off. And he's like actually the ultimate, like such a unlikable villain that I'm legit rooting for every time the guy that I know around 10 of like what 10, 12, 13 years after this episode takes place, he's gonna become a rapist. I know that, and yet I'm still rooting for him. That's how unlikable fucking Blue Spike is.
She told him that she broke up
It's like Alex Jones being the reasonable one in that Kanye interview.
with her boyfriend, and Christian responded by letting her know that she was welcome to stay over at his house. She took offense to this, so Christian blamed his cold for his lack of tact. Sarah then scolded Chris for always defaulting to autism as his go-to excuse for his flaws. After receiving her flurry of criticisms, he tried to leave the conversation, but Sarah ordered him to stay. She continued to condemn him for his sexual deviance, shallowness, and accused him of not being truly autistic, but rather someone who does not want to accept adult responsibilities. She questioned him about female anatomy, revealing that his knowledge of the location of a vagina was based on his experiences with sex dolls. Sarah May convinced him that she had gotten hold of his Yahoo account, and in exchange for its safe return, she ordered Chris to draw either Sonichu having sex with another male Sonichu, or a female Rosechu with a penis, in any sexual scenario.
See, this is lighthearted, though. This is a lot more lighthearted. Like, I'm not that mad about this trolling.
An hour later, Christian sent her a graphic rendering of Sylvana Rosechu pleasuring herself with her penis. Sarah rejected her drawing, for it was already established in the comics that she possessed hermaphroditic properties. She asked again for a depiction of a Rosechu in an unnatural way. Chris returned with a drawing of Rosechu anally penetrating Sonichu. However, Christian made it clear that she was in fact equipped with a strap-on that matched the exact color of her skin. Sarah asked him to modify it in Microsoft Paint so that the strap-on would look more like her actual penis. In response, Sarah May said that she was met with resistance from Clyde and was unable to grant Chris access to his Yahoo account. She suggested that he report the theft to Yahoo. As they were about to part, Sarah May confessed that she was still with her boyfriend and revealed the true nature of their relationship. I met him in the chat room of people trolling you, and I'm a troll too. I have been this entire time. I have never loved you, because you're absolutely f***ing disgusting. And you know the best part? The troll I met, we're in true love, the only thing you wanted. And we're happy because of your misery. Isn't that funny?
No.
Goodbye, Chris.
Come
It's
on,
been
man.
fun. Last words of advice. No more internet love. I tell you this because I care. Go after real girls in real life. Bring your sign back.
That's
so
good
they know
advice.
exactly what you want.
Not the sign,
Girls
not
like
the sign.
that, so they can't be led on, etc.
Not
And
the
most
sign.
importantly, keep your website updated. We don't want another Ryan Cash incident, which was actually real. Update your comics regularly, or Clyde says he'll be back. Otherwise, what fans you have left, they'll be leaving, Chris. Be careful where you tread. The next day, still under the influence of influenza, he took part in a mumble chat for the last time.
How have you been?
Last time, okay.
Sick. I've been having a
That's
sinus infection.
Well, it is winter, so...
What did you say your temperature was?
Last time I checked today it was 96.8.
Not
That's
bad,
low.
not bad. Look, so, how have you been feeling besides the sickness?
Fair. Okay? Look, I'm trying to get my website back up. I'm just having troubles between the fact that my account was deactivated for a time, and I'm waiting for it to be reactivated from the people at Yahoo. I talked to them on the phone, so I know all about this, so... What do you want, Clyde?
I'm trying to tell you that the people at Virginia...
Clyde, despite his cringy anime villain voice that he's trying to put on, is not as bad as Blue Spike at all, okay? Though he's still pretty bad. Still pretty bad.
Well, I got news for you. My family is going to defend me, and I am not going to go into any institution. Is going to defend me.
Trying to take you away.
Well, I got news for you. My family is going to defend me, and I am not going to go into any institution. So you could just back off.
No, I'm trying to warn you. Look on your latest video. You're talking about being a fictional mayor of a fictional town known as Quickville. This is why they're after you.
Well, if they dare to come after me, they'll come after me in person. And until then, I'm not going to fret about it.
It'll be too late by then.
Jack Thaddeus tells Chris about Sonichu, the animated series, a serial cartoon on YouTube created by Spice Kid, the stories of which are parodies based on real events from Christian's life and those seen in the comics. Clyde informs Chris.
Should we watch those? Those look really funny.
He murdered Blue Spike as an act of vengeance.
Happy birthday. I killed him. You wanted it, right?
Well, I did not say kill him. For God's
You
sake.
said get him. I figured as much. And I didn't like him anyway, so happy birthday.
That's sad.
Yeah, you have to be careful with how you word those things.
Chris continues to lament about his struggles concerning the restoration of his website.
Look, let me do this work, and I'll come on to Mumbo another time. So, unless Clyde had something else he wanted to say as another reason why he dragged me away from my work. Again, the website.
Work?
Christ, man.
I'm trying to get the website back up.
That's not work.
You don't make money off of this, man.
Website, okay? Why don't you go back outside? Why don't you go back outside to the real world? That's what I've been trying to do.
Well, I'm
When's
going
the
to be
last
going...
time you went outside?
Well, I got news for you, Clyde. I'm going to be going back out there and actually find myself a woman locally after I get over this virus.
Face it, Chris, you're never going to find that woman.
Oh, yes, I will.
How?
I'm going to be very social and civil about it. Goodbye.
No, you're not.
After this encounter, Christian decided to keep away from communicating with anyone over the internet.
Good.
On March 9th, inspired by a scene in a recently aired...
Should have been doing that for a while. A while ago.
On March 9th, inspired by a scene in a recently aired Family Guy episode, Christian filmed a video in which he condemns homosexuality with reference to the Bible.
I would like...
Oh, no, come on, man. You just made a video last episode. I thought you were getting less homophobic, man. Come on now.
to state an obvious fact
I was
that
rooting for you this
has
entire episode,
been
man. Come on now.
revealed in the latest episode of Family Guy, and backs me up on the fact that homosexuality and gayness is just plain wrong.
I was rooting for you this whole episode, man.
And
Come on
still,
now. Why you
he
gotta be
quotes
back to
this
being more
Bible
homophobic?
verse that has just basically just says in a nutshell. Leviticus chapter 18, verse 22. Do not lie with a man as one lies with a woman. That is detestable. And because in the end it's just described here from 25 and so on, even the land was defiled among such things. So I punished it for its sin, and the land vomited out its inhabitants. But you must keep my decrees and my laws. The native-born and the aliens living among you must not do any of these detestable things, especially sleeping with a man as you would a woman. You homos. This was chapter 18 of Leviticus in the Holy Bible. And verse 22. Sorry, homos, but I stand behind the truths of the Holy God and Lord. Thank you, and have a pleasant day. And also, just to add another note, I have also stopped in trying to find true love and romance over the internet.
Good.
I've taken a first step into encouraging myself to actually talking to the women around here.
Good.
And I quote the book that I have learned about from the John Says Radio Show, as well as my pastoral counselor. How to Talk to Girls by Alec Grevin, a 9-year-old. You can find a video about where he talks about his book on Amazon.com. Great book.
After Christian announced his commitment to meet a prospective girlfriend in real life, Emily, a student from West Virginia University, who was the troll that had placed the Encyclopedia Dramatica sign on his property 5 months prior, and also had taken part in a mumble chat, decided to initiate a relationship with him by calling him and arranging a first date.
No, the trolls are in real life now. What's going on?
On March 12th,
it keeps
she
getting
and her
worse.
friend Stephanie were mentioned in a brief video from Chris.
Miss Emily or her friend Stephanie, who reside at the same phone number that has called you before on my cell phone or my house phone, please call me back as soon as possible. Thank you.
3 days later, Robert Simmons V came to visit Christian at his weekly church service and
Oh, I
joined
forgot
the
about this guy.
congregation together with Christian and Bob. The entire interaction was covertly recorded. Simmons' decision to speak in his regular tone of voice went unnoticed by Chris.
Hi, I'm Robert.
Robert Simmons V?
Yes, sir.
Oh my God. Nice to meet you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I want to apologize. My statue in 1986 was hacked by Clyde Castro. So I want to apologize for that. But in case of any sort of weird emails or YouTube stuff.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, nice to meet you, Bob.
Is it okay if I come to church with you? I'm actually here sort of semi-vacation.
This is the most normal conversation I've ever had seen Chris have.
Oh, Dad, this is Robert Simmons V, one of my science shoot fans.
How's it going, Mr. Chandler? That's good. So,
I'll let you two chat for a bit. I gotta leave.
alright. So, like, I've heard there's a lot of, like...
No, oh my god. Every time I see his dad every time I see Bob get dragged into one of these things, I just want to die. Because he's the most rootable person on this entire series so far, man. I'm rooting for him.
Been going on, though. So, yeah. So there's...
always happens.
I don't know, there's just a lot of jerks online.
I'm 81.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a lot of things in my life. And I've done a bunch. But whenever you're successful, from my experience, there are people.
This is sad. He actually thinks his son is like being successful in like the Sonic 2 thing. Oh my god.
People just can't, appreciate some success and just, be happy for them. They have to feel jealousy for it, though. So, I don't know.
They want to knock you down.
Yeah.
He's not functional autistic, but he's come a long way. I can remember I was 7 o'clock when he was 6.
Really?
And we were working with him. We didn't know what was wrong with him. They didn't even have a diagnosis.
The most emotional I get in this series was Bob's just talking, man. Like, I don't...
Yeah. My dad had one of those.
Hearing Robert V, Robert talking, it's actually, weird because, like, he's not talking like a troll. He's actually talking like a normal human being. Which is just something that's, like, so insane in the series. Like, this is an actual normal conversation.
I taught him how to do that. He would load the disc. That Commodore 64, playing with it before he
Robert and Chris talk about their respective love quests and discuss the verse from Leviticus, which was featured in the recent Family Guy episode concerning homosexuality. Afterwards, Chris offers his autograph to Robert.
There you are. You hold on to that, because that could be valuable one day.
Sure.
This is wholesome.
He stays for the entirety of the service. After it finishes, Simmons
that probably is valuable, to be fair. That probably is valuable now.
Makes contact with another troll who was waiting for him in his car nearby.
So what was he saying to you? Oh, nothing. We're just talking shit. He told me I had it like he knew I was in Australia or some bullshit.
I appreciate that, even though like he's a troll, obviously, but like he didn't do anything that like bad to him when he actually met him in person. I respect that.
Yeah. I think he'll recognize me when I steal his girl, when I steal his date. Maybe you should get makeup.
Oh no.
Green makeup. I don't really give a fuck. I do. Fuck, man. I don't want him to hate me. No. Well, I don't think he'll connect me and you. Okay. Well, maybe, that would explain, like, you're spying on us. That would explain, like, the recordings and shit, Yeah. You better edit this shit to where I'm not saying shit.
Oh, no.
It's always, like, it's only good shit. No. Oh, God. I don't want Clyde to have this shit, because he seemed like such a nice guy, dude. Aw. What's so funny, what's so interesting I find, Bob, the lumberjack is badass, so he's a really pleasant guy, though. Yeah.
Exactly.
The only problem I feel sorry for is he's trying to justify, like, Chris and shit. Like, apparently, like back when he was 6, he couldn't even talk. Yeah? And, he's fucking autistic. Right. Gotta put the mute button on. That's what he said.
Gotta put the mute button on.
Well, yeah. Anyways,
Poet.
Other than the traffic being really shitty, by the way, everybody, it's still on recording. Right. Anyways, hopefully this will maybe provide some entertainment for people. I don't know. But anyways, so, all right, what the hell am I saying? Oh, yeah. So, God damn. That dude, saying like, what the hell is that guy, wearing a fucking Hardy's jacket? That guy looks really fucking sketchy as hell. I go, Mr. Chandler? He goes, you didn't know me for a second. I'm Robert Simmons Pitt. And he knew me. It's like, and he still thinks I'm awesome. Like, yeah, I'm so happy.
Oh, no.
I'm so happy I didn't have to do like, Mr. Chandler! So happy. I guess you can contribute that to being really nervous online or something like that, but no, seriously, I actually, I think that like people might be pissed when they're hearing this shit because like I actually talked more to Bob because he was interesting as fuck though, and like telling me about like the Commodore 64 and how apparently like before fucking Chris could speak, he was playing video games though.
That's a Chris thing to do.
According to him, 124 levels. trying to get to Koopa, and he talked about Yoshi's Island. Like, dude, you're talking about fucking 4 different games, dumbass. But whatever, you know, he's old. I do the same thing with my grandma.
It's understandable.
Whatever, Grandma. Yeah, Japan's awesome, right? So.
It's still going. An hour and 47. Here you go. I'm retarded when it comes to electronics. You want this?
After he let go of his dependence on conversing online with possible trolls, Christian's life seemed to have taken a turn for the better. But while his relationship with Emily looked promising, he was blissfully unaware of her true motives and the mysterious scheme to steal her away from him.
Oh no. Like, I don't understand. How do you make these entire narratives out that you plan to do in these trolls? Like, oh my god. Okay. There's the music. That is the end of part 10. Once again, it's literally happened every single episode. Every episode so far has gotten worse. Not in terms of like the episodes. The documentary is a fucking masterpiece. This is fucking great. This needs to go in the damn museum. Frame this shit, man. Put this in the Library of Congress. Like, this is insane. Like, this is an insane telling of someone's life. But yeah. That blue. Okay, this is the episode where I'm like truly pissed. I thought I was gonna get really emotional. I didn't get that emotional, but I just got really pissed. All right, this is the most pissed I've gotten at one of these episodes. It was fucking Blue Spike. He was, oh my god, like, talk about a villain. And yeah, but now we're on to the next stage, which is gonna be trolling in actual real life. By actually having a real person there, and it's gonna be a real plot to steal his girlfriend. In each episode, the Bob storylines just keep getting to me. Yeah, it's the end of part 10. Part 11, assumingly coming out next week. Yeah, there's a whole playlist of them. So, yeah, bye.